Inside the energy conversion room, Jiang Cheng didn't know that Li Feng and the others were drinking the tea from the spirit pool crazily. If he knew, he would definitely laugh in his heart. Except for him, the water from the spirit pool was only effective for the first time they drank it that day. If they drank it a second time, it could only help with cultivation, refresh the mind, and assist in healing. He took out all the zombie crystals in the space ring, including 5,000 ordinary zombie crystals and 2 first-order mutant crystals from the Lincian base, as well as 8,423 ordinary zombie crystals collected by the Shuguang base in the past few days, 10 first-order mutant crystals, and 1 first-order upper mutant crystal. Throw them all into the conversion furnace. Energy points plus 187,922. Energy points plus 25,200. Energy points plus 4,200. Remaining energy points, 485,668 points. Looking at the remaining energy points, Jiang Cheng felt relieved. More than 400,000 energy points were enough for him to buy the corresponding first-level weapons. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng looked at the base mall again. After 48 hours, all the goods in the commodity column have been refreshed. Open the base mall, Jiang Cheng said. Ding. The base mall is open. Commodity column. Level 3 Doomsday Warrior, 10,000 energy points, strength comparable to the third-order mutant, 100% loyalty, 1,000 energy points are required for energy supply every day. Level 3 Ancient Virus Vaccine, 20,000 energy points, Ancient Zombie Virus Vaccine, after injection, can remove the virus infected by the third-order mutant in the body and is ineffective for zombies that have been transformed into second-order mutants. Level 1 Transformation Card, 500 energy points. You can change your appearance once at will, lasting 10 minutes, one-time use. Level 4 Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Box, 50 W energy points. After redemption, you can randomly open a 4th-level martial arts inheritance crystal, and the crystal can only be used by yourself. Use, cannot be transferred to others. Level 3 Tang Sword, 10,000 energy points. Has toughness comparable to that of a level 3 mutant, can cut iron like mud. Level 3 Space Ring, 100,000 energy points, contains time and space technology, can store objects, volume 100 cubic meters. Level 1 Supernatural Tree Seed, 100 W energy points, maturation period is 1 year. After maturity, 1 supernatural fruit is produced every 3 months. Level 1 Optical Stealth Paint, 1,000 energy points. After applying this paint, you can be invisible for 1 hour, a one-time consumable. Refresh time, 31 hours, 28 minutes, and 36 seconds. Looking at the product column, especially the Level 4 Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Box and the Level 1 Supernatural Tree Seed, he was a little helpless. The effect of the 4th-level Doomsday Martial Arts box must be powerful. The last time I opened the 3rd-level Doomsday Martial Arts box, I opened an invincible golden body of the same level. The energy point consumption of the 1st-level Supernatural Tree Seeds is too huge. Compared with the 1st-level Awakening Potion, it is more inconvenient, but the advantage is that after planting, it does not require energy points to obtain supernatural fruits. Resisting the urge to look, Jiang Cheng looked at the first column of goods. Level 3 Doomsday Warrior. It is exactly the combat power he needs. As for the daily consumption of 1,000 energy points, compared with his role, it can be ignored. This must be exchanged. Look at the second column. Level 3 Ancient Virus Vaccine. His current virus resistance is 3.8, which can be immune to the 3rd-level mutant and below ordinary zombie viruses. So this vaccine is almost dispensable for him. But his non-use does not mean that other people in the base will not use it, and it only takes 20,000 energy points. Gritted his teeth and added it to the exchange items. The third column, the 1st-level transformation card. Maybe it can be useful when investigating the enemy. The remaining Level 3 Tang Sword, Level 3 Space Ring, and Level 1 Stealth Paint are all very useful to him. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng said, exchange for Level 3 Doomsday Warrior, Level 3 Ancient Virus Vaccine, Level 1 Transformation Card, Level 3 Tang Sword, Level 3 Space Ring, and Level 1 Stealth Paint. Ding! Do you want to consume 141,500 energy points? Because of the huge amount, the system reminded. Jiang Cheng nodded painfully and said, "Exchange. The exchange is successful. The items will be distributed within 2 meters of the host. Please check them in time." As the voice fell, a white light flashed in front of Jiang Cheng. Wait until the white light disappears. The exchanged items appeared in front of him. Without even looking at them, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and temporarily put them into the space ring. Just as he finished collecting the items, the system mechanical sound sounded again. At the same time, 3 floating pottery jars appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, marked with numbers 123 respectively. Number of free first-level draws. 2. Do you want to do the first-level draw today? No, keep it, Jiang Cheng said without thinking. He had already tried the first-level draw items. Instead of wasting several first-level draws, it is better to save them and wait to exchange for the second-level draw. However, speaking of the draw, Jiang Cheng said again, "Open the paid draw list." Ding! Paid draws are open. Total number of draws, 30. Warm reminder, there are 70 first-level draws left, and you can do the second-level draw. Promote to the second-level draw? The first-level draw is 100 energy points each time, which means that I still need 7,000 energy points to be promoted. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth. Forget it, I can't just stay at the first-level draw, and there are only 7,000 energy points. He can afford it. Thinking, Jiang Cheng said, "Give me a 10 draw in a row." Yes. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Make persistent efforts. Thank you, Hui. Thank you for your patronage 9 times in a row again. Fortunately, if you draw 10 times in a row, you will definitely get a first-level item. On the 10th time. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for getting 100 kilograms of toilet paper. Hearing these words, Jiang Cheng's lips twitched. Mud, it's toilet paper again. Come again. Give me 6,000 energy points in exchange for 6 consecutive 10 draws. Jiang Cheng didn't bother to talk nonsense, so he simply took it as a breath and pretended that he had thrown 6,000 energy points into the water. The next moment, the mechanical sound sounded again. Congratulations to the owner, 100 pounds of oranges. Thank you for your patronage. Thanks. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the advanced version of the first-level Doomsday Pistol, Desert Massacre. The power can penetrate the first-level mutant and cause burst damage to it. It has a bullet capacity of 10 rounds and uses ordinary Doomsday Pistol bullets. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng was slightly happy. This is actually a pretty good thing. But the next moment, congratulations to the host for winning 100 pounds of lollipops. The mechanical sound sounded again, and Jiang Cheng's face immediately fell. Play. Fortunately, he is already used to this ridiculous first-level lottery. The lottery beep continues to sound. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first-level Doomsday Martial Arts Treasure Chest. Number 5. A first-level martial arts inheritance crystal can be randomly opened and can be given to others for use. This is a good thing. Jiang Cheng looked at it and nodded secretly. Next, the beeps sounded one after another. He also obtained 20 ordinary leather jackets and 20 duvets, until the 60th lottery prompt sounds. Hearing this voice, Jiang Cheng suddenly looked surprised. Congratulations to the host for getting. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the first-level supernatural tree seed. Congratulations to the master for successfully advancing to the second-level lottery member. 2 consecutive mechanical prompts sounded. Jiang Cheng went from being expressionless at the beginning to gradually losing control. Wait, a level 1 supernatural tree seed? A wave of surprise came up. He never thought that after 100 draws, he finally got lucky once. Which bastard said that money can't save the innocent and the mysterious can't change fate? Damn. Surprised, Jiang Cheng looked at the items in front of him and put them directly into the space ring. Of course, except for the green wooden treasure chest. Jiang Cheng took the green wooden box and went directly to the cultivation room on the 3rd floor. After entering, he couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Inside lay a transparent ball the size of a marble, and inside the ball was a green leaf. Is this the supernatural tree seed? Jiang Cheng picked it up and looked at it curiously. Except for whether it was flashing green light inside, it was no different from ordinary young leaves. After a few glances, Jiang Cheng handed over the seeds and said, "Farming number 1, plant this seed." "Yes, master." The farming robot took the seeds woodenly and walked towards the spiritual field carefully. Looking at the busy back of the farming robot, Jiang Cheng glanced at the vegetables planted earlier, all of which exuded vitality. When this batch of spiritual vegetables is planted, the overall strength of the base will be able to grow faster. Jiang Cheng murmured. However, in addition to fruits and vegetables, it would be perfect if he could get another batch of livestock. It's a pity that he only had so much cash in his hand at the beginning, and the food he stored was only enough for one person to eat for 100 years. Now, there are a total of 7 people and 1 beast in the base, and 6 of them are awakened, and they also practice martial arts. Not to mention Meow Pass, who needs to eat a lot. In this way, the food added up is only enough for everyone to eat for 10 years. We have to find a way to solve it. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng quietly left the cultivation room. Around 6:30 p.m., Li Feng's satellite phone rang. It was Gung Haoran who called. The other party had already arrived and agreed to meet at the Linshu Expressway intersection. Jiang Cheng drove the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle directly, carrying everyone from the Lincian base, and rushed directly to the Linshu Expressway. At this time, damn, this Lincian city is so hot and humid, even worse than Kangwil. I don't know when they can come. A middle-aged man stood on the armored vehicle, pulling his collar, breathing, and complaining. Captain Gung, please keep your voice down. It will be bad if zombies are attracted. The soldier in the armored vehicle reminded him hurriedly. Zombies, Gung Haoran said disapprovingly. I don't know how many of those things have been killed. What are you afraid of? Ordinary zombies don't matter. I'm mainly afraid of those mutants. If we encounter a first-level one, then we... Without waiting for the soldier to finish, Gung Haoran directly scolded. Stop talking nonsense. You can't say nice things. You are always a bad mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, you will have to clean the toilet in the base when you go back. The soldier looked helpless. Just when he shut up and prepared to wait quietly, suddenly, a fast-moving black figure ran towards them. He immediately reacted. His hair stood on end, and he shouted, Captain Gung, hide in. There is a first-order mutant in front. First-order mutant, where? Gung Haoran hurriedly looked in front of the armored vehicle, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw a huge fist enlarged in his sight. FCK? You badmouth. Gung Haoran cursed. Relying on years of training and actual combat experience, he subconsciously jumped to the side of the armored vehicle, and then rolled a few times to remove inertia. But the soldiers in the armored vehicle were not so lucky. Bang! A loud noise. The 10-meter armored vehicle was hit by a punch and rolled over and slid several meters. The soldiers inside were even more dizzy, and then stopped after a violent shaking. The soldiers were also shocked and fainted. Damn it! I should have checked the almanac before going out today. Gung Haoran half knelt on the ground, cursing, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and pulled the trigger directly at the first-level crusher. Bang, bang, bang. Tongues of fire emerged one after another. The bullets hit the zombies, some of which only penetrated the epidermis half a millimeter, and some were directly bounced to the ground. For the zombies, it was just a tickle. Seeing that shooting was ineffective, Gung Haoran hurriedly shouted to the soldiers in the large jeeps behind him. Quick, take out our RPGs and blow them up. The order was issued. The soldiers in the 2 large jeeps behind him and the large truck at the back jumped out of the car one after another. Quick, fire support to Team Gung. Remove the rocket box. Bring the rocket launcher. The soldiers reacted extremely quickly and quickly took out the rocket launcher. Loading. Aim. Pulling the trigger, the whole action was smooth and flowing. Boom. A flame shot out. A long white line with flames was drawn in the air, and the flame bomb shot straight at the first-level crusher. The rest of the soldiers raised their rifles and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Facing the rain of bullets, the first-level crusher did not take it seriously at all, but the rocket, it stared at it for a few seconds, suddenly lowered its body, and rushed out. Less than half a second, the first-level crusher reached out with one hand and easily caught the flying rocket, then swung his arm. The rocket immediately changed direction and flew towards the soldiers. FCK, are the zombies and Lincians so smart? Gung Haoran was shocked and shouted, Get out of the way! The soldiers also jumped deep to the side the next second after the rocket flew over. Soon, there were violent explosions and flames behind them, because the air waves generated by the explosions even threw them several meters to the side. Fortunately, the road surface at the Linshu Expressway exit was wide. These soldiers were only thrown to the side of the road, and their bodies were not seriously injured. It was just that the front of the big jeep that drove over was blown up by the rocket. Roar! One hit succeeded. The first-level crusher roared excitedly to the sky, pounded his chest a few times, bent his legs, and suddenly jumped into the air like an elephant's legs, raised his fists, and went straight to Gung Haoren's location. Seeing the opponent attacking, Gung Haoren had no time to react and was about to die on the spot. It's over. It's going to be a heroic death. Gung Haoren cried out in pain, just when the giant fist of the crusher was less than 1 meter away. Suddenly, boom, a loud noise sounded not far away. Gung Haoren felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the first-level crusher in front of him flew dozens of meters to the side. Then there was a bang. It turned into a sky full of broken meat and fell to the ground. Gung Haoren looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. What just happened? After a while, Gung Haoren finally reacted and cursed. Oh my God! He said that he had never seen a weapon that could cause such great damage to a first-order mutant. Even a tank could not reach this level. Just as he was amazed at the power of this weapon. Zila. A teeth-grinding break sound sounded on the side. Gung Haoren turned his head and saw an armored monster that was twice as big as a tank stopped in front of him. The car door opened, and a figure jumped out of the car. Old Gung, long time no see. Meow Feng, Gung Haoren said in disbelief when he saw this familiar face. Why, you don't recognize me after only 3 years. Meow Feng joked. Gung Haoren finally reacted and quickly stood up, taking 2 steps at a time, and rushed over to give the other party a bear hug. Meow Feng also responded enthusiastically. Damn, you are really good. You have been away for a few years, and you have already driven such a thing. And, is this the thing you are trading with me today? Gung Haoren patted Meow Feng on the shoulder, took a step back, and said excitedly, if this big thing is traded, Kangwu Base will definitely make a profit. It can be said that it is very awesome to kill a first-level crusher with 1 shot. You know, the power and speed of the first-level mutant are extremely fast, and ordinary tanks or rockets can't hit it easily. Only by surprise can you hit the first-level mutant. But even if you hit it, it can't cause such huge damage. Upon hearing this, Meow Feng shook his head and said, no, this is not included in our transaction this time. This is Jiang Cheng's big treasure. He doesn't have the right to decide. Besides, even if they want to trade, they should trade with Chudu first, and it won't be Kangwu Base's turn. What is that? Gung Haoren's enthusiasm was dampened a little, but he was also curious about the weapons being traded. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll introduce a few people to you. Meow Feng remembered and immediately turned sideways to point in the direction of the car door. Gung Haoren looked in the direction Meow Feng pointed. 2 men in their 30s wearing camouflage uniforms walked out of the car door. The last one to come out was a young man in his early 20s who looked very young and handsome. Moreover, these 2 men in camouflage uniforms were very respectful to the young man. Gung Haoren asked Meow Feng, who are these 3? Come, let me introduce you first. This is the captain of Linshan Base, Li Feng. Meow Feng introduced first. Li Feng immediately stood up straight, saluted, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, I am Li Feng, the current captain of Linshan Base. Gung Haoren also saluted in return. The 2 shook hands. Wang Chong did not wait for Meow Feng to introduce him, and said casually, Colonel Gung, I am Wang Chong, the current deputy captain of Linshan Base. After saying that, he saluted seriously. Gung Haoren nodded and saluted. Comrade Wang Chong, it's nice to meet you. The 2 still shook hands. Then, Gung Haoren set his eyes on Jiang Cheng and wanted to speak. Jiang Cheng was not as reserved and enthusiastic as Li Feng and Wang Chong, but said calmly, Jiang Cheng. Gung Haoren. Gung Haoren frowned slightly. He had never seen such an indifferent young man, and could not help but say, it is good for young people to have confidence, but it is not good if confidence turns into arrogance. After saying that, he stared at Jiang Cheng, and at the same time, the murderous aura accumulated from the battlefield burst out of his body and attacked the other party. But soon he found the clue. This young man named Jiang Cheng not only dared to face his gaze, but also had clear and calm eyes, and did not show panic. This immediately made him feel frustrated. He used this trick to be successful in the past, and he used it to teach those new recruits a lesson. But the competitive spirit of a soldier was also aroused. He cheered, "Boy, you have a good heart. Do you dare to fight with me?" As if he was afraid that his words would scare the other party, Gung Haoran changed his tone and said in a relatively gentle manner, "Don't worry, just exchange martial arts experience." "Are you sure?" Jiang Cheng looked at Gung Haoran as if he was a fool. He never thought that the other party would make such a request to him. After hearing Gung Haoran's words, Li Feng and Wang Chong on the side also looked at Gung Haoran with sympathy but admiration. In terms of daring to challenge Jiang Cheng directly, this guy is definitely the first. Even Miao Feng looked at Gung Haoran in surprise. As if he felt the gazes of the crowd, Gung Haoran asked in confusion, "Why? Is it not possible?" Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "It's not that it's not possible, but I'm afraid that you will lose too badly, and it will not look good at that time, affecting this transaction." Jiang Cheng's words were actually well-intentioned. Originally, he was seeking cooperation this time. If he beat the man, the other party might cancel the deal, and he would lose a channel. But the other party directly provoked him. If he did not respond, wouldn't he be looked down upon? Between the channel and face, he would obviously choose the latter. If they could reach a cooperation, it would be better. If they couldn't, he was not afraid. At most, he would clean up the zombies in Linxian and then go to Tiannan to hunt zombies. In Gung Haoran's ears, these words had another meaning. "You think too highly of yourself, kid. I promise you that I am not such a stingy person. Even if I lose, as long as your stuff is strong enough, I will definitely agree to cooperate," Gung Haoran said with a displeased face. Back then, he started as a low-level soldier and later was selected into the special forces. Later, he made many military achievements and won the first place in the military competition. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the king of soldiers in Kangwu base. For him, although Jiang Cheng looks brave and courageous, he can completely crush this young man in terms of skills and combat experience. Old Gung, forget it. Miao Feng saw that the atmosphere between Jiang Cheng and Gung Haoran was not right, and hurriedly persuaded. Li Feng on the side also advised, "Colonel Gung, fists and feet have no eyes. It's not good to hurt anyone." Wang Chong echoed, "Yes, if you get hurt, we can't explain to Kangwu base." When these words came out, Gung Haoran was even more motivated to win, and he simply said, "Boy, if you are afraid, I can also let you use one hand and one foot." "Oh, my head really hurts." When Li Feng heard this, his head suddenly became big. Looking at Wang Chong on the side, he wanted to kick him away. Damn, is this a persuasive word? This bastard. Wang Chong didn't know that Li Feng's eyes were like knives at him, but he was looking forward to Gung Haoran being taught a lesson by Jiang Cheng. Seeing that the words had come to this point, Jiang Cheng had to agree. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "You don't have to give up one hand and one foot. Just please hurry up and don't delay the transaction time." Okay. Gung Haoran became even more angry. "Jiang Cheng, you." Li Feng was worried that Gung Haoran would be beaten to death by Jiang Cheng, so he couldn't help but beg. Jiang Cheng cast a reassuring look and said, "I will be careful. Thank you very much," Li Feng said gratefully. The conversation between the two completely ignited Gung Haoran's anger. The two walked to one side, surrounded by Li Feng and Wang Chong from Linxian base, and on the other side were the soldiers from Kangwu base. "Captain Gung, show this kid some color and show the style of our Kangwu base," a Kangwu soldier shouted. They haven't seen Colonel Gung take action for many years. Linxian base. Li Feng looked at Wang Chong with a dark face and said, "How many minutes do you think Colonel Gung will fall to the ground?" 1 second. Wang Chong thought about it and said a conservative number. "No, I think at least 30 seconds. Li Feng shook his head. Now, Miao Feng and Wang Chong were curious. Wang Chong even asked, "Why?" "You can tell by the way Brother Jiang looks at him." "Well, this Colonel Gung is going to be in big trouble." Wang Chong curled his lips. His words were quite helpless, but there was a gossipy light in his eyes. Li Feng glanced at Wang Chong, and his forehead was black again. He didn't want to expose this guy. However, he still silently said in his heart, "Brother Jiang, you must show the style of our Linxian." At this time, on the road, Jiang Cheng and Gung Haoran were less than 10 meters apart, and the two looked at each other. "Boy, don't worry, we are just exchanging ideas. I will be gentle." Gung Haoran grinned and showed a row of big teeth, took off his tactical vest, and threw it aside, leaving only a military green short-sleeved shirt, revealing the high bulging muscle lines. He hooked his fingers, looked sharp, and put on a Sonda stance. He would make this kid suffer a little later. Jiang Cheng's face was calm, and he nodded. Well, come on. Since the other party wanted to communicate, he would communicate well. Good boy, take my punch. What Colonel Gung hated most was Jiang Cheng's indifferent look. He took a few big steps and threw a jab directly at Jiang Cheng's face. Too slow. Jiang Cheng shook his head. In his eyes, this action was no different from slow motion. But in order not to hit the other party's self-esteem, he turned his body to the side and stretched out his finger at the painful point on Gung Haoran's waist. Hissa! Gung Haoran didn't expect Jiang Cheng to dodge his attack, and he was hit in the waist by the other party's finger. He gasped in pain, staggered a few times, and stabilized his body. His right hand was busy covering his waist and rubbing it hard. When he looked at Jiang Cheng again, he was 100 times dissatisfied. This kid was able to dodge. It must be luck. This time, I will never make a mistake again. Gung Haoran thought to himself, clenched his fist, and the knuckles of his fingers made an explosion like frying beans. With a loud shout, he pointed at Jiang Cheng and said, "Let's do it again." This time, Gung Haoran made another sprint. When he was only 1 meter away from Jiang Cheng, he took a big step and punched out with his arms close to his waist. Sun-shaped punch. Slow. Jiang Cheng looked at the fist that hit his face, raised his left hand, and easily blocked it. Keep watching. After being blocked, Gung Haoran was not frustrated at all. Instead, his mouth slipped and he shouted, "Boy, you've been fooled. Step up and kick." Taking advantage of the situation, he kicked Jiang Cheng's crotch. Good guy, it's really cunning. Wang Chong, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Although this is a magic weapon to defeat the enemy, many martial artists have used it before, but it is still a bit old when it is really used. Jiang Cheng looked at this move, still expressionless, just lightly clamped his legs, easily blocked this crotch kick, and then clamped the opponent's legs, making it unable to move. With his right leg clamped, Gung Haoran still looked calm, using Jiang Cheng's clamped right leg as a fulcrum and fiercely kicked sideways. "Watch your legs, kid." "Good." The soldiers of Kangwu base cheered. In the past, Gung Haoran's combo was always successful, and no one could catch these 3 moves completely. Being able to force their Colonel Gung to use the 3rd move was already outstanding. What a trouble. Jiang Cheng shook his head secretly, raised his left arm, easily blocked it, and at the same time grabbed the opponent's ankle and gently threw it to the side. Bang! Gung Haoran was thrown 2 meters away, lying on all 4s on the ground, dizzy and groaning. And his body fluttered a fist of dust. Puff, puff, puff. Spitting out the dust in his mouth fiercely, Gung Haoran endured the pain and climbed up, staring at Jiang Cheng and yelled, "Boy, I admit that you have some skills, but I don't accept it. Come again." This fight, he also saw Jiang Cheng's extraordinariness. But the blood in his soldier's bones would not allow him to admit defeat easily. After shouting, he rushed up again. "Kill." "Hey." Jiang Cheng frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. This time he didn't want to give in. Facing the approaching fist, he stepped forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, the person disappeared from the spot. "Hey, where's the person?" Watching Jiang Cheng disappear in front of him, Colonel Gung stopped punching and looked around vigilantly. The next moment, a voice suddenly came from his ear. "You lose." When the voice sounded, Gung Haoran subconsciously wanted to dodge, but before he moved, he felt his neck tighten, his breathing stagnated, and his face was pinched red. I don't admit it." Gung Haoran still wanted to insist. Li Feng, who was standing next to him, saw this and hurried over and shouted, "Brother Jiang, stop, stop. Our Colonel Gung admits defeat." "Is that so?" Jiang Cheng looked at Gung Haoran indifferently. Although Gung Haoran was reluctant to admit it, his neck had been restrained by Jiang Cheng, and it was very difficult for him to move. He lost this competition. "I admit defeat." After he finished speaking, he relaxed his body, and Jiang Cheng disappeared behind him and appeared in front of him again. "What kind of fighting skills are you using?" Gung Haoran asked frustratedly. Jiang Cheng smiled. It was obvious that this guy had not figured out the situation yet. He did not say anything, but turned his wrist, and a silver Tang sword appeared in his palm. This was the third-level Tang sword he had exchanged before. He raised his arm and swung it towards the road on the side, whispering 2 words. Demon Killer. Swish. Instantly, Jiang Cheng's internal energy rose up and turned into a torrent of river water flowing towards the Tang sword. The tip of the Tang sword suddenly emitted a faint white light, and a circle of blade light extended from the tip of the sword and chopped down with the swing of his arm. Boom! A loud noise sounded. For a while, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. After a long while, the smoke and dust dissipated. Everyone looked at the road at this time. When they saw a 3-finger-wide and 10-meter-long crack on the road, and cracked asphalt mixed with water blocks on the edge of the crack, everyone stood still. Hiss! Especially Gung Haoran. He took a breath of cold air, his face full of disbelief. Is this really something a human can do? He muttered in his heart. In other words, Jiang Cheng's words before were actually well-intentioned. He didn't care about him, but he was the one who had been provoking him. Thinking of this, Gung Haoran looked at Jiang Cheng again with a trace of shame on his face. Sighing deeply, Gung Haoran simply said to Jiang Cheng, "Brother Jiang Cheng, it was me who got stuck in a dead end before. I apologize to you here. I am convinced by this competition. Gung Haoran is not the one who dares not admit his mistakes. On the contrary, although he has a hot temper, he dares to do and admit it. If you are wrong, you must admit it, and you must stand at attention when you are beaten. As a soldier, he has nothing to hide. What's more, soldiers have always worshipped the strong. Jiang Cheng is stronger than him, and he admires him from the bottom of his heart. Submit." Jiang Cheng heard Gung Haoran's words, and the last bit of anger in his chest disappeared, and he turned his head and joked. Anyway, the person has been taught a lesson, and it seems that the cooperation will not be lost. This result is exactly what he wants. Hey, don't say anything. I've been in big trouble today. It's like moving an axe in front of Liu Ban, waving a sword in front of Guangong, not recognizing a master. Look at my temper. I deserve to be beaten. Gung Haoran pretended to be heartbroken. Miao Feng looked at it and immediately stood up and said, "We are all brothers. We got to know each other after a fight. As the saying goes, there is no acquaintance without fighting." After a few words, Wang Chong also stood up and said, "That's right. When we were in the army, the good brothers were not made by fighting." "That's right." Li Feng also came out and said, then glanced around, and then said, "Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's not stand here in the hot sun. Let's go to Linxian base to avoid the heat, and let me, the host, treat you well. Let's go, let's go." Jiang Cheng and Gung Haoran looked at each other and smiled to put aside their grudges. The gate of Linxian base, led by a giant armored vehicle, followed by an armored vehicle, 2 large jeeps, and a large truck all stopped. The door of the giant armored vehicle opens. A figure walked down reluctantly, looked at the car body, and touched it greedily. He said to Jiang Cheng, who came down one after another, "Brother Jiang, can we really not discuss it anymore? You can give me the number for this armored vehicle." Number? Jiang Cheng was speechless secretly. This second-level Doomsday armored vehicle requires 10,000 energy points. If sold, it will cost at least 100,000 ordinary zombie crystals. Looking at it this way, it's not too expensive for Gung Haoran. But currently he only has one, and the Doomsday armored vehicle is so powerful that he has no plans to sell it for the time being. So he can only tactfully say, "Brother Gung, it's not that I don't want to sell it. I only have one of this thing. In this way, when there are more, I'll share one with you. How about it?" Gung Haoran still refused to give up and said, "You really can't sell it?" "I really can't," Jiang Cheng said seriously. He said silently in his heart, "At least not now." "Okay." Gung Haoran sighed, knowing that Jiang Cheng would not be able to sell him this second-level Doomsday armored vehicle, but he still emphasized, "Then you have to remember, if you have it, you must sell it to me." "Absolutely," Jiang Cheng responded with a dry smile. "By the time he sells it, at least he will have 8 out of 10 cars." After hearing these words, Li Feng and Wang Chong immediately said, "Hey, Brother Jiang, you can't treat one with favoritism. We are fellow villagers. If you want to sell, you have to sell to us first." "Of course," Jiang Cheng responded with a smile. Li Feng is the Linxian portal and has a good relationship with him, so he naturally has to sell his face. Okay, then it's settled. Li Feng was overjoyed when he received the affirmative answer. However, after several people got off the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle, they all looked at this big guy reluctantly. This thing is completely a man's dream, okay? It has fast speed, fierce firepower, and artificial intelligence, and can kill first-order mutants in an instant. If you own one, if you don't say anything else, you can charge sideways in Lincian. Okay, Doomsday Armored Vehicle Number 1. Start automatic parking, destination, Lincian Base Teaching Building. Yes. As soon as Jiang Cheng gave the command, the Level 2 Doomsday Armored Vehicle immediately started and drove slowly towards Lincian Base. Looking at the back of the Doomsday Armored Vehicle, Gung Haoran calmed down and said to the convoy behind him, "All soldiers, follow the armored vehicle into the base." Yes. The soldiers at Kangwu Base received the order and immediately started their vehicles to follow. Then, under the leadership of Li Feng, Gung Haoran followed in. Not long after, in the command room, everyone takes their seats. Gung Haoran made the first impression and went directly to the topic, saying, "When I came here this time, I heard about the weapons mentioned by Brother Miao, and I brought 1 million zombie crystals with me. I wonder if I can test them on site." 1 million. Good guy, that's twice as many as the 500,000 zombie crystals originally mentioned. Jiang Cheng was shocked when he heard this and said quickly, "Of course. He must get 1 million zombie crystals. Okay, then I'll wait and see." Gung Haoran smiled, with a hint of expectation in his heart. As a brother province of Chu Province, Kangwu Province has a developed entertainment industry, dense population, and large flow of people. In this doomsday disaster, almost 99.9% of the people in Kangwu were infected into zombies. Fortunately, the troops were located in high terrain and had strict risk control. They eliminated the zombies as soon as they appeared. This only then did most of the vitality remain. Unfortunately, in the face of the mutants that appeared later and the first dash, second dash, and even higher-level zombies, they were repeatedly frustrated. So far, they have lost at least 20% of their warriors. If the weapon in Jiang Cheng's hand is real, then the casualties among the brothers at Kangwu Base can be reduced by 50%. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist, and each black submachine gun appeared in his hand. The total length of the gun is about half a meter, and its caliber is larger than that of ordinary guns. Is this it? Gung Haoran stood up and asked. Of course, this gun is called a first-level Doomsday submachine gun. It has a bullet capacity of 30 rounds and can penetrate first-level mutants. Jiang Cheng loaded the first-level Doomsday submachine gun in his hand with bullets, handed it to Gung Haoran, and said, Try. Okay. Gung Haoran hurriedly took over the first-level Doomsday submachine gun. He couldn't wait for it. Just got it. Suddenly, his shoulders sank, and the gun almost fell out of his hands. Fortunately, his other hand held the gun with lightning speed, so he didn't make a fool of himself. What a heavy guy. Gung Haoran weighed the thing in his hand. It weighed at least 20 kilograms, which was much heavier than an ordinary submachine gun. However, he still raised his gun and pointed at the wall of the teaching building in the distance. Can I conduct a shooting test on that wall? Please. Li Feng smiled. Although he was not very willing to cooperate with Jiang Cheng and other bases, at this moment of great importance for the survival of the Great Zhou dynasty, he could not be tolerated to be so petty. Of course, the most important thing is that their Chudu base cannot afford so many weapons. Thank you. After getting the answer, Gung Haoran raised the gun with satisfaction, pointed it at the wall of the teaching building in front, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Flames burst out, and the bullets flew out under the squeeze of gunpowder, hitting the wall of the teaching building opposite, and in the next second, bang! The wall was penetrated directly, and cement and stone chips flew everywhere. However, the bullet did not stop after penetrating a cement wall more than 30 centimeters thick, but continued to shoot at the next wall. Bang, bang, bang. After several consecutive noises, the bullet finally penetrated into the trunk of a tree that 3 people could hug together. Good gun. Gung Haoran cheered immediately. A bullet can directly penetrate 4 walls. Such penetration force is far less than that of a rocket. No wonder it can penetrate a first-level mutant. I want this gun, Gung Haoran said excitedly. Wang Chong, Li Feng and Miao Feng on the side looked at Gung Haoren's excitement and had already guessed that when they saw the first-level Doomsday submachine gun. Wasn't it the same? Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Brother Gung, don't panic. Our deal is not just the first-level Doomsday submachine gun. Yes, Miao Feng said before that there are also first-level Doomsday pistols, first-level Doomsday gene enhancement potions, and first-level Doomsday bombs, right? Gung Haoren recalled what Miao Feng said on the phone before and said excitedly, Yes. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded and took out the weapons from the space ring calmly and introduced them while taking them out. Miao Feng looked at these weapons and Jiang Cheng's magical methods, and his heart was shocked and excited. Okay, now that the guns have been tried, let's try this first-level Doomsday bomb. As he said, he handed over a fist-sized grenade. Can this seriously injure the first-level mutant? You'll know after trying it. Several people walked out of the command room and came to a big tree with 3 people hugging each other in front of the school's teaching building. Li Feng pointed at it and said, Let's try this tree. After he finished speaking, Li Feng felt the big tree tremble slightly, not knowing whether it was an illusion or not. Good. Gung Haoren nodded. Everyone opened a distance of 50 meters. Gung Haoren held the first-level Doomsday bomb, stared at the big tree in front of him seriously, pulled the latch, pushed the firing pin, and threw it directly. The Doomsday bomb drew a parabola in the air and landed accurately in the tree pit. Gung Haoren quickly ran back a few steps, then suddenly fell to the ground. The next second, boom, there was a loud bang. The explosion made people's hearts tremble. A huge fireball shot into the sky. The shock wave generated by the explosion set off a hurricane, causing the surrounding soldiers to stagger around. If they had not been prepared, they would have been knocked to the ground. At the same time, there was a click. The big tree broke in response and fell to the side, scattering the black smoke screen. At this time, everyone looked towards the center of the explosion. I saw that a large tree more than 10 meters high was separated from the root, and for unknown reasons, green viscous sap faintly overflowed from the broken root. Centered on the broken tree root, the cement floor with a radius of 3 meters on the side was also exploded, and many cement blocks stained with soil were scattered on the ground. Is this the power of a first-level Doomsday bomb? Gung Haoren looked at the mess on the ground and was shocked. It was decided immediately that he must purchase large quantities of this first-class Doomsday bomb. How? Jiang Cheng asked with a smile at the right time. It's truly breathtaking. If all our soldiers were equipped with such bombs, only one squad would be able to deal with a first-order mutant. Gung Haoren praised. As long as Brother Gung is satisfied. Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. To be honest, Gung Haoren's statement is not accurate. Although the first-level Doomsday bomb is very powerful, the first-level mutant moves extremely fast, and it takes a lot of effort to hit it. It cannot be achieved simply by relying on personal courage. After trying the first-level Doomsday bomb, Jiang Cheng took out the first-level Doomsday gene-enhancing potion. Is this it? Gung Haoren took the potion and looked at it carefully. This was a transparent glass tube syringe, with light green liquid swaying inside. Looking at it, Gung Haoren rolled up his sleeves without hesitation and then pierced his arm. Look at this scene. The soldiers in the surrounding Kangwu base immediately became nervous. A soldier even ran forward and said worriedly, Captain Gung. Gung Haoren waved his hand and said with a smile, I said you are worried about nothing. With Brother Zhang's strength, do you need to trick me? But this unknown potion. The soldier hesitated. Okay, Boy Wenfeng. I've already taken the injection. Stop talking nonsense. Just wait and see how I change. Gung Haoren said carelessly. Okay. The soldier named Wenfeng nodded worriedly, staring at Gung Haoren with his eyes. Secretly, he held the gun in his hand tightly. If Gung Haoren felt any discomfort, he would not hesitate to deal with it. Shoot at this so-called Jiang Cheng. Gung Haoren's injection only lasted a few seconds. Soon, there was a change in him. A stream of cool air began to circulate around the body, and one could clearly feel that every inch of the muscles and bones were being strengthened by the air current. Almost 5 minutes passed. Cool. Gung Haoren roared excitedly. He is already in his 40s, and due to years of fighting and high-intensity training in the early years, his body has left many hidden injuries, which will occur every rainy day. Only he knows this situation. After injecting this medicine, The pores all over his body relaxed. When he moved his arms, the dull pain, blockage, and stiffness in the past completely disappeared. He only felt that there was endless strength in his whole body. Thinking of this, Gung Haoran looked at Jiang Cheng excitedly, only to find that Jiang Cheng, Li Feng, Wang Chang, Miao Feng, and even the soldiers around Kangwu base were all looking at him with disgust. Even when Feng, who was always sincere, covered his mouth and nose with his hands and took a few steps back. "Brother Jiang, what are you doing?" Gung Haoran said puzzledly. Did he turn into some kind of ugly monster after injecting the medicine? Also, what's with the smiles on Li Feng and Wang Chang's faces? Just then, when Feng's voice sounded from the side, "Captain Gung, you'd better go take a shower. Bath." Gung Haoran raised his hand suspiciously and took a deep breath through his nose. Immediately, wow, a sound. His stomach was churning, and he couldn't hold it back, so he vomited out everything he had eaten during the day. For a while, Gung Haoran's stomach had just calmed down a bit, and he looked at Li Feng dumbfounded and asked, "Captain Li, where is the bathhouse in our base?" Li Feng pointed to a bungalow 100 meters away from here and said, "That's it. Thanks." Gung Haoran thanked him and ran towards the bathhouse regardless of whether he was embarrassed or not. But the moment he opened his legs, he felt the difference immediately. While running, the sound of wind in my ears was countless times louder than usual. And just in a daze, the bathhouse appeared before him. It should only take me a few seconds. Gung Haoran stood in front of the bathhouse and was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened the door and rushed in. The bathhouse at Linxian Base is currently only open to soldiers. Because of the limited water storage, soldiers can only enjoy a bath once a week. As for the survivors, if they want to take a bath, they need to go out of the base to collect supplies. But there are very few such brave people. Let's not talk about this. After Gung Haoran entered the bathhouse, he pulled off his short-sleeved shirt, opened the valve, and started to shower. The water washed away the gray filth from his pores, and the dirty water slid down his tall and well-defined muscles. While showering, Gung Haoran looked at his body. He was surprised to find that the scars left on the battlefield had disappeared, replaced by smooth skin. He was surprised and laughed. The skin is like a young boy, and the brothers will laugh at me later." At the same time, in front of the teaching building, the soldiers of Kangwu Base looked at Gung Haoran, who ran into the bathhouse with shock on their faces. "The bathhouse is about 100 meters away from here, right? Captain Gung can run so fast." It only took 5 seconds. The soldiers were discussing Gung Haoran's speed. When Feng was also surprised. The moment Gung Haoran ran out, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he came to his senses, the other party had already run more than 30 meters. Is this the effect of the potion? He muttered to himself, with a hint of desire for the potion in his eyes. Compared with the soldiers in Kangwu Base, Li Feng, Wang Chang, and Miao Feng's reactions were much better. Not only were they not surprised at all, but they couldn't help laughing after Gung Haoran ran into the bathhouse. "Ha ha, it's this stench that made me sick at the time." Wang Chang laughed. "This time, Gung is in big trouble." Miao Feng also joked. Although Li Feng didn't seem to laugh, his trembling shoulders showed that he was holding back. Jiang Cheng glanced at the reaction in Kangwu and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that 1 million zombie crystals have been obtained. Half an hour later, Gung Haoran was shirtless, exposing his white tendons, and walked over while wiping his hair with his short sleeves. "Wait until you are in front of everyone." Sure enough, Wang Chang immediately started joking. "Captain Gung, if you have such muscles before the end of the world, those rich women won't be able to get wet and scream in fear." Li Feng also joked. "Captain Gung, with your figure, if you can sing and dance rap, you will be no worse than those little fresh meat." Although Miao Feng didn't say anything, he couldn't help laughing on the side. Gung Haoran looked depressed as he listened. I have to say that when he looked at this body, he felt that it was so damn perfect. However, as a soldier, he wanted more of a masculine wheat color. He couldn't help but said to Wen Feng, who was looking at him blankly, "Wen Feng, you're here to judge, just say, Captain, am I really the same as a little piece of meat?" "Captain, you make me feel very male." Wen Feng was confused. "Yes, Captain, yours is much more exciting than that stick duck shop. We can't even take our eyes away." A soldier from Kangwu Base yelled. "Captain, why don't we just make our debut?" Another soldier laughed. You say? I say come down. Kangwu base and Lincian soldiers all burst into laughter. This made Gung Haoran even more depressed. Simply spread out the short sleeves that were still wet in your hands, and then put them on immediately with lightning speed. As soon as I put it on, I immediately felt a dampness on my skin. Although it was uncomfortable, it was better than being laughed at by everyone. Everyone finished laughing. The test continues. Gung Haoran said to Wenfeng, visually measure 100 meters from here to the bathhouse. I'm going to start running now. You guys will time it and see if there is any change in my running speed. Yes, Captain, Wenfeng responded. Then on the edge, giving orders. Run. A sound fell. Gung Haoran ran out with all his strength. Call. As he ran, the wind roared in his ears, and his wet clothes clung to Gung Haoran's chest muscles under the strong wind caused by running. Stop. The moment he arrived at the bathhouse, Gung Haoran braked suddenly and shouted, How much? Captain, 7 seconds. Wenfeng shouted, 7 seconds. The moment he shouted out this number, Wenfeng couldn't believe the facts in front of him. He did count 7 seconds just now. This means that the captain's speed of 100 meters is about 14 meters per second. He could only remember the flying Olympic champion for just over 10 seconds. This speed far exceeds the limit of the human body. Gung Haoran was also shocked by this result. 14 meters per second? I have become a Superman. After muttering to himself, Gung Haoran quickly realized a problem. This first-level genetic medicine is so awesome that even a middle-aged man in his 40s can strengthen it to the point of breaking the limits of human beings. What if all the soldiers were injected with this medicine? But soon, he rejected this idea. There are more than 200,000 soldiers in Kangwu base, and there are very few who can be injected with this genetic medicine. Oh, what a pity. Sighing, Gung Haoran turned around and said, Brother Jiang, how many genetic potions do you have? You can have as many as you want, as long as Brother Gung can get the zombie crystals. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. He was not afraid that Gung Haoran would ask for more, but he was afraid that the other party would not have zombie crystals. Okay, not to mention other aspects, just at this speed of strengthening, this kind of genetic medicine is worth buying for Kangwu base. Gung Haoran said seriously, but other abilities still need to be tried. Based on the strengthening effect of the genetic medicine, Gung Haoran asked Li Feng, Captain Li, do you have a 300-kilogram weight? Or something replacement will do? Heavy objects? Li Feng thought for a while and directly asked someone to carry over the stone tabletop of the pavilion of Lincian Vocational and Technical College. 1 minute later, 3 soldiers struggled to lift the stone tabletop. By the time the 3 of them put the table down, they were all sweating profusely. Needless to say, this tabletop weighs at least 300 kilograms. Seeing this tabletop, the soldiers started talking again. Do you think Captain Gung can pick up this thing? I don't know. Anyway, I can lift only a corner or all of it, but I can't do it anyway. Then we have to take a closer look. While the soldiers were discussing, Gung Haoran looked at the stone tabletop on the ground, stepped forward, grabbed the tabletop with one hand, and hooked the other corner with the other hand. Take a deep breath. He shouted, Get up. The next moment, Gung Haoran's arms bulged with veins, a pair of large muscles on his chest were trembling, and his 8-pack abs were squeezed into sharp edges. Wake it up for me. A sound fell. The stone tabletop slowly lifted off the ground. When the stone table was stable and not shaking, Gung Haoran bent his arms and then raised them upwards. That's all. A stone tabletop weighing 300 kilograms was lifted above his head by Gung Haoran. Okay. Wang Chong took the lead in applauding. Li Feng also cheered. Captain Gung has great power. After experiencing Gung Haoran's run just now, Kangwu's warriors were once again shocked. You know, this is 300 kilograms, not a dozen kilograms, but dozens of kilograms. Unless they are weightlifters, they can only lift it after years of practice, but their team leader Gung seems to be able to lift it easily. Oh my god, I am not dreaming. Wenfeng exclaimed. On the other hand, Gung Haoran also dared not believe that he could lift a 300-gene table, but the facts told him that he did it. Damn, this potion is really amazing. After sighing, Gung Haoran put the stone table down again. When he looked at Jiang Cheng, his eyes were full of respect. This was a warrior's respect for the strong, regardless of age. Looking at Gung Haoran's eyes, Jiang Cheng smiled even more. Now, it's time for him to talk about business. He smiled and said, "Brother Gung, how do you feel?" "Unimaginable." Gung Haoran shook his head and sighed. Jiang Cheng curled his lips and said, "Why don't we go back to the command room to talk in detail?" "Let's go." Gung Haoran immediately understood what Jiang Cheng meant, which was exactly what he wanted. Such weapons should be bought sooner rather than later. If it's 1 o'clock in the evening, they might be sold out by others. He said quickly, "That's right. Let's go to the command room to discuss." Everyone walked quickly to the command room. 5 minutes later, in the command room, "I believe Brother Miao has already discussed the price of the weapons with Brother Gung. I won't say more. I wonder how much Brother Gung wants this time." Jiang Cheng said. Gung Haoran said without hesitation, "To be honest, I brought 1 million zombie crystals this time for the purpose of buying weapons. Since there are such good things, I naturally want 1 million crystals." "Okay." Jiang Cheng nodded and asked, "How about this? 31st level Doomsday pistols, 51st level Doomsday submachine guns, 2000 first level Doomsday bullets, 100 first level Doomsday bombs, and the rest are all used to buy first level Doomsday gene enhancement potions. How about that?" He actually calculated that excluding the first level Doomsday gene potion, these items added up to 810,000 zombie crystals, and the remaining 190,000 zombie crystals could buy 190 first level Doomsday gene enhancement potions. "Okay, that's it. Then when can I get this batch of supplies?" Gung Haoran said expectantly. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng said, then looked at Wang Chong, who was blocking the window, waved his hand, and said, "Brother Chong, give way." "Oh, okay." Wang Chong moved away without knowing why. The next second, swish, a strong wind blew from the command room, making everyone unable to open their eyes. When the wind gradually subsided, everyone looked again. Jiang Cheng was no longer in the command room, but the window frame was still swaying from side to side. "This, is Brother Jiang usually so casual?" Gung Haoran looked out the window and asked with an unnatural expression. Not bad." Linxian Base is about 8 kilometers away from Shuguang Base. In just 20 seconds, Jiang Cheng appeared in front of the gate of Shuguang Base. "Call." He exhaled softly. It was the first time he was in such a hurry. Then Jiang Cheng said loudly, "Shuguang, open the door." "Scanning, identity confirmed. Please come in." A mechanical sound sounded, and the door slowly opened to both sides. As soon as Jiang Cheng entered the base, he immediately got into the energy conversion room and glanced at his data panel. Remaining energy points, 337,168 points. "Okay, open the permanent product column." Permanent product column. Level 1 Doomsday pistol bullets, 20 energy points /shot. Power can penetrate level 1 mutants. Price of first level sniper bullets, 50 energy points /shot. First level gene enhancement potion, 100 energy points after use. Each attribute will increase by 1 point, and it has a certain antivirus ability. Level 1 Ancient Zombie Virus, 640 energy points. Level 1 Awakening Potion, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 519:48:57. Level 1 Doomsday Pistol, 160 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 400 energy points. Level 1 Doomsday Bomb, 80 energy points. Level 1 Mecha Energy Supply Block, 1,000 energy points. Level 2 Doomsday Submachine Gun, 4,000 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 95 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Level 2 Doomsday Bomb, 800 energy points. Remaining cracking time, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Secondary Laser Gun Power Supply Block, 500 energy points /block. Xian Yuan Gong, 50,000 energy points. Xiao Huan Dan, 3,000 energy points. 3 Demon Destroying Swords, 50,000 energy points. After glancing at it, Jiang Cheng immediately said, "Exchange for 30 first-level Doomsday pistols, 50 first-level Doomsday submachine guns, 2,000 first-level Doomsday bullets, 100 first-level Doomsday bombs, and 190 first-level Doomsday genetic enhancement potions." Ding! The redemption requires 91,800 energy points. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange, Jiang Cheng said immediately. As the voice fell, a white light flashed, and a large number of firearms and medicines appeared on the floor 2 meters in front of them. With a wave of his hand, he put all the items into the space ring. Then he went out again and rushed towards the Lincian base as fast as he could. At this time, in the command room of Lincian base, Captain Li, do you know how long it will take Brother Jiang to go this time? Gung Haoran asked curiously. It should be soon. Li Feng didn't know, so he thought about it and gave an ambiguous answer. Just between the two of them chatting. Whoosh! Strong wind blew again in the command room, and the information on the table was blown all over the sky. Ignoring the surprised people, Jiang Cheng waved his hand towards the ground. In an instant, a pile of weapons and ammunition were piled messily on the ground like scrap metal. Sorry, it took me a while to go back and get the weapon. Brother Gung, the stuff is here. You can check it and accept it. The sound sounded, and Gung Haoran just reacted. Looking at the weapons and ammunition on the ground, he was a little stunned. The weapons that he regarded as sacred weapons just now were piled on the ground haphazardly. This was simply a waste of natural resources. At the same time, I also felt a little curious about Jiang Cheng's return so quickly. Could it be that Brother Jiang's base is near Lincian base? As for Wang Chong and Li Feng beside them, they were still shocked by Jiang Cheng's speed. They know the location of Dawn base. After all, it is probably 8 or 9 kilometers away from Lincian base. But looking at the time it takes to get there and back is only more than a minute. 89 kilometers in just over a minute. How fast should this be? There are also a bunch of weapons and ammunition. Take them out as soon as you say. Could it be that Brother Jiang opened a military factory? Was thinking about it. Jiang Cheng suddenly looked at Gung Haoran and spoke again. By the way, for the first-level Doomsday submachine gun that Brother Gung tested before, 1 bullet costs 200 zombie crystals, 1 Doomsday bomb costs 1,000 zombie crystals, and a first-level Doomsday gene-enhancing potion costs 1,000 zombie crystals. Plus, the current batch of weapons totals 1,002,200 zombie crystals. Forehead. Gung Haoran, who was originally overjoyed, suddenly had a row of black lines on his forehead. He wanted to shout, "Experimental ones are included. How stingy this is." However, the importance of this batch of weapons and ammunition made him choose to swallow these words and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, I only brought 1 million ordinary zombie crystals this time. Do you think? It doesn't matter. Just give me 1 million coins first, and you can settle the rest until the next transaction." Jiang Cheng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Okay. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your understanding." Listening to these words, Gung Haoran only felt a little tight in his chest, but after looking at the piles of supplies, he felt relieved again and immediately said, "When Feng, go, call the brothers over, and give this batch of weapons and ammunition till I put it back in the car. Also, remember, if there is any damage to this batch of supplies, you are the only one I have to ask." "Yes." Outside the door, Wen Feng received the order from his captain and ran downstairs quickly. After Gung Haoran finished the order, he looked at Jiang Cheng with an apologetic smile and said, "Brother Jiang, the zombie spar is downstairs. I'll have the soldiers take it to the base for you later." "No, I'll go down and get it now." Jiang Cheng shook his head and refused. He was still worried about the loss of zombie crystals in the Chudu base before. He didn't want any more problems with these crystals. Rather than letting these ordinary soldiers get them, he might as well take them himself and put them on his body. That's okay. Now, Lincian base. In the square below the command room, Wen Feng trotted to the place where their motorcade was assembled. He looked at the chatting soldiers and pointed his finger. "Ma Yichu, you bring the soldiers from your class, and Li Shaoran. Bring the soldiers from your class as well. Yi Yu, Ziqi are also in your class." Wen Feng ordered 5 squads of soldiers in a row. When he left, he shouted to an unruly man, "Xiao Xinghua, I will take people to get weapons first. You kid, keep a good guard here. Don't be so crooked. Girls, Captain 1, I am a man with a family. How could I mess with other girls?" Xiao Xinghua said displeased. "You have a family? Don't you fart." Wen Feng cursed and finally said, "Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you here. Remember, keep the things in the car safe. The only question I ask is you." Yes, Vice Captain." Xiao Xinghua responded helplessly. Seeing that the other party agreed, Wen Feng felt relieved. Then he waved to the several squad soldiers on the spot and said, "Those who have been ordered, follow me." Yes. The 5 squads of soldiers lined up in unison, and then all followed Wenfeng towards the command room. Watching Wenfeng leave, Xiao Xinghua curled his lips, looked at the distant sky, and murmured to himself, "I have 6 wives waiting for me to go back." As he spoke, he sighed again. This is the end of the world. I wonder how they are doing in their hometown. You must hold on. Just when he was in a daze, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He quickly looked back. Team Geng. Upon seeing the person coming, Xiao Xinghua immediately stood up straight and saluted with a standard military salute. "You kid miss your wife at home again?" Geng Haoran smiled. He knew the situation at Xiao Xinghua's family. When this boy first entered the army, he was unwilling to do so, saying that there were people at home waiting for him to return. However, faced with the instructions of his sacrificed old comrades, he had to force the boy to stay. Later, he finally understood this kid's situation. Since his old comrade died, he was the only one left in the family. These so-called wives were several orphans he took in the village. They were younger than him and were often bullied by the gangsters in the same village. Later, Xiao Xinghua simply announced that these 6 little beggars were his wives. If anyone dares to move, he will fight him tooth and nail. After he said these words, no one dared to bully the little beggars anymore, because they knew that Xiao Xinghua really didn't want his life in a fight. Yeah. Xiao Xinghua nodded. Don't worry. Kangwu Base has dispatched search and rescue teams to various counties and cities in Kangwu Province. I specially asked a few people to help you find traces of those little girls. Geng Haoran patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you, Captain Geng." Xiao Xinghua nodded. He knew that Geng Haoran was comforting him, but he also firmly believed that the girls were very smart and must still be alive. Geng Haoran said, and then said, "By the way, Xiao, go and take my brother Jiang to see the crystals we brought this time." "Yes, Captain." Xiao Xinghua responded, looked at Jiang Cheng beside him, raised his hand, and said, "Please come this way." "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded and followed. The zombie crystals were packed in military trucks. Since they were all the size of marbles, 1 million of them didn't take up much area. Soon, we arrived in front of a big truck. Xiao Xinghua directed several soldiers to carry out several large boxes. After opening, inside is a box full of crystal-clear zombie crystals the size of marbles. Jiang Cheng's breathing became even more rapid. "There are 1 million zombie crystals here. Brother Jiang, all the crystals are here. Do you want to count them?" Geng Haoran half-joked. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "I still trust Brother Geng's character." As he spoke, he waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, several boxes full of zombie crystals disappeared immediately. This magical method surprised Geng Haoran, Xiao Xinghua, and the soldiers who helped carry the box. "Brother Jiang, do you have space powers?" Geng Haoran asked in surprise. Brother Geng knows about the awakened ones. This time it was Jiang Cheng's turn to be curious. When he observed Geng Haoran before, he didn't seem to know the awakened person. Seeing Jiang Cheng's curiosity, Geng Haoran felt an inexplicable sense of pride and said with a smile, "The term awakened person has spread to all the provincial capital bases in the Great Zhou dynasty as early as a week after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Of course I know it." Having said this, the smile on Geng Haoran's face disappeared, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Although the awakened ones are powerful, the conditions for becoming one are too harsh. I have been looking for other ways to become stronger besides awakening. But it's a good thing I got to know you, Brother Jiang. Yes. Jiang Cheng nodded. He naturally knew what Geng Haoran was thinking. When the awakened ones were born, many bases had reservations, and some even held objections. Probably because becoming an awakened person requires too much physical strength and the mortality rate is too high. 1,000 warriors don't know if 2 awakened people can be born. However, in the subsequent battles, the provincial capital base deeply realized the importance of the awakened people and began to recruit awakened people from all over the country to join the base and offered generous rewards. Of course, the base itself also began to slowly pay attention to the soldiers. Slowly released the conditions for becoming an awakened person. Geng Haoran must be one of the dissenters. By the way, Brother Jiang, are you interested in joining our Kangwu base? Geng Haoran suddenly issued an invitation. Then he added, "Don't worry, as long as you join, Brother Jiang, Your military rank will be at least above mine, and I guarantee that. You will have absolutely satisfactory treatment." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng shook his head decisively. Li Feng invited him to join with generous offers. If there was no Shuguang base, joining the provincial capital base would definitely be the best choice. But now, he has Shuguang, his teammates, and survivors who follow him. He couldn't leave these people alone. What's more, he himself can't stand restraint. Then he said, "Brother Geng, I have always been used to being free and undisciplined, so I will not join. However, if Brother Geng needs it, I can provide more weapons and medicines here." That's it. Geng Haoran was slightly disappointed. However, Jiang Cheng's rejection of the invitation was also expected by him, and he didn't have too much entanglement. On the contrary, Jiang Cheng was able to say that he would provide weapons and medicine, which meant that Jiang Cheng maintained goodwill towards them. As for whether to join or not, the days are still very long. After the soldiers finished transporting the supplies, Geng Haoran and Jiang Cheng returned to the Lincian command room. Geng Haoran glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, my mission to come to the immortal has been completed. I would like to say goodbye to everyone, but I, Geng Haoran, would like to say one more thing. If you encounter trouble or anything else in the future, come to Kangwu base, just look for me, Geng Haoran. Then I would like to thank Captain Geng in advance." Li Feng smiled and saluted seriously. Wang Chong and Miao Feng also saluted. Finally, Geng Haoran looked at Miao Feng again and said, "Miao Feng, that person asked me to bring you a message. He said he hopes you will go back." Miao Feng listened. His body trembled, his eyes were a little red, and he asked, "Is it his intention or Qian Shang's intention? Is it important?" Geng Haoran hesitated and couldn't help asking. Miao Feng looked at Geng Haoran's reaction and knew the general idea. He shook his head and said, "Go tell Su Qianshang that I Miao Feng doesn't need her charity, and the old man, tell him that I Miao Feng will go back one day with my own ability." "Okay, this is your choice," Geng Haoran said helplessly. After saying this, Geng Haoran saluted Jiang Cheng again, and then left without looking back. Until Geng Haoran left, everyone looked at Miao Feng. In the conversation between Geng Haoran and Miao Feng, there must be a story. Wang Chong was the first to gossip. "Commissioner Miao, what is your relationship with Colonel Geng?" Li Feng also looked forward to Geng Haoran's answer. Miao Feng shook his head and said, "These are all old stories. Let's not talk about them." Seeing that Miao Feng was unwilling to mention it, everyone naturally did not ask more questions. However, since the transaction with Kangwu base has been completed, the next thing is about going to Seoul. Li Feng asked, "Brother Jiang, when are we going to Seoul?" "The sooner the better, tomorrow," Jiang Cheng said. "The later the time, the more crystals will be consumed by that group of people. For the awakened, the zombie crystals can not only be used for awakening, but also increase their own strength. Because the zombie crystal is the essence of a zombie, it is the ancient virus that infects the human body, multiplies in large numbers in the human body, and crystallizes after gathering. And the higher the level, the higher the amount of virus contained in the virus crystal, and the stronger the energy. After the awakened swallow the crystal, they can absorb its energy and further strengthen their body." "What time?" 8 o'clock in the morning. Once back at base, Jiang Cheng got directly into the energy conversion chamber. "I couldn't wait to take out several large boxes in the space ring, and poured all the zombie crystals inside into the transformation furnace. Of course, including the crystals of the first-order crusher I killed today." Soon, a number appeared in sight. Energy points plus 14 million. Energy points plus 2,100. Remaining energy points, 142,47468 points. 10,100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million hiss. Jiang Cheng counted the number of remaining energy points. It was 8 digits and was in the tens of millions. He couldn't help but take a breath. If millions of people had entered a well-off society before, now they have definitely entered the middle class. Immediately, Jiang Cheng clicked on the unupgraded device. Level 2 Biochemical Research Laboratory, 10W energy points. Level 4 Backyard, 15W energy points. Level 5 Base, 100W energy points. The second-level biochemical base cannot be upgraded because the first-level awakening potion has not yet been successfully cracked. The fifth-level base requires all equipment to be successfully upgraded. Then, only the fourth level backyard remains to be upgraded. Jiang Cheng looked at it and said, upgrade the backyard to the fourth level. Ding. Do you want to consume 15W energy points to upgrade? The system's mechanical sound prompted. Lift. Ding. The upgrade was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fourth level backyard. Immediately, the system prompt that the upgrade was successful sounded. In front of Jiang Cheng, the introduction to the fourth level backyard could be seen at a glance. Level 4 backyard. The area is expanded to 500 square meters, with its own small forest garden, which automatically erupts spiritual energy, can automatically simulate the natural environment, and plays a role in soothing the body and mind. The speed of martial arts practice in the backyard is increased by 30%, and it automatically consumes 100 energy points. Not much has changed. Jiang Cheng made this comment. The role of the fourth level backyard is not obvious yet, but fortunately, there are currently abundant energy points. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng suddenly had a thought in his mind. Wasn't there a level 4 Doomsday Martial Arts treasure chest that he had longed for in the base mall before? Think about it. Jiang Cheng directly opened the base mall. Sure enough, except for 2 items among the 8 items in the mall, almost all the remaining items are gray in color. Base mall. Level 4 Doomsday Martial Arts treasure box. 50W energy points. After redemption, a level 4 martial arts inheritance crystal can be randomly opened. The crystal can only be used by yourself and cannot be transferred to others. First level superpower tree seed. 100W energy points. The maturity period is 1 year. After maturity, it will produce a superpower fruit every 3 months. After taking a look, Jiang Cheng simply said, buy them all. Anyway, the current price of the product is only 150W energy points. With more than 10 million energy points now, he can definitely afford it. Ding. Do you want to spend 1.5 million energy points to purchase goods? But, Jiang Cheng said. Ding. The purchase is successful and the items will be distributed within 2 meters of the host. Please pay attention to check. The voice fell. A white light flashed before Jiang Cheng's eyes. The white light disappears. A blue wooden chest and a green wooden treasure chest. He had already seen the box with the first level supernatural tree seeds. He was not as excited as before, but this was the 4th level Doomsday Martial Arts treasure box. What martial arts will be used? Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth and opened the blue wooden box. What I saw lying inside was a blue crystal the size of a fist. Jiang Cheng held it in his hand. The blue crystal instantly melted in the palm of his hand, and the resulting blue liquid penetrated into Jiang Cheng's body like slime. After the liquid is completely penetrated, a piece of information came to mind. Martial skill, Great Destruction Palm. Explanation: when the skill is triggered, half of the energy in the body will be automatically transferred into a large hand seal and struck out. The destructive power is 10 times that of the host's cultivation. Please use it with caution. Attack range, radius 10 meters. It actually needs to consume half of the inner energy. Jiang Cheng was also shocked by the explanation of this move, but after seeing the destructive power of this move, he understood. After absorbing the martial arts experience of the Great Destruction Palm, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining green treasure box, took it out, and planted it in the cultivation room. After doing this, Jiang Cheng adjusted the time for the base hunting competition. He would wait until he resolved the matter in Seoul before holding the competition. The notice was handed over to Zhanya for distribution. After taking care of the chores in the base, Jiang Cheng went directly into the room. August 1st. Because he needed to start at 8 o'clock, Jiang Cheng entered the gym at 5 o'clock in the morning for training. 2 hours later. Open my profile panel. Byte. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, 9th level of the day after tomorrow, 1st level awakener. Spirit, 0.9, special 3.0. Normal state can increase combat power by 180%. Special burst of spiritual attributes can increase by 300%. Wisdom, 48.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Strength, 239.05 plus 8.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 94.35 plus 1, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 86.2 plus 1, 1 for ordinary humans. Virus resistance, 3.8, can be immune to level 3 mutants and below ordinary zombie viruses. Superpowers, creation, awakening degree 199%, super speed regeneration, awakening degree 165%. Skills, hard qigong, meditation, double strength, swimming, advanced, doomsday swimming step, fighting, special, thunderbolt flash, second level swordsmanship, spiritual return, unbreakable golden body, demon killing 3 swords, corpse control, diving, intermediate, great destruction palm. Kung fu, qi gathering method, Xinyuan gong, 9th level. After training, Jiang Cheng looked at the first level spiritual training hut that had been cooled down and pushed the door open directly. Different from before. Because of the significant enhancement of physical attributes, Jiang Cheng pushed the first 5 scenes in a row. Do you want to start the 6th scene trial? The reminder sound of the spiritual hut sounded. Start. Jiang Cheng panted and said excitedly. He has been waiting for this so-called 6th scene for a long time. Ding. The difficulty of the 6th scene has increased significantly. Please choose carefully. Mission content. Kill 1,000 ordinary zombies, 1,000 mutants, 1,000 first-level crushers, 1,000 first-level harvesters, and 1,000 first-level killers. Mission success. Mysterious grand prize. Mission failure. Forced exit from the spiritual practice hut. Tip. This level is the final level of the spiritual practice hut. Come on, let me see how difficult this level is. Looking at the mission content, Jiang Cheng was not afraid, but aroused his fighting spirit. It's just 5,000 zombies. You have 3 seconds to prepare. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. When the last number fell, a roar came from the Linshu Expressway where Jiang Cheng was. Roar. Jiang Cheng looked around. He found that zombies were crawling out from every corner. Some jumped onto the roofs of cars at the expressway, some jumped down from buildings, and some broke out of gas stations at the expressway. In less than a minute, the surroundings were crowded with black. Suddenly, the sky above his head darkened. Looking up, it was found that hundreds of first-level zombies jumped up at the same time. Damn, this scene is a bit spectacular. Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva, spread his 5 fingers, and a tang sword condensed in his hand. Its toughness was only slightly worse than that of an ordinary first-level tang sword. With a flip of his wrist, Jiang Cheng shouted, Spirit explosion. Spiritual explosion. A roar. Jiang Cheng's skin turned a charming pink, like a steamed crab, with a lot of white gas coming out. And a strong momentum surged from his body, blowing strong winds and blowing his hair upside down. But it was far from enough. Meditation. Bang. The momentum around him was still increasing, and the internal energy was like a torrent of rivers rushing towards all parts of his body. Because of the internal energy explosion, his skin surface cracked inch by inch, countless capillaries burst, and blood overflowed from the cracks. From a distance, he was covered in blood and looked very scary. But, facing such a large number of opponents, Jiang Cheng felt that it was still not enough. Hard qigong. Another shout. His figure began to rise, and his muscles swelled as if they were inflated. At this moment, he was like a warrior in a desperate situation, bursting out the last dazzling light of his life. Come on, bastards. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, thinking only of a quick battle. These 3 skills put too much burden on the body. With his current status, he can only sustain about 1 minute with all 3 skills activated at the same time. If he hasn't finished the battle after 1 minute, then what awaits him next is being eaten by zombies. Jiang Cheng flipped the tang sword in his hand and shouted angrily, Thunderbolt. He took a step. Bang. The asphalt road under his feet was cracked with a radius of 6 meters. The strong wind brought by this force blew the surrounding sand and dust in all directions. Swish. His figure soared into the sky and turned into a silver lightning, shuttling back and forth among the zombies. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever he passed, all the zombies were beheaded. For a moment, dark red blood mixed with blue mucus turned into raindrops above the sky, and the heads of various zombies fell along with the blood rain. There were first-level killers, first-level crushers, first-level harvesters, mutants, etc. Almost half a minute passed. Whew! A breath of white air came out of his mouth. Jiang Cheng stood on the ground and panted violently. The Tang sword in his hand was crushed into powder and dissipated in the air with the wind. Damn it! I didn't expect these skills to be more burdensome than I thought, Jiang Cheng said to himself. He had just tried to control the output of internal energy, but with the superposition of 3 skills, the output of internal energy was not under his control at all. In a short period of time, he consumed a full 1/3 of it. In addition to the consumption in the previous scene, his current internal energy was only a little more than half, and the internal energy that burst out also showed signs of collapse. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng looked at the more than 1,000 zombies in front of him again, and an idea came to his mind. Damn it, let's take a gamble. After saying this, Jiang Cheng directly released the skill state. In an instant, the violent internal energy flowed back to the Dantian and returned to calm. And he shook his hands and walked towards the zombies step by step. Roar! Seeing the human in front of them coming, the zombies roared again and surrounded them, and more zombies followed behind. Just like that, layer upon layer, like a cage, Jiang Cheng was about to be buried in it. However, because the zombies were stacked one on top of another, more than 1,000 zombies should have formed a hemisphere with a radius of more than 10 meters. Now, seeing the right time, Jiang Cheng took a step and leaped more than 30 meters into the air. At the same time, he continued to gather internal energy in the palm of his hand and muttered, "You bastards, have you seen the palm technique that falls from the sky?" The voice fell. The internal energy in Jiang Cheng's hand had condensed into a giant palm. His body flipped in the air, and the giant palm slapped directly towards the pile of zombies. Great destruction palm. The moment he roared, Jiang Cheng only felt that the internal energy in his body was directly drained. When he was less than 10 meters away from the ground, his palm slapped down. Bang! The ground shook violently. Countless zombies were turned into meat paste under this palm, and the blood in their bodies spurted out. Looking down at the ground from above, you will find that a huge handprint is printed on the spacious asphalt road. The internal energy is exhausted. Jiang Cheng has no more strength, and he lets his body fall to the ground, looking very embarrassed. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully passing the level. Reward a mysterious gift package and the privilege of the first-level spiritual practice hut. After the voice was finished, Jiang Cheng felt a flash in front of his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in the gym. Damn, this is really a big deal. Lying motionless on the floor of the gym, Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly. Although the internal energy consumed in the spiritual practice hut will be quickly replenished after the task is completed, the consumption of mental power is real and cannot be recovered. Moreover, facing your group of zombies, he can kill them one by one even if he does not activate his skills. But in order to exercise his body to the greatest extent, he directly activates all his skills. In this way, you can be more familiar with your own skills in battle, gain experience from it, know when to output how much internal energy, and when to activate which skills, instead of just to get the attribute point reward after clearing the level. Lying down for a long time, Jiang Cheng finally recovered some mobility, took out a bottle of spiritual water from the space ring, and drank it in big gulps. Cool. With a long howl, Jiang Cheng finally felt that his physical fatigue had disappeared after the spiritual water was swallowed. This also gave him the strength to sit up, cross his legs, and immediately said, "Spirit returns." For a while, the spiritual energy around him surged wildly and continuously moisturized the dried cells. After more than half an hour, Jiang Cheng opened his eyes. His mental power was half restored. Looking at the description of the first-level spiritual training hut authority in his mind. Item: First-level spiritual training hut. Description: After obtaining the authority, after entering the spiritual training hut, you will no longer consume energy points, no longer receive attribute point rewards. The number of entries is not limited, and the level can be adjusted by yourself. Others can enter the spiritual training hut any number of times with the permission of the authority holder. In other words, I can only gain combat experience by entering the hut in the future, but I can't get attribute points. Jiang Cheng looked at it and felt a little sorry, but more of a surprise. With the authority in hand, he can use the spiritual training hut to train these people in the future to cultivate combat talents. This training can not only achieve the purpose of accumulating combat experience, but also avoid casualties. At most, it consumes mental energy. Well, not bad, not bad. Jiang Cheng nodded secretly, then looked at the mysterious gift package after passing the level and opened it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining 20 points of spiritual attributes, 10 points of strength attributes, and 10 points of agility attributes. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the pendant Lone Brave. Introduction. Its core is equipped with ancient virus crystals. Function. After wearing this pendant, facing zombies, below the 3rd level, it has 10% suppression power. Above the 3rd level, every level up, the suppression power is reduced by 5%. Good stuff. After seeing the introduction of the second reward item clearly, Jiang Cheng became excited. If the physical attribute reward is an improvement in strength, then the pendant Lone Brave is equivalent to wearing a kingly aura on oneself. Just as he was excited, the prompt sound rang again. Ding! Do you want to wear this item? Jiang Cheng reacted. Wear it. If you don't wear it, you're a fool. A dazzling white light flashed. Jiang Cheng looked at the pendant on his chest. It had an unknown metal frame with flame patterns and a blue crystal inlaid in the middle. There was a faint glow in it. Is this the Lone Warrior pendant? Jiang Cheng grasped the pendant, feeling a cool feeling in his palm unconsciously. At the same time, he waved with one hand, and a zombie with a cute look appeared in the gym. Ouch! Perhaps feeling discomfort, Aaron raised his head and howled. But the next moment, bang! Jiang Cheng went up and scolded. Why are ghosts howling? After being violently attacked by Jiang Cheng, Aaron's dull eyes flashed with a trace of grievance. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound was made. Stand still. Jiang Cheng cursed again and said secretly to Aaron, Open the eyes of data. Name, Aaron, mutant zombie. Race, zombie. Level, 0 level. Wisdom, 0.1, 0.09. Strength, 9.6, 8.64. Agility, 2.1, 1.86. Comprehensive combat power, 11.8. Jiang Cheng glanced at Aaron's data and found that his strength and agility were only 90% of their previous levels, and even his wisdom had been temporarily suppressed. Good guy, this wisdom is overwhelming. You don't have to fight so hard when you encounter second-level zombies in the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and took Aaron back into the space ring. Next, Jiang Cheng glanced at his data again. Strength, 247.55 plus 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 95.35 plus 10, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 87.2 plus 20, 1 for ordinary humans. The strength value increased to 257.55, which is equivalent to 25,755 kilograms, which is 12.8775 tons. The agility reached 105.35, which means the speed reached 758.45 meters per second, and the mental power reached 107.2. Based on the current data, under normal conditions, I can be almost the same as a second-order mutant. Exiting the data panel, Jiang Cheng decided to take another shot before setting off. See if you can pull out anything good. Said, open the lottery. Ding. Number of free first-level draws, 3. Do you want to conduct today's draw? No. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Ding. The paid lottery is open. Level 2 lottery member. Would you like to conduct a lottery? If you draw 10 times in a row, you can get a first-level item with a high probability, and you will definitely win a second-level item. Just give me 10 consecutive strokes. Jiang Cheng said proudly. He currently has more than 10 million energy points, which is not a problem for the second-level lottery. Ding, deduct 1 W energy points, and the lottery begins. System sound drops. The mechanical sound of the lottery immediately sounded again. Congratulations to the host. You got 100 pounds of fresh Wagyu beef. Oh, hearing the first mechanical sound, Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, he picked up an item at the beginning of the second consecutive draw. Although it was just food, it was considered a precious existence in the apocalypse. Next, thank you for your patronage and keep up the good work. Thank you for your patronage. Thanks. Congratulations to the host for getting 10 10 square meter board houses. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a second-level Tang Dao. The lottery is over. Host, please keep up the good work. That's it. After 10,000 energy points were drawn, a second-level Tang Dao was drawn. Jiang Cheng clicked on the items that were drawn 10 times in a row and got a total of 100 kilograms of fresh Wagyu beef, 10 square meter board houses, 100 kilograms of bananas, and a second-grade Tang knife. It seems that even if the first draw is sure to win, you may not be able to draw anything good. But the best thing I have now is my energy points. I'll play with your rubbish lottery system again. Jiang Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth, slightly dissatisfied, and immediately said, "Give me another 10 consecutive strokes." Ding! 10,000 energy points will be deducted, and the lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage, and keep up the good work. Thanks. After 10 consecutive lottery prompts sound, 5 more items were drawn out. 100 kilograms of pork, 300 bowls of instant noodles, 100 kilograms of mutton, 100 kilograms of gold, and a set of secondary flying armor. Level 2 flying armor. Jiang Cheng was so busy that he looked at the item in front of him and retrieved it. The introduction to the secondary flying armor immediately came to mind. Level 2 flying armor. Solar function panel. Maximum battery life of 5 hours. Maximum speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Okay, it won't be a loss this time. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. The previous exchange price for the first level flying armor was 1,000 energy points. In other words, the energy points required for the second level flying armor are 1W energy points, plus other items. It can be regarded as recouping the money. As for the gold in this pile, Jiang Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth. 100 kilograms of gold is definitely a lot of wealth before the end of the world, but in the end of the world, it is not much different from a stone. Forget it, that's all for today. Looking at the many items in his hand and the time, he no longer had the heart to draw. After putting all the items into the space ring, he explained a few words to everyone and headed towards the Lincian base. At the same time, a school next to a bridge in Seoul. The school was blocked by a 3-meter-high iron gate outside. On the iron gate, there were wooden boards covered with circles of iron wire. Looking inside from the outside, almost nothing could be seen. In a classroom in the school, a group of people sat together drinking and eating meat, and in the middle, there were several women in bikinis twisting their white and tender bodies to cheer. Brother, it's cool to rob a military vehicle. The more than 500 people in our base will not have to worry about food and drink for at least a month. A man laughed and turned to the young man who was holding a glass of wine and lowered his eyebrows and shouted, "Chi Guangtao, you really have no vision. The wine in my glass is all gone, and you don't know how to pour it for me." While cursing, he kicked the young man next to him. This seemingly light kick made the young man fly directly. Fortunately, there was a concrete wall next to him. He groaned and fell to the ground. However, the bottle of wine in his hand was held firmly in his arms without any damage. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chi Guangtao glanced at the girl dancing in the middle of the classroom reluctantly, quickly climbed up, limped over with a smile, and said, "Brother Go, look at me, a thing without eyes. I deserve to be beaten." As he said that, he slapped himself in the face, and then smiled and filled the man's glass with wine. "That's about right." Yi Sengu nodded with satisfaction, holding the cup, looking at the center of the classroom with a lecherous look, and continued to shake his head. Seeing this, Chi Guangtao immediately swept to the cups of others and poured wine into them one by one. After pouring the wine, he stood back to his original position and waited. After this little episode, the classroom began to be lively again. The dishes were 5 flavors, and the wine was 3 rounds. A man in the classroom suddenly said, "Do you have anything to say about this military convoy?" At this point, the man glanced at Chi Guangtao and others, and said lightly, "There is nothing for you here, go down first." After that, Chi Guangtao and a group of dancing girls walked out quickly as if they were pardoned. Until everyone had left, the man held the wine glass and continued, "Speak up. Boss, what's there to say? Isn't it just a few military vehicles? With our strength, we can keep as many people as they come." Yi Sengu wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and showed a cruel smile. "Old Zhao, what do you think?" The boss looked at the other man sitting next to him with pale skin and slender eyes and asked, "Boss, I think your worries are just." Yi Sangu listened and interrupted nonchalantly, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Yi Sangu, did I let you speak? The man's voice deepened, and an invisible pressure pressed towards Yi Sangu. Moment. Yi Sangu's expression changed drastically, and he was too busy to shut up. Only then did the man regain his momentum. Snort. With a cold snort, the man continued to look at the fair-skinned man and said calmly, Wuhan, tell me. Yes. Zhao Wuhan nodded and analyzed. This military vehicle is not simple. First of all, there are vehicles. There are 10 large trucks for armored vehicles and more than 200 soldiers. Such a small-scale combat force will only be dispatched to suppress the army in the case of urban riots. Secondly, the number of zombie crystals and survival supplies carried on the vehicle has reached the scale of 100 people. According to the report from the Chudu military region a while ago, these soldiers should be escorting supplies to a certain city base. In such a large scale, the most likely place for material transportation and troop dispatch is Linxian City, which is far away from Seoul. Thirdly, the expressway from Chudu to Linxian can be reached in half a day at the fastest. With such a large group of people disappearing, Chudu will definitely not sit idly by. There might be some movement on Linxian. With the current strength of the military, we need to strengthen our vigilance these days. Listening to Zhao Wuhan's analysis, the man simply nodded. Yes, that makes sense. Then, he looked at the next person. Ahu, tell me. Oh. At the same time, after leaving the classroom, Qi Guangtao limped downstairs and kept mumbling. Paralyzed wild dog, kicked really hard. Don't let me get up. One day I will have to cut your cow. Hold. Just as he was talking to himself, suddenly, a voice came from behind. Qi Guangtao, you dare to curse brother dog. Do you believe I'm suing you? The voice is not pleasant, but it has a hint of playfulness. Hearing this, Qi Guangtao jumped a lot at first, then realized it, turned his head and spread his hands, saying helplessly, My good sister, go ahead and sue. Anyway, if you sue, there will be no one left in the future. To make you happy, to laugh with you, and to watch the moon with you on your lonely nights. Bah, not in shape. The woman spat lightly. Looking at Qi Guangtao's mean look, she became furious, pretended to turn around, and said, Who wants you to accompany me? I'll tell brother dog now. Hey, no, we were just joking. A good sister wouldn't be so cold and heartless, would she? Qi Guangtao apologized hurriedly. Look at you like this, I really don't know what to say to you. The woman looked at Qi Guangtao's apology. Her face improved. Thinking about what happened in the classroom just now, she asked angrily, That kick just now, are you okay? How big a deal can I be? I'm a gourd little King Kong, the incarnation of light, just damn Yi Laogo. Not to mention one kick, even 30 or more kicks, I can still get up. Qi Guangtao puffed out his chest and pretended he forced himself to say that maybe he moved too much and accidentally pulled the wound. Hiss! I suddenly gasped in pain. When the woman saw this, she stopped joking, walked over quickly, supported Qi Guangtao, and said, You said it was okay, but it hurts like this. I will help you back to the dormitory now. Hey, sister, are you worried about me? Qi Guangtao said jokingly with one eye closed as he felt the aroma coming to his face, resisting the pain. I'm still thinking of talking nonsense now. I'm so lucky I didn't kick you to death just now. The woman cursed and moved her hands slowly as she supported Qi Guangtao and walked to the dormitory. The teaching building is not far from the dormitory, and it took almost 5 minutes to get back to the dormitory. After putting Qi Guangtao on the bed, he said, Just stay in the dormitory and rest honestly today. When you come back in the evening, I will bring you something delicious. Having said this, he seemed to have thought of something, and took out half a bag of torn military compressed biscuits from his pocket and handed it over. Yi Laogo and his group robbed the convoy yesterday and rewarded me a little. You can take it and fill it temporarily. Abdomen. After saying that, he put it on the bedside, turned around, and walked towards the door. Just as he was going out, Qi Guangtao's voice suddenly spoke. Good sister, you see I'm so injured, can't you stay with me? The woman paused when she heard that, turned her head, and said angrily, I'm not going to accompany you, a big-headed ghost, but you're going to support me? Yes, I will support you, Qi Guangtao said seriously. The clear eyes made the woman startled for a moment, and then she said jokingly, I'll give you a big-headed ghost. Don't be poor. I'll wait for my sister to bring you delicious food in the evening." After saying this, he left in a hurry without stopping. Looking at the woman's leaving figure, Qi Guangtao's eyes were a little cloudy. "Sister Xiaodai, I really want to raise you." As he said that, he changed the topic. His eyes were full of resentment, and he cursed in a low voice. "Nervous old doggy. I asked you to bully Sister Xiaodai. I have 8 generations of your ancestors. If it weren't for this apocalypse, I would crush your balls." Continuously, Qi Guangtao cursed for a long time. When he was tired of cursing, he stopped and looked at the compressed biscuits on the bedside. The charming dancing of Sister Xiaodai began to emerge in his mind. The pair of big white legs, the pair of fat meat, the twisting waist, and her smiles. Qi Guangtao couldn't help but reach down and started his craft. "Charge for me. FCK, you old dog. Xiaodai is mine." At 8:30 in the morning, a giant armored vehicle directly broke through the roadblock of Linshu Expressway and rushed towards Seoul. In the car, Miao Feng introduced the situation. Linxian is about 60 kilometers away from Seoul, and the speed of Brother Jiang's armored vehicle is. As he said, he looked at Jiang Cheng a little embarrassed. "The maximum speed is 250 kilometers per hour. Jiang Cheng said speechlessly. "At this speed, it's 8:32 now, and we can arrive at about 8:47. I marked the location where we were attacked before, and counted that it would take at least 10 hours to walk from the accident site to Linxian. This is what I know now." Miao Feng introduced to Jiang Cheng first, and then asked, "Brother Jiang, do you have any plans?" Jiang Cheng said, "We will stop 3 kilometers away from the accident site. I need to collect intelligence first, and then formulate a battle plan based on these." "What do you need me to do?" Miao Feng asked again. Wang Chong also looked over, obviously wanting to help. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "Not for the time being. When the time comes, you can take it with you in the armored vehicle." While speaking, suddenly, the car body shook. A mechanical sound rang out. "Master, we have arrived at the designated location. Please give instructions. Turn off the engine first. We're here." When the mechanical prompt sounded, everyone in the armored vehicle looked serious. Jiang Cheng glanced at everyone and said lightly, "We have arrived at the destination. You wait in the armored vehicle first. I'll be back soon." Wang Chong and Miao Feng nodded. Miao Feng said, "Take care." "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and said to the little guy who was taking a nap in a corner of the car, "Miao Pass. The safety of Miao Feng and Wang Chong is in your hands." Miao. Miao Pass opened his mouth lazily, raised a furry paw and waved it, indicating that he understood. Next, Jiang Cheng said, "Doomsday Armored Vehicle Number 1. Activate Automatic Defense Mode." "Yes, Master." A mechanical sound sounded in the car. It was not until this time that Jiang Cheng felt relieved. He opened the door and looked at the huge armored vehicle, and his mind moved. He immediately picked up a small white bucket in his hand, walked to the car door, and handed it to Miao Feng and Wang Chong in the car, saying, "This is a first-level optical stealth paint. You apply this to the armored vehicle, which can maintain the optical stealth state for an hour." "Okay, we got it." Wang Chong took it immediately. After doing this, Jiang Cheng stepped forward. Whoosh! A sound. Wang Chong and Miao Feng only felt a strong wind blowing in front of them. When they looked in front of them again, Jiang Cheng had disappeared. "Brother Jiang really comes and goes like the wind," Wang Chong exclaimed. "Yes." Miao Feng quite agreed. With such a master to help, the soldiers have hope of revenge. Thinking of this, Miao Feng looked at the paint in Wang Chong's hand and said, "Brother Wang, let's paint without delay." "Okay." Wang Chong nodded, but looking at the paint bucket in his hand, he became curious again and couldn't help muttering, "Meow, do you think this paint can really make you invisible? Anyway, let's just do it according to Brother Jiang's instructions." At the same time, Jiang Cheng took out the optical invisibility cloak and put it on, running along the position pointed out by Miao Feng before. In less than 5 seconds, he stopped. "It should be here," Jiang Cheng said to himself. Looking around, there were scrapped and burned black vehicle wreckage everywhere, and large patches of dried dark brown blood on the ground were still visible everywhere, and there were also some broken limbs. Jiang Cheng checked the wreckage and found that the supplies inside had been emptied long ago, and the bodies of the soldiers were also moved cleanly, leaving only some clothing fragments, which made Jiang Cheng think of a possibility. What a bunch of beasts. After cursing, Jiang Cheng checked around again. After finding no other signs, he took out the 6 first-level micro-insect monitoring robots recalled last night from the space ring and ordered, "Go. Check for me if there are any human gathering places around." The voice fell. The 6 mosquitoes in the palm of his hand flew in 6 different directions and disappeared from Jiang Cheng's sight in less than a moment. After releasing the micro-insect monitoring robots, Jiang Cheng took a step and took off into the air. Wind. Swoosh. A gust of wind rose from his feet, dragging his body and heading towards 1,000 meters high. At this time, a base somewhere in Seoul. In the classroom. "Ahu, tell me." The man looked at the tower-like man sitting next to him and said. The big man named Ahu touched the back of his head and smiled innocently. "Brother, I don't know anything. I just do whatever you tell me to do." "Okay." The man nodded and looked at another middle-aged man in his early 40s in the room and said, "Old Wei, what do you think?" "Just a group of stronger ants. We will kill as many as come." Wei Jinfei raised the frame of his glasses, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. "Yeah." The man nodded and finally looked at an old man in his early 60s with gray hair and a gutter nose and smiled. "Old Luo, what do you think?" "The boss is the boss. I am old and can't think of any good ideas, but there is no problem in being a vanguard," Old Luo said with a smile. After asking for everyone's opinions, the man said, "I've decided based on everyone's opinions." The man looked at Yi Sangu and said, "Yi Sangu, from now on, the base patrol mission will be handed over to you." "Yes, boss, I will definitely take good care of the base," Yi Sangu said excitedly. Getting this job means that from today on, he doesn't have to follow him out to search for supplies, and he can also find a few women in the base from time to have fun. It's really a good job. Compared to Yi Sangu, Wei Jinfei's face looked a little gloomy. Speaking of patrolling, this school belongs to him and Lao Luo, and no one knows the terrain of the school better than him. If there is a patrol, it should be him who patrols. Why should it be the turn of Yi Sangu, a waste who only knows how to play with women? Wei Jinfei was unwilling to do so and said directly, "Boss, I know the terrain of this school better than anyone else. Why don't you let me take care of the patrol mission?" Jinfei, shut up. As soon as Wei Jinfei opened his mouth, Lao Luo felt something was wrong and immediately stopped him loudly. But Wei Jinfei turned a deaf ear to him and stared at the boss. "Oh, Lao Wei, are you dissatisfied with my arrangement?" The man looked at Wei Jinfei indifferently. Facing the man's eyes, Wei Jinfei immediately regretted it. He knew that this man always kept his word, but he just couldn't bear to see Yi Sangu, the old dog, comfortable, so he said with a stiff upper lip, "Boss, it's not that I'm dissatisfied. This school was originally opened by me and Lao Luo. I know every flower and tree here very well. If I or Lao Luo lead the patrol mission, the safety of the base can be better guaranteed." "That makes sense." The man nodded, seeming to agree. Seeing that the lucrative job was about to fly away, Yi Sangu immediately became anxious and said, "Boss, you are always right. This matter has been assigned to me, and I will definitely do it well." As he said that, he looked at Wei Jinfei fiercely and cursed. "Wei Jinfei, this school you opened is so small that you can scan it at a glance. Don't use familiarity as an excuse. Just say that you, Wei Jinfei, can't bear to see me comfortable." So what? Seeing that the other party had torn his face, Wei Jinfei was too lazy to pretend. "Well, everyone, be a witness. Today, I, Yi Sangu, will meet you, Wei Jinfei. Whoever wins will get the patrol mission. Do you dare? Dare? If I don't dare, I'll be your grandson." Wei Jinfei agreed. Just as the two of them drew their swords and drew their crossbows, a cold shout rang out. "Enough!" As soon as the voice fell, Wei Jinfei and Yi Sangu stopped arguing immediately and looked at the man in awe. "Do you think my words are bullshit?" But Wei Jinfei wanted to say something, but just after spitting out a word, bang, with a sound, with a pain in his abdomen, the whole person flew backwards and hit the wall, making a dent in the wall, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the man again, he was posing with his hands raised. With a cold look in his eyes, he said calmly, "Remember, no one can question my arrangement." After that, he continued, Lao Zhao, starting today, you, Wei Jinfei, and Lao Luo will be responsible for leading the survivors of our base to collect supplies. As for Ahu, just stay with me. After the man finished speaking, he raised his voice. Did you hear it? Everyone shuddered and immediately said in unison, yes. Okay, that's it for the arrangements. You can leave now. In the end, Wei Jinfei stayed. After the man finished speaking, no one dared to pause. However, when going out, Lao Luo gave Wei Jinfei a cautious look and stepped out slowly. Yi Senggu, who was the last to go out, took long steps and hummed a tune, like a winner, looking at him provocatively. He glanced at Wei Jinfei and left proudly. Until everyone leaves. Only Wei Jinfei and the man were left in the classroom. The man opened his mouth and looked at Wei Jinfei calmly. Are you not convinced? No. Wei Jinfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I know you are not convinced. Now that Yi Senggu is gone, you can speak out, the man said. Wei Jinfei thought for a moment, then said with a look of reluctance, I'm not convinced. When we first seized the base, Yi Senggu hid in the back and robbed military vehicles. Yi Senggu also didn't work hard, so why should he take advantage of all the good things? Oh, you are right. The man nodded disapprovingly and said, because of this, Yi Senggu cannot be reused. Having said this, the man continued, but you are different. You have courage, your strength is second only to me among several people, and you have a brain. If the base expands in the future, the second-in-command position will definitely be yours. So what do you mean? Wei Jinfei asked in disbelief. Now that your merits are high, you cannot convince the public, and tasks such as collecting supplies are the best reflection of personal abilities. So do you understand what I am saying? The man's tone was extremely calm, but the meaning behind his words made Wei Jinfei unable to calm down. If he doesn't understand what the boss is saying, then he is really a fool. But what did you just do? Wei Jinfei was still a little confused. The man sneered and said, as the boss, the most important thing is to speak the truth. If you refute me on the spot, you are refuting my face. You have hit the muzzle of the gun yourself, so you should learn this lesson. I see. With these words, the last trace of dissatisfaction in Wei Jinfei's heart disappeared. He only knew that it turned out that the boss was doing everything for his own good. It was because he was irrational and should not have listened to Lao Luo. Of course, your injury was caused by me. In a moment, you go to the logistics office to get 100 zombie crystals, which will be regarded as compensation for my injury to you. After the man finished speaking, before Wei Jinfei could speak, he waved his hand and said, okay, you can leave now. Yes. Wei Jinfei respectfully went out. At the same time, thousands of meters above the sky, Master, the target location has been discovered. A hoarse mechanical sound sounded in Jiang Cheng's ears. He knew that this was coming from a miniature insect-type robot. Do image casting. Jiang Cheng took out a display screen from the space ring. He took it from the base specially to watch the monitoring of the miniature insect robot. Yes, Master. The sound fell, and an image from a high altitude was displayed. However, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw the image on the display screen clearly. This is... In order to confirm what he was thinking, Jiang Cheng hurriedly said, photograph the main entrance of the school. Yes. Under Jiang Cheng's command, the angle of view on the display screen began to lower, and soon, the school's gate was in full view. The first thing you see is a row of iron gates. There are 5 color flags placed beside the door, which is the feng shui of the year. There is also a huge marble pillar standing in front of the door, with 4 powerful gilt characters carved on it. Seoul School. Seoul School. Jiang Cheng looked at the school gate on the screen, feeling a sense of nostalgia and resentment in his heart. When he graduated from elementary school, his father was persuaded by his colleague Luo Yin to run a school in Seoul. After 5 years of hard work, the school finally became famous in Seoul, but Luo Yin and his son-in-law Wei Jinfei planned to put Han Daddy into trouble. This directly caused my father to become frustrated. After Jiang Cheng went to high school, he and his mother started their own way to pay off their debts. During this period of high school, there was no news about his father and mother. He once reported to the police, but there was no news for several years. In the end, he became discouraged and thought that his parents were dead. Whenever he thought of this incident, Jiang Cheng felt filled with resentment. Now that we are in the same place, we don't know if the two dogs Luo Yin and Wei Jinfei are alive. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and continued to order. Z1, Xiao 2, Xiao 3, Xiao 4, search the school for me. Yes, master. Soon, several mosquitoes quickly moved towards the Soul School from other areas. Mosquito 5, Mosquito 6, search the area around the school for me. Jiang Cheng ordered again. Finally, he said, synchronize all the images into the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle. Yes. Several insect monitoring robots responded immediately. This time on his trip to Seoul, Jiang Cheng took a total of 6 mosquitoes with him, leaving 4 behind. 2 monitored the base, 1 monitored the Tian'an base, and 1 monitored the Lincian base. Not long after the order was issued, 6 mosquitoes have arrived at the predetermined location. Jiang Cheng whispered through the communicator, Doomsday Armor 1. Connect me to Wang Chong and Miao Feng. Yes, master. The voice fell. The 2 people who had already applied paint and were staying in the armored vehicle suddenly heard a familiar voice beside their ears. Brother Chong, Commissioner Miao, can you hear my voice? Wang Chong listened to the voice and said, Brother Jiang? Well, I have found a survivor base now, but I need Commissioner Miao to confirm whether it is the murderer who attacked them before. As soon as Jiang Cheng said this, Miao Feng beside him immediately became uneasy and hurriedly said, Brother Jiang, do you need me to go over? No, I will send the image back immediately, you just need to identify it. Jiang Cheng said, Okay. Miao Feng nodded excitedly. At this moment, he has been waiting for almost 3 days. Yes. Jiang Cheng responded. Soon, 6 pictures were displayed on the display screen of the armored vehicle. I saw. This is a school. The entrance is the high school teaching building, and next to the high school teaching building are the junior high school and elementary school teaching buildings. Opposite the 2 teaching buildings are 2 dormitories. In the middle of the dormitory building and the teaching building is a circular runway paved with cinders, and in the middle are 2 cement basketball courts. However, on the basketball court, there are 5 military trucks and a military armored vehicle parked. Miao Feng recognized that this is their convoy at a glance. He said quickly, Brother Jiang, this is it. The car on the playground belongs to our team. Okay, next, you should pay attention to identify it. Jiang Cheng said, Got it. Miao Feng's eyes were wide open. The faces of the murderers that day had been firmly engraved in his mind. As long as he took pictures of those people, he had absolute confidence to recognize them. Soon, the picture began to change, scanning the crowd on the edge of the playground one by one. When he fell on a young man in his 30s with a wretched face, Miao Feng hurriedly shouted, Stop! He is one of the murderers! And above the sky, Jiang Cheng listened to Miao Feng's identification in the headset, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Data eye open. Name Yi Sangu. Race, human race. Level, below the second level. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 250. Agility, 20. Spirit, 9. Superpower, beast transformation, 3-headed held dog, submythical species. Comprehensive combat power, 284. He has the strength of a second-level warrior. No wonder he dares to rob Chudu's supplies. Miao Feng can survive in the hands of a second-level awakener. He is considered lucky. Jiang Cheng secretly lamented that Miao Feng did not lose unfairly. After clearly identifying the target person, Jiang Cheng continued. Okay, Brother Miao, please continue to identify him. Yes. Miao Feng nodded vigorously and looked at the screen seriously. I saw it on the display screen at this time. Yi Sanga's figure began to pull away and flew towards the classroom. The remaining mosquitoes flew towards the bedroom. In less than a moment, 2 men appeared on the screen. One of the men was about 40 years old, with a short haircut and slightly sinister eyes. Next to him stood a tower-like man in his early 30s. Stop! Miao Feng spoke again. These 2 were also among the original perpetrators. Good. Jiang Cheng immediately opened his data eye and scanned it. Name, Gao Weiqiang. Race, human race. Level, below the 3rd level. Wisdom 20. Power, 1000. Agility, 80. Spirit 30. Superpower, shockwave. Comprehensive combat power, 1130. The awakened one below the 3rd level. When Jiang Cheng saw the other party's data, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was the first third-level awakened person he saw after his rebirth. You must know that before his rebirth, third-level awakened people were extremely rare. At that time, Lincian base, as a medium-sized base with a population of more than 3,000, only had one third-level awakened person, and this was due to the accumulation of countless resources. Who is this Gao Weiqiang? Jiang Cheng thought about it. His expression gradually changed from relaxed at first to cautious. It seems that this mission will not be too easy. After scanning Gao Weiqiang's information, Jiang Cheng looked at the strong man next to Gao Weiqiang. Name: Ahu. Race: human race. Level: second level medium. Wisdom: 4. Strength: 600. Agility: 15. Spirit: 10. Superpower: beast transformation, tiger, submythical species. Comprehensive combat power: 626. The strength is good, but the other abilities are average. Jiang Cheng glanced at Ahu's information and continued to control the mosquito to search in several other directions. At the same time, inside the classroom, Ahu waved his hand to disperse the mosquitoes surrounding him and complained, "Boss, everything about this base is good, but there are too many mosquitoes." Well, it's indeed a bit much. Gao Weiqiang nodded in agreement and suddenly said, "Ahu, you can help me do something these days." "Boss, please tell me," Ahu said bluntly. Gao Weiqiang thought for a while and said, "Keep an eye on the base for me these days, especially Wei Jinfei and Lao Luo. If there is any trouble, report it to me immediately." "Boss, why are you staring at Wei Jinfei and Lao Luo?" Ahu asked, puzzled. "You don't need to understand. Just stare. Remember, don't expose me." "Okay, boss, I understand." At this time, former Seoul School staff dormitory. Before Wei Jinfei went to bed, he was pulled over by Lao Luo. "Jinfei, what did the boss tell you? Can you tell me?" Luo Yin asked with a smile. I was still a little depressed about why Lao Luo would pull him over. When he heard this question, Wei Jinfei immediately smiled and said, "The boss said that I am brave and resourceful in the base, and my strength is second after the boss. This time I was transferred to be in charge of searching for supplies, just to give me a lot of credit. When the Seoul base becomes stronger, the second-ranking boss of the base said he would leave it to me." "Haha, do you believe these words?" Lao Luo said with a smile. Wei Jinfei said disapprovingly, "Believe it? Why don't you believe it? Do you really think?" When Lao Luo said this, he looked around cautiously. After finding that there was no one else outside them, he lowered his voice and said, "Do you really think Gao Weiqiang will hand over the second-in-command position to you?" "I don't think so." Wei Jinfei still smiled. "Then you?" Lao Luo cast a questioning look. Wei Jinfei's smile disappeared, and he said calmly, "Life is a game. Back then, you promised Lao Jiang that as long as he built the school, the benefits would be split halfway. But what happened later? We kicked you out. It's the same routine now, but it's Gao Weiqiang who drew the cake." When Lao Luo heard this, he looked relieved and said, "Jinfei, just understand. Nana is following you. You are really following the right person." When Wei Jinfei heard this, he said unceremoniously, "Come on, Lao Luo. We are all foxes for thousands of years. Don't talk about chatting here. Nana is not your biological child, so you are treated like a loving father. Besides, now that zombies are rampant, Nana is alone in Lincian, and she will probably be bitten to death by the zombies. Of course, including your Ms. Gao." Lao Luo's face froze when he heard that, but Jiang was still very old, and he soon returned to normal and continued to smile. "Then what are you going to do? The situation is pressing. He is strong, and I am weak. We should pretend to be stupid and lie dormant. When the time comes, we will cooperate with each other and catch him by surprise. By then, the base will still be our base." Wei Jinfei smiled sinisterly. "You are worthy of being my good son-in-law. It is worth my training you." Lao Luo praised. "Father-in-law, you are not bad either." What the two did not know was that although this conversation was not heard by the people in the base, Jiang Cheng outside the base could see it clearly. Looking at the two guys in the picture, Jiang Cheng showed a mocking expression. After so many years, these two old dogs really can't change their eating SHD. Of course, the anger was only a flash. He will avenge his father's revenge, but not now. The data I opened again. Name, Wei Jinfei. Race, human. Level 2 middle. Wisdom, 17. Strength, 500. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Power, explosion. Comprehensive combat strength, 577. Name, Luo Yan. Race, human. Level 2 upper. Wisdom, 25. Strength, 800. Agility, 15. Spirit, 30. Power, marionette. Comprehensive combat strength, 870. After scanning the information of the two, Jiang Cheng instantly understood that the explosion on the highway should have been caused by Wei Jinfei. After checking the information of the two, Jiang Cheng had a rough idea of the information of all the awakened people in the entire soul base. First of all, the awakened ones alone include Gao Weiqiang, lower level 3, Ahu middle level 2, Yi Senggu, lower level 2, Wei Jinfei middle level 2, Luo Yan, upper level 2, Zhao Wuhan, upper level 2. The information has been collected, it's time to return. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, turned around and flew towards the direction of the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle. After a few seconds, Jiang Cheng returned to the base, but when he looked down from a high altitude, he was almost fooled by the optical invisible paint. Fortunately, his current intelligence attribute was as high as 48.5, and he could remember everything he saw. Doomsday Armored Vehicle Number 1, open the door. Yes, master. The mechanical sound fell, and on the highway, a void appeared out of thin air that was incompatible with the surrounding scenery. And the moment the car door opens, Miao Feng and Wang Chong jumped down immediately, especially Wang Chong, who said to Jiang Cheng, "Brother Jiang, you are back." Miao Feng also looked excited. After half a day, he had found all his enemies. Only Jiang Cheng could do this at such a speed. In addition to Wang Chong and Miao Feng, a white furry figure jumped out, then quickly jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder, rubbed Jiang Cheng's face with his furry face, and let out a delicate whisper from his mouth. "Groan. Meow. Little guy." Jiang Cheng smiled and rubbed Mayapapa's head, then turned to Wang Chong and Miao Feng and said seriously, "Let's go back to the car first." Wang Chong and Miao Feng looked at each other and realized that the information Jiang Cheng brought back must be important, so they nodded in unison. Good. The three of them re-entered the car. When the door closed, the car body merged with the surrounding scenery again. Chad could hardly detect any difference at a glance. Inside the Level 2 Doomsday Armored Vehicle, facing the inquiring looks of the two men, Jiang Cheng directly opened the picture he had taken before and explained, "Currently, I have explored the terrain of the Soul Base. Here first." Jiang Cheng pointed to the left side of the entrance and said, "This is the living area for survivors of the Soul Base." Then he pointed to a house number on the second floor and said, "This dormitory 201 is where the second-level awakener Yi Senggu lives. It should be used to look after these survivors. And the strength of this Yi Senggu is about the level of the second level. His ability is to transform into a beast. After transformation, he turns into a three-headed hell dog. His strength can crush you." Listening to Jiang Cheng's explanation, both Wang Chong and Miao Feng looked embarrassed, especially Jiang Cheng's last sentence, "I can crush you with my strength," really made their faces feel hot. Regardless of the reaction of the two, Jiang Cheng continued to point to a picture and said, "This is the high school teaching building. This classroom of grade 3, 2, is the residence of their boss, Gao Weiqiang. Gao Weiqiang. His strength is at the third level, and his ability is to launch shockwaves with his bare hands." Shockwave, Miao Feng thought, recalling the scene when one of their military trucks was shot away, and his eyes couldn't help but become bloodshot. Sensing that something was wrong with Miao Feng's mood, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask, "Brother Miao, what are you doing?" Miao Feng waved his hand and explained, "I'm fine. I just remembered some bad things." "All right." Since Miao Feng didn't want to say it, Wang Chong didn't force it. Jiang Cheng continued, "There is also a row of bungalows on the left side of this dormitory. This is the faculty dormitory. Wei Jinfei and Luo Yan live here, but their positions are unknown." With that said, he began to introduce the strength of the two. This old guy's name is Luo Yan. He is at the second level of strength. He has the power of a puppet on a string. He can make transparent silk threads to control people. He is a difficult guy. The one next to Luo Yin is called Wei Jinfei. At the second level of strength, his superpower is explosion, which turns any object he holds into a bomb. That's him. It was the Four Eyes who blew up my military jeep. Miao Feng pointed at Wei Jinfei. He would never forget the explosion that hit the windshield of his car in the dark. Don't worry, none of them can escape, Jiang Cheng said calmly. His words were like a first-level cardiotonic, and Miao Feng calmed down immediately. Jiang Cheng continued to point to the staff dormitory and said, "The person who lives in this dormitory is called Zhao Wuan." As he spoke, he enlarged the portrait in the picture, and a pale face and a pair of slender eyes appeared in front of everyone. Pointing at the pale Zhao Wuhan, he said, "Zhao Wuhan, at the second level of strength, his superpower is parasitic spores. This person is also the guy you need to pay special attention to. Spores are undetectable in many cases. Once they are parasitized by the opponent's spores, they will be drained of blood and die." "Yes, we understand." Wang Chong and Miao Feng nodded seriously. In fact, Jiang Cheng was also shocked when he saw Zhao Wuhan's superpower. Don't be afraid that the enemy is strong, but be afraid that you won't be able to detect the enemy's methods. This is the first time he has encountered such a difficult ability. "The last one is the guard at the gate?" "Ahu," Jiang Cheng said, returning to the gate again, pointing at a man with muscles as strong as an iron tower and saying, "Ahu." In the second level of strength, the superpower is beast transformation can turn into a colorful tiger from myths and legends. It is different from ordinary tigers and may have some special skills. You also need to be careful. I have already introduced the information about all the awakened people in the base. Do you have anything to say? Jiang Cheng said. With 5 second-level awakeners and 1 third-level awakener, can we win with such a lineup? Wang Chong couldn't help but speak first. Jiang Cheng's strength was indeed very strong, but as far as he knew, most of the people he dealt with in Linxian were first-order awakened ones. If we face a group of second-level warriors, we will be in big trouble. We have to fight whether we win or not. We can't watch these guys who killed our brothers get away with it. Miao Feng said. Well said, but what can you bring? With our strength and current means, we are not enough to defeat others. Wang Chong said. But Miao Feng was a little unwilling. He obviously knew all the information of the enemy and was near the enemy's base, but he had to watch the enemy with dry eyes and couldn't kill the enemy himself. He didn't mean that he couldn't do it. There is no but. It's true that we want revenge, but we must first understand one thing before revenge. That is, we must save our own lives first. If we rush forward recklessly, won't that be a gift to the other party? Wang Chong said again. Seeing the two people arguing, Jiang Cheng suddenly said, in fact, there are ways to deal with them. After he said this, the two looked over at the same time. Miao Feng was especially excited, saying, Brother Jiang, tell me quickly, what good ideas do you have? Jiang Cheng flipped his wrist and took out a rectangular black gun-shaped object, introducing. This is a second-level laser gun, which can fire 9 times at present and can penetrate the second-level mutants. It is also more than enough to kill the second-level awakeners. Laser gun. Miao Feng was not unfamiliar with lasers. There were also laser cannons on military weapons at present, but these were not the kind of laser cannons that could easily penetrate steel plates in the movies. The existing laser cannons could only shoot some drones or attack satellites and the like. That's right. Jiang Cheng nodded and took out a black submachine gun and said, this is an upgraded version of the first-level submachine gun, the second-level submachine gun, which can penetrate the second-level mutants. Second-level submachine gun? Now, it was Wang Chong's turn to be upset. He had already tested the power of the first-level submachine gun. He loved the feeling of killing the first-level mutants with a burst of bullets. Such a weapon actually has an upgraded version. What kind of power will the level 2 Doomsday submachine gun have? Wang Chong wanted to hold the gun in his arms immediately. Seeing the two people's greedy look, Jiang Cheng handed the 2 guns to them respectively and took out 2 level 2 Doomsday bombs, saying, these 2 guns and these 2 level 2 Doomsday bombs will be distributed to you for self-defense. Brother Jiang Yu? Wang Chong immediately took the level 2 submachine gun and the bomb and looked at Jiang Cheng with a touching face. Yes, Brother Jiang. I'm asking you for help in using your weapon. Is this possible? Miao Feng said embarrassedly. Jiang Cheng said unhappily, "What are you thinking about? Let me make it clear first. The energy block installed in the second-level laser gun can fire 9 times, and each shot will yield 500 zombie crystals. The second-level Doomsday submachine gun has a capacity of 30 rounds, and each shot yields 500 zombie crystals. The second-level Doomsday bomb has 8,000 zombie crystals." After saying that, Wang Chong and Miao Feng were stunned. Brother Jiang is really a straightforward person. Miao Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Wang Chong, they both saw the 3 characters Iron Rooster from the other side. Jiang Cheng naturally saw what the 2 people were thinking and didn't clarify. The truth of this rescue plan really has nothing to do with him. He can just ask Chu Du to send a new batch of crystal stones. The main reason for participating was the transaction with Miao Feng. Secondly, it was natural to sell it to Li Feng to save face and consolidate the cooperation with Lin Xian. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for him to pay the price of crystals to participate in the battle. Weapons have been assigned to you. Let me tell you my battle plan first. Jiang Cheng spoke, drawing the 2 men's gaze back. Then he continued, "There are many awakened people in the Soul Base. Attacking during the day will alert the enemy. The best time to attack is to turn the clock and defeat them one by one while everyone is asleep." Indeed. Wang Chong and Miao Feng nodded. Jiang Cheng continued, "Let me briefly outline my battle plan. It's actually very simple. I sneaked in the middle of the night and tried to get rid of most of the awakened people inside, and then opened the base gate. You are responsible for lurking outside. When the base gate opens, the survivors and ordinary guards will be left to you to deal with. Do you understand?" Wang Chong had great confidence in dealing with ordinary people. With his current physical strength, even 100 ordinary people would not be enough to kill him. He said directly, "Understood." Miao Feng also nodded. After using the first-level Doomsday gene-enhancing potion, his physical strength has become twice that of ordinary people. Coupled with his own training, he has no problem dealing with dozens or 20 people. Okay, the main task now is to observe the situation of the Soul Base through the monitor. After 8 o'clock in the evening, you can find a place to lurk outside the Soul Base. I will let Miao Path follow to protect your safety. Also, when I open the base gate, I will fire lightning as a signal." Jiang Cheng finished explaining his detailed plan, and the 3 of them reached an agreement. Next, several people took turns staring at the screen and continued to observe the situation. 7 p.m. Dormitory 201 on the 2nd floor of the dormitory building at the Soul Base was dimly lit, and humiliating high-pitched screams could be heard from time to time. It can be heard almost throughout the dormitory building, but the survivors have long been accustomed to it. The sound lasted for an hour before the movement subsided. Soon, there was the sound of Cece getting dressed inside. Soon, the bedroom door opened. A strong smell wafted from the door. Then 3 women wearing 3-point suits hurriedly ran out with something in their hands. On the bed behind them, a wretched-looking man was lying comfortably on it. There were also several broken whips and white candles on the ground. After the 3 women went out, one of the women frowned and limped upstairs to the dormitory. After walking through the long corridor, she came to a dormitory door, knocked lightly, and whispered, "It's me. Open the door." The sound fell, and the door opened immediately. In the dark room, a skinny young man's head poked out. When he saw the woman, he immediately beamed and said, "Sister Shout, you are here? Come in quickly." Zhou Xiaodai staggered in. When Qi Guangtao saw this, he quickly supported him and said distressedly, "Is that bastard torturing you again?" Zhou Xiaodai avoided answering, and after sitting on the bed, she took out a piece of moldy bread from behind, forced a smile, and said, "You're hungry, here it is." The cold moonlight shone on the half piece of bread that was handed over, and the mildew spots the size of fingernails were faintly visible. Qi Guangtao looked at the bread and felt a little uncomfortable. It's not that he dislikes the fact that this piece of bread has gone bad. In the end of the world, he will be satisfied if he can have a bite to eat, even if it's swill. He just blames himself. He blames himself for being reduced to the point where he needs the goddess he has a crush on to use her body to exchange for food. Okay, stop being pretentious. Your health is important. Just take it. Zhou Xiaodai stuffed the bread into Qi Guangtao's hand. Qi Guangtao hesitated and said, "But this is Sister Xiaodai you." Zhou Xiaodai pretended not to care and said, "It's just sleepiness. I just thought it was a ghost. Besides, that's all. You, Sister Xiaodai, don't care about it a long time ago." As he said that, he looked at Qi Guangtao jokingly and said, "Why, your boy has a virginity complex? Or are you saying that I am dirty because I dislike my sister?" Hearing this, Qi Guangtao was at a loss and said hurriedly, "How is it possible? How could I despise my sister for being dirty? I like—" At this point, Qi Guangtao paused in his words and then said in a hateful voice, "I just hate myself for being incompetent and unable to take Sister Xiaodai out of this hellish place." "Really?" Zhou Xiaodai tilted her head, waved her hands, and said, "Actually, there's nothing to hate. I'm very satisfied if you can accompany me, sister. Look at those former colleagues in the school. Which one of them looks at me? The look in her eyes is not like looking at H." Zhou Xiaodai said, and then sighed. "Hey, why did this world suddenly end?" Having said this, Zhou Xiaodai suddenly looked at Qi Guangtao and said, "But Qi Guangtao, if my sister asks you a question, you can't lie. Sister Xiaodai, tell me, if I lie, I will be bitten to death by zombies tomorrow." Qi Guangtao nodded seriously. Seeing the serious look of the little boy in front of her, Zhou Xiaodai suddenly turned a little red, and the shame that had disappeared for a long time suddenly came up. After thinking about it, she said, "Forget it, there is nothing to ask." After saying that, she pulled Qi Guangtao to sit beside her, then tilted her head and leaned on the little man's shoulder, hugged his arm, looked out the window quietly, and murmured, "Accompany me to see the moon." "Okay, okay." Feeling the softness on his arm and the woman's body fragrance that came from time to time, Qi Guangtao's body couldn't help but stiffen a little and even stuttered when he spoke. His heart beat uncontrollably, and he swallowed his saliva gently, and his eyes uncontrollably cast on the woman's chest. There was a white patch on the pieces of cloth, with bruises and red spots on it, which was obviously ravaged. Seeing this, Qi Guangtao's face was a little hot, and his body began to heat up. Feeling the changes in the little man, Zhou Xiaodai smiled lightly, and a dexterous and slender little hand slid across the man's chest. "Hiss!" Qi Guangtao took a breath, trembling as he looked at Zhou Xiaodai, stuttering, "Sister Xiaodai, you. What are you doing? Be good. Don't talk. Sister knows what you are thinking, but I am not clean anymore." Zhou Xiaodai's eyes flashed with sadness, and she said sadly, "Although there is no way to become your woman, Sister is willing to give you everything she has. Just hope you don't dislike me and leave me. Sister Xiaodai, don't worry, I will never leave you in this life." Qi Guangtao said affectionately, "Yeah." Zhou Xiaodai hummed lightly and slowly lowered her head. Qi Guangtao also closed his eyes silently, feeling the tenderness of Sister Xiaodai. But the next moment, an untimely voice sounded in the room. "Ahem, ahem, sorry to interrupt you. Can anyone take me to Yi Senga's location?" The sudden sound made the two Wenning people stunned. They turned their heads and found a black figure with an unclear face standing in the center of the room. Behind the black shadow is a window that was opened at some point. A wave of fear suddenly came over him. "Ah!" Zhou Xiaodai was about to open her mouth and scream. Suddenly, the man in front of her disappeared, covering her mouth with one hand, and she could only whimper. When Qi Guangtao saw Zhou Xiaodai being restrained, he immediately became angry and wanted to fight the black shadow, but the next moment, a long knife was placed on his shoulder. Instantly, a chill rose up from his back, and he slowly sat down again after he had just half risen. He could only express his anger with his eyes. "Want to take action?" He Ying reached out and patted Qi Guangtao's face and said with a smile, "Aye." Qi Guangtao wanted to admit it, but when he thought of being killed, he could only say weakly, "No. No. I just want to pull up my pants chain. Look at this, it's talking. What's going on with my pants chain?" Zhou Xiaodai. He Ying almost laughed out loud, but in order to scare the two of them, he still held back and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, which one of you will take me to Yi Senga's location?" As soon as the words came out, Zhou Xiaodai and Qi Guangtao were both silent. There is no doubt that no matter who you choose to go, there will be one end, and that is death. Hurry up, don't waste time. Black Shadow urged impatiently. Silence for a few seconds. Zhou Xiaodai suddenly smiled and said, "I'll take you there." As he said that, He looked at Qi Guangtao and said with a touch of tenderness in his eyes, "Guangtao, no matter what happens, promise me to live well." As soon as these words came out, Qi Guangtao began to regret again. He actually knew the location of Yi Sangu. Every time this old dog finished doing things, he would ask him to help clean up. But just when the Black Shadow asked them to make a choice, he was afraid of death again. "Sister Xiaodai, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of death. I'm a coward." Qi Guangtao lowered his head and said in pain, "I know," Zhou Xiaodai said softly, her eyes looking at Qi Guangtao, but she didn't regret it at all. She smiled and said, "I don't blame you. In this world, being timid is a good thing, so that you can live longer. People who like to show off will not live long." After saying that, he looked at the shadow and said, "Let's go. I'll take you there now." "Good." Heiying watched the conversation between the two and felt a little admired for this woman named Sister Xiaodai. He nodded and said, "Then let's go." "Yes." Zhou Xiaodai nodded lightly, walked forward and opened the door, and the Black Shadow followed closely. But when he passed by Qi Guangtao, he couldn't help but cursed, "Coward." After scolding, Qi Guangtao felt ashamed again. But the next second, bang, he was struck hard on the neck. His vision went dark and he fainted. "What did you do to him?" Seeing this, Zhou Xiaodai became anxious and rushed towards the Black Shadow. It's a pity that her methods were like those of a child in front of the Black Shadow. She just held her slender arm with one hand and pulled her up. No matter how much she struggled, her wrist was like being clamped by an iron vice, and she couldn't break free. At this time, Zhou Xiaodai also saw the face of this dark figure clearly. It was a handsome young man with eyes as clear as the stars. He was staring at her indifferently. It was Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Don't worry, he was just knocked unconscious by me." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaodia's face turned red. She immediately stopped struggling and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I'm sorry. Lead the way well. I don't hope there will be a next time." Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Zhou Xiaodai retracted his arm and immediately became more honest. He could feel the vague, killing intent from the young man's smile. In this way, the two of them walked up the corridor. Just when passing a corner, Zhou Xiaodai suddenly stopped. Jiang Cheng was puzzled. Zhou Xiaodai lowered her voice and explained, "They are from the patrol team. They will patrol here at 8:30 in the evening." "Patrol team," Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, looked at Zhou Xiaodai, and said, "Then wait a moment." Finished. Swish. A night breeze blew by. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Cheng disappeared in front of her. Zhou Xiaodai was stunned, and a question couldn't help but arise in her mind. Who is this person? But before she could recover, a voice came from her ears again. Looking up, Jiang Cheng appeared in front of her again. One after another, the time does not exceed 5 seconds. Seemingly seeing the other party's doubts, Jiang Cheng explained, "Don't worry, I have already taken care of them all." Solved? Zhou Xiaodai was a little confused. You know, the patrol team consisted of 8 people, and they were solved in just 5 seconds? Even Yi Sangu probably couldn't do this. Okay, I'm in a daze. Let's continue leading the way. Jiang Cheng was slightly dissatisfied. This woman is very brave, but easily gets carried away. Okay. Zhou Xiaodai nodded quickly, continued going upstairs, and then turned right. When she saw no one in the corridor, another question arose in her mind. Even if you kill someone, there should still be corpses left in the corridor? What about Karen? But she didn't dare to ask, for fear of making the other party impatient and kill her, so she kept the question in her heart. The two walked through the 3rd floor and came to the corridor on the right. Zhou Xiaodai pointed down and whispered, "From here, go down the 2nd floor. The first room 201 is where Yi Sangu lives." "Well, now you go down and knock on the door," Jiang Cheng said lightly. "Aye." Zhou Xiaodai was stunned, looking at Jiang Cheng with disbelief, making sure that he heard it correctly, and couldn't help saying, "Yi Sangu's strength is not what you can imagine. If you wake him up, he finds you. I'm afraid. Go and call." Jiang Cheng spat out 2 words impatiently. He now felt that this woman was talking too much nonsense. Okay. If you get caught, don't blame me," Zhou Xiaodai muttered before she finished, and was interrupted by Jiang Cheng. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you." Gulu. Zhou Xiaodai immediately shut up and swallowed his saliva. She had never thought that this man was so fierce, so she had to go downstairs and walk to room 201, then took a deep breath, knocked hard, and called out, "Brother Go, I'm Xiao Dai." The voice fell. A lazy and vulgar voice sounded in the room. "Xiao Dai, what do you want to do with Brother Go? Or did Brother Go not let you have enough fun just now? Do you want to taste Brother Go's power again?" Hearing this answer, even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a chill. Zhou Xiaodai was also stunned. But soon, Jiang Cheng tapped Zhou Xiaodia's lower back, indicating her to answer. Zhou Xiaodai understood immediately and responded in a coquettish voice. "Hate. If the other sisters heard it, they would laugh at me. Hee hee, little lut. Brother Go knows what you are thinking. Wait, Brother Go will come over to open the door for you." As he said, the door of the room sounded with the sound of Shisuo unlocking. At the moment the door opened, a vulgar man poked his head out. "Xiao Dai, Brother Go." Before he finished speaking, a knife shadow flashed before his eyes. Thump! A round head hit the ground and rolled on the concrete floor several times. He looked at the two of them with wide eyes and disbelief, and said with difficulty, "Xiao Dai?" Because the head was chopped off, the body was limp on the ground, and the limbs were twitching. I don't. Zhou Xiaodai had never seen a beheading scene before, and she was so frightened that her face turned pale, her mouth was slightly open, and she didn't know what to say. Apart from the fear, there was also a faint excitement in my heart about getting revenge. I was tortured by this perverted bastard Yi Senggu in the past, but I didn't expect to be able to witness the death of this guy with my own eyes today. It was really God's will. Jiang Cheng glanced at the head that was still opening and closing on the ground, and stepped on it. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere under the feet, and unknown juice flowed across them. Vomit! Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaodai felt nauseated in her stomach and almost vomited everything out. Fortunately, she quickly reacted and covered her mouth tightly, trying not to make any noise to prevent the beheaded man from blinking. The master killed her to silence her. After doing this, Jiang Cheng walked up to the corpse, took the tang knife in his hand, and stabbed it straight into the corpse's lower abdomen. But in the next moment, the headless corpse suddenly turned over, narrowly escaping the knife. At the same time, the body began to swell, with bunches of black hair growing on the surface of the body, and a wriggling mass of granulation sprouted from the broken neck. The granulations continued to condense into the shape of a skull. What's going on? Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He could still survive after being decapitated. This was the first time he had seen such a weird thing. "I want to see, what are you doing?" Jiang Cheng thought to himself, pulled Zhou Xiaodai in front of him to one side, and said without turning his head, "Hide aside." Zhou Xiaodai obediently stepped aside. She knew that if she continued to stay, she would be easily affected. After Zhou Xiaodai took cover, Jiang Cheng raised his knife and slashed towards the decapitated body. Swish! Cut it away with one knife. The headless corpse flashed to the side, and at the same time, the fleshy sprouts on the severed neck surged upward like leeches, entangled together, and in the blink of an eye, 3 new heads formed. It's just that these 3 heads are no longer humanoid. Its mouth is full of fangs, its mouth is drooling with saliva, its eyes are scarlet, and it is covered with long black hair, resembling a vicious dog. As previously detected by the Eye of Data, the superpower column includes animal transformation and the 3-headed dog of hell. After the transformation was completed, the middle head spoke human words and sighed. "It was so dangerous just now. If the awakening crystal is broken, you may really die." As he said that, he looked at Jiang Cheng with a pair of scarlet eyes and said with an evil smile, "You're surprised. Did you not expect that I could still survive after my head was chopped off? My ability is to turn into a 3-headed hell dog. No matter how many times you chop off my head, I will come back to life. Doesn't that sound desperate? So much nonsense." Jiang Cheng's voice was slightly cold. The Tang Dao in his hand pulled out a sword flower. Tiptoeing a little, with the sound of whistling wind, he leaned forward and rushed towards Yi Senggu. "I was accidentally attacked by you just now because I was careless. Now, let me play with you." Yi Senggu laughed evilly, raised his arm, and used a sharp claw to meet the Tang Dao that was coming. Zheng! The sound of metal clanging suddenly sounded, and the sound quickly echoed throughout the school. For a while, the few awakeners who had fallen asleep all opened their eyes. In the staff dormitory. What sound? Wei Jinfei suddenly sat up from the bed. Because the movement was too big, the two half-naked women lying next to him also woke up slowly, looked at each other, and both of them reached up with their arms and said delicately, "Brother Fei, what's the matter?" "Shoo, don't make any sound yet." Wei Jinfei made a shushing gesture, and the two women on the bed immediately shut up. Luo Yin, who was next to him, also suddenly opened his eyes. He lay flat on the bed, thinking about whether to go out and take a look, but he quickly rejected it. As long as he didn't open his door, what did it have to do with him? Let Gao Weiqiang, the boss, worry about this matter. Thinking, he smiled and closed his eyes. Zhao Wuhan in the third dormitory naturally woke up, but unlike Wei Jinfei and Lao Luo, he only lost consciousness for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. Could it be someone from the military? Zhao Wuhan frowned and began to think deeply. Except faculty quarters. Teaching building. Classroom of Class 2, Senior Grade 3. Gao Weiqiang sat up from the bed with a sudden jerk. He squinted at the bedroom and said to himself, "Could someone have broken in?" Thoughts arise. He stood up directly and walked towards the classroom door. But Ahu at the door was fast asleep in the security room. At this time, dormitory building. Listening to the echo in the corridor, Jiang Cheng secretly thought something was wrong. Unexpectedly, a good assassination plan failed because of Yi Sangyu. "No, we have to fight quickly," Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, no longer making any reservations. After exchanging a move with the opponent, he inertly took a few steps back to stabilize his body, then raised his sword again and secretly said, "Ling Kai." Moment. Spiritual energy surges out from the dantian. The surface of the skin is reddish, and a large amount of white gas evaporates. Jiang Cheng slowly raised the Tang sword and said softly, "The first move of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon." Whoosh. A sound. Jiang Cheng suddenly disappeared on the spot. Yi Sangyu, on the other hand, had his pupils slightly shrunken, and his expression was obviously stunned. Disappeared? While muttering, a whistling wind suddenly sounded beside his ears. He subconsciously wanted to raise his arm to block it. Poof! The arm soared into the sky, and the silver light enlarged in his sight without any resistance. Poof, poof, poof. The 3 heads all fell to the ground. However, this alone was not enough. Yi Sangyu had said before that his ability was to transform into a 3-headed dog of hell, and even if the head was cut off infinitely, it could be reborn. Jiang Cheng needed to kill the other party while his head grew out. After Jiang Cheng cut off the 3 heads, the blade of the Tang sword he was holding scraped an arc in the air, and the tip of the knife pointed directly at the other party's lower abdomen, so fast that it was almost invisible. "No, no, you can't kill me." A head that fell to the ground seemed to feel threatened and quickly opened its mouth to beg for mercy. But Jiang Cheng would not make the same mistake a second time. Poof! The tip of the knife pierced into the other party's body and poked it hard. Immediately, a crystal with a green glow and only 1/3 the size of an ordinary crystal flew out of his lower abdomen. Jiang Cheng quickly grasped it and put it into his space ring, then grabbed Zhou Xiaodai, who was huddled in the corner, and flew out of the base in the night with a cry. Less than a second after Jiang Cheng left, a figure appeared in front of the door of dormitory 201. Looking at the mess on the ground and the 3 heads chopped off on the ground, the visitor frowned. "Are you late?" But after he appeared, 3 more figures appeared. Who attacked Yi Sangyu? TSK. Being beheaded, it's really miserable. It seems that our base has been targeted. The words of several people were full of thoughts, but there was no doubt that there was no sadness. For them, Yi Sangyu was dead, and that was it. Just as they were talking, Gao Weiqiang, the boss, said coldly, "Pass the order, search the base inside and out." "Yes, boss." Several people bowed, but at this moment, a weak voice came from inside the door. Boss, I think I can still save him." "Oh, hey, Yi Sangyu, you are really tenacious. Your head was chopped off, and you are still alive." Wei Jinfei mocked. "Wei Jinfei, you don't say sarcastic remarks to me here. When I recover, I will settle the score with you." Yi Sangyu cursed, looked at Gao Weiqiang flatteringly, and said, "Boss, can you help me put my head back on?" How to install it? Gao Weiqiang was also a little curious. He observed Yi Sanga's injuries. His head was chopped off and his lower abdomen was broken open. It was obvious that he could not survive. Yi Sangu said with a flattering smile, "Boss, you just need to put my head on your neck, and I will do the rest." The words fell. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his cheek. A joking voice sounded. "There is no need for a boss for this kind of thing. I will do it." Listening, as Yi Sangu was flying up, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Wei Jinfei was maintaining his stance. He immediately understood what was going on and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But now he was seriously injured. If Wei Jinfei did anything to his head, it would be the end. So swallow this breath. However, after all, Wei Jinfei's kick was extremely accurate. After Yi Sangu's head was thrown in an arc in the air, it accurately landed on his neck. Soon, threads of flesh sprouted from the broken area under the head, like thin threads, connecting the broken neck of the body. In the blink of an eye, the severed wound on his neck was restored to its original state, and he regained control of his body. After rubbing his aching head, Yi Senga got up from the ground and hurriedly said to Gao Weiqiang, "Boss, mad. That guy is so powerful. I didn't even react before my head moved." "That guy? Did you see who he was?" Gao Weiqiang asked, and the others also became interested. You know, although Yi Sangu is the weakest among the few, when it comes to resisting beatings, Yi Sangu can definitely be ranked high. Just like that, he was killed with a knife, which shows how powerful the person who came was. Yi Sangu thought for a while and said, "I can see it clearly, but I don't know him." "Don't know? That's interesting," Luo Yin said with a smile. "Lao Luo, what do you mean?" Gao Weiqiang looked over. Luo Yin smiled and said, "We know exactly which bases there are in Seoul. Apart from Seoul, there are Shuehu Town and Fuyuan Town nearby, but they have no reason to enmity with us. And we just robbed a batch of goods last night and were attacked tonight. The most likely possibility is..." Lao Luo didn't say anything else, but Gao Weiqiang nodded in agreement. "I think it's unlikely to be the military. After all, we checked it all that day, so there's no point in a fish slipping through the net." Wei Jinfei expressed his thoughts. "Really? Are you sure that everything was cleaned up that day and no fish slipped through the net?" Lao Luo Fa asked. Now, Wei Jinfei was not sure either. Everyone had a heavy look on their face. If it was really the military, then things would be a little troublesome. After a few seconds of silence, Gao Weiqiang looked at Yi Sengu again and asked, "Besides that young man, is there anyone else?" And that itch. When Yi Sengu thought of the woman who tricked him out, he felt so hateful that his back teeth almost broke. Fortunately, because of the special ability of the three-headed hell dog, it can turn the crystal of awakening into 3 parts, which are stored in his dantian, chest, and his brain. As long as one crystal is good, he can recover, but his strength will be greatly reduced. "Who?" Gao Weiqiang asked. "Zhou Xiaodai." Yi Sengu said a name, and then said with regret on his face, "It's a pity that he was taken away by that person." "Zhou Xiaodai? Is that the itch who makes fun of us?" Wei Jinfei asked curiously. After the base was taken, the beautiful young women provided them with entertainment, while the ugly women and men went out as scavengers to search for supplies. For them, the life and death of this group of people was dispensable. After Wei Jinfei reminded him, the other people looked at Yi Sengu with an intriguing look in their eyes. Yi Sengu knew that Wei Jinfei did it on purpose, so he glared at the other party fiercely, and then said fiercely, "Boss, although Zhou Xiaodai ran away, as far as I know, she and Qi Guangtao usually have a very good relationship. As long as we with Qi Guangtao as bait, I am confident that I can lure Zhou Xiaodai and that mysterious person out." "How sure are you?" Gao Weiqiang asked. Yi Sengu was speechless at these words. In fact, he didn't have any confidence in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are unpredictable. Who knows if Zhou Xiaodai will come back for a man? If it were him, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing. 60%. Yi Sengu thought for a while and came up with a number, but he decided to take a gamble. "Okay." Gao Weiqiang nodded and said to Zhao Wuhan beside him, "Old Zhao, the task of arresting Qi Guangtao will be left to you." "No problem." Zhao Wuhan nodded. Then he looked at Luo Yin and said, "Lao Luo, I'd like you to search the base tonight." Lao Luo smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, Gao Weiqiang said to Wei Jinfei, "Old Wei, you and Yi Sengu have a heavier task. Each of you will bring 20 people to search the area around the base. Once traces are found, be sure to send someone to catch them. Yes, boss, Wei Jinfei said enthusiastically. Yi Sanggu, on the other hand, hummed somewhat reluctantly. To be honest, the shadow Jiang Cheng left on him was not too deep. He cut off his head with one knife and chopped him twice. He was afraid from the bottom of his heart, but he knew that the boss always said what he meant. If anyone refuted, it was equivalent to refusing his face. Wei Jinfei could use it as a reference for the outcome. So even if he didn't want to, he had to agree. However, he couldn't help but ask, what about Ahu? Ahu? After Yi Sanggu's reminder, everyone suddenly realized that they were still missing one person. Gao Weiqiang jumped downstairs instantly. The other 4 people followed immediately. But after going downstairs, hoo-hoo-loo, bursts of snoring like thunder sounded regularly in the security room. Especially Gao Weiqiang. His face was as dark as ink, and anger surged in his heart. Ahu! At the same time, above the night sky, Jiang Cheng was running fast in the night sky with a person in one hand. He was a little upset about the failure of the operation. This was his first failed sneak attack. Fortunately, he had sent a signal to the 2 ambushing people when he retreated. Zhou Xiaodai, on the other hand, had a churning stomach and could not open her eyes. She could only hear the whistling wind in her ears. A few seconds later, the wind stopped. She heard the man who was holding her said lightly, "We're here." Then her waist loosened. She lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. "We're here? We're here? Where are we?" Zhou Xiaodai didn't care about the pain from the friction between her knees and the road. Compared with Yi Sanggu, the pervert, she could easily endure this kind of pain. She groaned and quickly raised her head to look around. She saw a highway that stretched to an unknown place without even a ghost in her sight, and a large military vehicle parked that she couldn't name, and nothing else. Just as she was confused, the car door suddenly opened. 2 camouflaged men with guns got out of the car. Who are these people? Zhou Xiaodai looked at the 2 men in camouflage uniforms, and while a trace of doubt arose in her heart, she kept looking at the 3 of them. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she could feel a sense of righteousness and an inexplicable sense of security from these 2 men in camouflage uniforms. Maybe it was because before the end of the world, the soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty would always appear at the most critical moments for the people. Of course, she still retained some vigilance. At this time, the 2 simply ignored her. One of them said to Jiang Cheng, "Brother Jiang, what should we do next?" Failure in the action will undoubtedly make the other party more vigilant. When the time comes, it will be more difficult to make a sneak attack. Moreover, because these people are second-level awakeners, the effect of the first-level optical invisibility cloak is greatly weakened. "Let's get in the car first," Jiang Cheng said. Just after monitoring the mosquitoes, a signal came out. This group of people had already come out to search. Although it would take a while to get here, there was no guarantee that their boss would go crazy. Okay. Wang Chong and Miao Feng nodded and prepared to get in the car. Suddenly, a female voice sounded from the side. Zhou Xiaodai said this. She didn't know Jiang Cheng's name, and it wasn't appropriate to call him sir or hero. After a brief hesitation, she tentatively asked, "Are you ready to leave?" Wang Chong and Miao Feng were both stunned. They turned around and realized that there was an extra woman. They all looked at Jiang Cheng with questions in their eyes. Jiang Cheng paused before getting into the car, then turned around and said, "There is a survivor rescued from the Seoul base. If you want, you can take him back to the Linxian base." After that, he got into the car and got into the car. Wang Chong and Miao Feng were left alone to face Zhou Xiaodai. There was a moment of silence. It was Miao Feng who was the first to speak. "Madam, we are the search and rescue team sent by Chudu to Linxian. If you are willing, you can follow us to Linxian base to wait for rescue after we complete the mission. Of course, you can also leave of your own choice, and we will not force you to stay." This is their consistent style. No one is left out, and no one is forced. "Are you really Chuda's warriors?" Zhou Xiaodai asked in disbelief. Miao Feng nodded seriously and said, "Of course, Zhou warriors never lie." Listening to Miao Feng's words, Zhou Xiaodai froze on the spot for a moment, her body motionless, as if frozen, making both Miao Feng and Wang Chong a little confused about the situation. Suddenly, "Wow!" Zhou Xiaodai burst into tears. While crying, he shouted, "Why are you here? Do you know what they did to me? Why not earlier? Why? The grievances in Zhou Xiaodia's heart were like a bursting flood. Miao Feng and Wang Chong both looked at the girl with some distress. They did not see with their own eyes what happened to the girl, but from what they encountered during their search, they could imagine the grievances she must have experienced. Moreover, girls like Zhou Xiaodai who are in their early 20s are usually humiliated in every way, including their body and mind, and are used as a tool for pleasure. Some are even treated as two-legged sheep and their bodies are mutilated. Why? Miao Feng sighed, put the gun behind his back, walked slowly over and hugged the girl, covered the girl's head with one hand, and stroked her back with the other. It's okay. Everything is over. Wait until you follow us back. Linxian, everything will be fine. Wang Chong opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but looked at the sobbing girl and held back his words. As for Jiang Cheng in the car, his eyes were particularly calm as he looked at Zhou Xiaodai who was crying. In the apocalypse, no one can survive. Zhou Xiaodai is considered the lucky one among this group of people to be able to escape from the soul base. About 10 seconds passed. Seeing that Zhou Xiaodai was getting worse, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but cough a few times and reminded, cough, cough, get in the car. The three people outside the car woke up from a dream. Zhou Xiaodai also consciously stopped crying. She knew that Jiang Cheng was reminding her that if she continued to cry, she would most likely be left behind. The three of them got into the car, and the door was closed. Wang Chong couldn't wait to speak. Brother Jiang, let's go next. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng stopped him with a look. Wang Chong immediately realized that there was a woman in the car and consciously stopped talking. Jiang Cheng looked satisfied, then turned his gaze to Zhou Xiaodai and said in a cold tone, remember, it's best not to listen if you shouldn't hear it. Forget it if you hear it. Don't say anything you shouldn't say. It's best to treat it as a mute, you know? I know. Zhou Xiaodai nodded fearfully, but as soon as the words came out, she was immediately locked in an icy chill, and she was so frightened that she quickly covered her mouth, not daring to say another word. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Xiaodai coldly, then looked at Wang Chong and Miao Feng and said, Brother Chong, Brother Miao, do you have anything to say? Miao Feng also said, this attack has aroused the other party's vigilance. We might as well withdraw to Linxian first and consider the long term. Wang Chong also thought it was reasonable, nodded and said, Lao Miao and I have similar ideas. How about we go back to Linxian to recruit a group of reinforcements? Withdraw Linxian? How is that possible? Jiang Cheng immediately denied it. The strength of this group of people was able to rise to the level of second-level awakeners in just 1 month. They obviously discovered the secret of the zombie crystal. The longer he delays, the more crystals he loses. You know, this is more than 1 million zombie crystals. Jiang Cheng didn't want his crystals to be ruined by this group of people, so he replied, the matter of soul base is already tricky. The longer we delay, the bigger the trouble will be. What do you plan to do, Brother Jiang? Miao Feng asked. Jiang Cheng said, watch the monitor first, then make a decision. That's right. Miao Feng nodded. The three of them looked at the 6 surveillance videos in front of the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle, observing the movements of these people. Zhou Xiaodai also glanced at them from time to time, as if looking for a figure. At the same time, Soul Base. The door of the dormitory on the 4th floor was kicked open by someone. Looking at Qi Guangtao lying on the ground, Zhao Wuhan said expressionlessly, Go, tie him up for me, and take him to the playground. As he spoke, a group of people rushed into the room and tied Qi Guangtao up. Qi Guangtao slowly woke up under the rough actions of this group of people. When he saw a circle of people around him and his hands and feet were tied, he was suddenly shocked, especially when he saw a pale-skinned man standing behind the crowd. He was even more scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Why did this living devil come? Did something big happen? He said in fear. Brother Zhao, why did you tie me up? Zhao Wuhan did not answer, and even didn't bother to look at him. Instead, the younger brother next to him said sternly, Qi Guangtao, you kid is in trouble. Brother, I don't understand what you are talking about. Qi Guangtao didn't understand. The younger brother sneered a few times and said, Don't understand? I'll go down and loosen your bones later, and you'll understand. After that, he said hello. The rest of the people pressed Qi Guangtao, who was crying out for justice, downstairs. When they arrived at the playground, when Qi Guangtao looked at Gao Weiqiang standing there, as well as Luo Yin and Ahu next to him, the ominous feeling in his heart became stronger. Boss, I am innocent. Although Qi Guangtao did not understand what happened, he did not want to remain silent and cried out immediately. Gao Weiqiang turned his head indifferently and said lightly, Ahu, ask him where Zhou Xiaodai is. Ahu immediately understood what the boss meant, walked forward, raised his hand, and slapped him twice without saying a word. Papa. Ahu was very strong. Qi Guangtao's face was visibly swollen, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. When he opened his mouth, blood mixed with a few teeth flowed down, and he looked so miserable. Who? Brother who? I don't understand what I did wrong. Qi Guangtao said vaguely. How do I know what you did wrong? Ahu laughed innocently, raised his hand, and said, The boss asked me to ask you, and you still come to ask me? You deserve to be beaten. As he said that, he slapped him twice more. Qi Guangtao directly spit out a large mouthful of blood, and when he looked at Ahu again, his face was full of fear. He said incoherently, Brother who I really don't know. You still don't know? Ahu frowned, his face a little angry, and raised his hand again to hit him. But the next moment, a voice sounded behind him. Ahu, if you hit him twice more, he will be beaten to death before the truth is found out. As soon as he finished speaking, a smiling old man came forward. It was Luo Yin. The boss asked me to ask him, but he asked me instead. My mother said that if a young tree is not pruned, it will not grow straight, and if a person is not disciplined, he will be stubborn. I think he is just stubborn and needs to be punished. Ahu said disapprovingly. Look at his body. How many slaps can he withstand from you? Luo Yin said with a smile. Ahu thought for a while and said, If he uses all his strength, it will probably be one slap. Luo Yan's smile froze when he heard it. What nonsense are you talking to this idiot? So he forced a smile and said, How about this? I'll ask, you watch from the side, and when I get the result, the credit will be yours. How about that? Okay. Ahu nodded with a smile and stepped back consciously. He was naturally happy to get the credit without any effort. Seeing this, Luo Yin stopped talking nonsense with Ahu, walked straight forward, looked at Qi Guangtao with a smile, and said, Boy, do you know what happened in our base today? Qi Guangtao shook his head blankly. Luo Yin looked at Qi Guangtao's eyes and understood in his heart, and said, Today, Yi Sanggu, that is, Brother Go in your mouth, was assassinated and almost lost his life. Brother Go was assassinated? What does this have to do with him? Qi Guangtao frowned, thinking about the joints. No, wait. It seems that the person who attacked him tonight said that he was going to Yi Sanggu. Could it be that person's masterpiece? Boy, have you thought of anything? Luo Yin looked at Qi Guangtao's thoughtful look and asked with a smile. Qi Guangtao nodded as if he had realized something and said, Tonight, someone broke into my room, knocked me out, and took Sister Xiaodai away, and then I didn't know anything. Oh, what are the characteristics of that person? What did he say? Luo Yin continued to ask. I can't see his face clearly, but he sounded like a young man. He asked us about Brother Go's location, and I would rather die than obey him, so he knocked me out. Qi Guangtao hesitated and said, Really? Luo Yin smiled, obviously not believing it. But he didn't ask about the assassin again, but asked, What is your relationship with Zhou Xiaodai? Relationship? Qi Guangtao hesitated again. If the relationship is too close, this group of people may find fault again, but if it is too distant, then why would Zhou Xiaodai be in her room in the middle of the night? So he gave an ambiguous answer and said, We are friends. Friends? Would a friend go to your room in the middle of the night? Luo Yin smiled even more deeply and continued, I think you should be. Qi Guangtao listened. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was wrong. But the next moment, Luo Yin changed the subject and stopped talking. Forget it. These are not important. Turning to Gao Weiqiang to report. Boss, I have asked all the questions I should ask. This kid is probably Zhou Xiaodia's lover. As for the assassin's attack on Yi Sanggu, he should not have known about it in advance. Really? Gao Weiqiang exclaimed lightly, and then asked, Then what do you think is the probability of using him to lure Zhou Xiaodai and that class? Less than 10%. Lao Luo shook his head, and then said, But you can give it a try. Yeah. Gao Weiqiang frowned and nodded, and said to Ahu beside him, Ahu, go and tie this kid to the basketball stand. Before Zhou Xiaodai shows up, don't give him food or drink. If he dares to disobey my orders, kill him. Yes, boss. Ahu nodded, smiled, and walked to the basketball stand in the middle of the playground, grabbed a pillar, and pulled it hard. Immediately, the basketball stand screwed to the concrete floor was pulled up, splashing tiny cement stones all over the ground. Then, with a gentle pull, the huge basketball stand was overturned to the ground. Then, he grabbed the struggling Qi Guangtao, tied him to the backboard, and then erected the stand again. He clapped his hands and asked for credit. Boss, I've tied it up. Well, you take a dozen people here to guard, and report immediately if there is any situation. Gao Weiqiang instructed. Yes, boss. However, while doing this, 2 mosquitoes hovered quietly over the playground, and countless tiny invisible red lights flashed in their compound eyes. At the same time, inside the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle, except Jiang Cheng, everyone stared at the screen, and they were all a little indignant at Qi Guangtao's miserable state, especially Zhou Xiaodai, whose eyes were red and tears as big as beans kept flowing down from the corners of her eyes. Damn, these bastards are worthless. Wang Chang cursed. Miao Feng also gnashed his teeth in hatred. This attitude of indifference to life reminded him of the 200 brothers who had sacrificed. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, was thinking about how to deal with the soul base again, so he glanced at the other 2 screens. I saw that in the surveillance screen. 2 people led a group of people to search on the street. One of the men, of course, he knew him, with a wretched face and ugly like a vicious dog. It was Yi Sangu, whose head he had just cut off. However, he couldn't figure out why Yi Sangu, who had picked up the awakening crystal, was still alive. Is the problem with the 3 dog heads? No, that's not right. If it was the dog heads, then logically he should have died after I cut off his head. Besides, the awakening crystal is indeed real. After pondering for a while, Jiang Cheng gave up directly. Anyway, Yi Sengu was not his opponent. At most, he would chop his body and head into minced meat and burn it. I don't believe that he can recover like this. As for the other one, Jiang Cheng also knew, or rather, he had a deep memory of this fat-headed, big-eared man. When he was in junior high school, Wei Jinfei always smiled at him and even bought him fried chicken from time to time. It was not until he graduated from high school and his father was kicked out that he learned about this man's cunning and smiling tiger. Jiang Cheng had regrets about his father. In his early years, his father was strict with him. He was dissatisfied with his father in his heart and always opposed him. He even didn't want to call him dad for a while. It was not until his parents disappeared that he regretted it. Alas, the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. The son wants to support his parents, but they are not waiting. If God gives him another chance, he swears that he will be filial. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world. But for Wei Jinfei, Dad, Mom, don't worry. Your son will definitely take revenge for you. Looking at the surveillance screen, Jiang Cheng immediately said, Brother Chang, Commissioner Miao Feng. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Miao Feng couldn't help but ask. Jiang Cheng pointed to the surveillance screen and said, after my sneak attack failed, Gao Weiqiang sent Wei Jinfei and Yi Sengu to find my location. And this place is about 1.5 kilometers away from the Seoul base. Even if they want to support, it will take a few seconds, so I have a temporary plan. Seeing Jiang Cheng's serious face, Miao Feng said, Brother Jiang, tell me. I will deal with Wei Jinfei and Yi Sengu. Once Gao Weiqiang and others from the Seoul base come to support, you can take advantage of the emptiness of the Seoul base and take Miao Paz to carry out a sneak attack. It is best to retrieve the robbed zombie crystals. Jiang Cheng said. Wang Chang asked, what if Gao Weiqiang and the others don't have support? Jiang Cheng curled his lips and smiled. This is better. Then I will keep his 2 generals. Brother Jiang, are you sure? Wang Chang was a little worried, but he was afraid that Jiang Cheng would misunderstand, so he quickly added, Of course, I don't mean to underestimate Brother Jiang. After all, these people are all awakened people above the 2nd level, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, It's just a 2nd-level awakened person. I don't take it seriously. Okay, Brother Jiang, as long as you have confidence. Wang Chang quickly agreed, and then asked, What about the next action? I will send you a signal. After Jiang Cheng said that, he immediately opened the car door, jumped out, put on his invisibility cloak, turned around, and flew towards the sky. During the conversation between the three of them, Zhou Xiaodai opened her ears and waited for Jiang Cheng to leave. She hesitated for a moment and then said, "Two leaders, can I ask you something? What's going on?" Wang Chong asked. Zhou Xiaodai said, "If it goes smoothly, please help me rescue Qi Guangtao. Is that the one tied to the basketball hoop?" At this time, the Seoul base is 1.6 kilometers toward Shuahu town. Wei Jinfei and Yi Senggu each led 20 people and searched the road with flashlights. Occasionally, they encountered one or two zombies rushing towards them, but they were easily eliminated by the two of them. Bang! After getting rid of a zombie, Yi Senggu shook off the blood on his hand, glanced at Wei Jinfei, and said angrily, "I don't know what the boss is thinking, but asking you to team up with me to search, you are really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Haha, you old dog has spoken to my heart this time. The boss is really confused. He asked me to team up with a dog. At least we can team up with one person." Wei Jinfei retorted, "You, who are you calling a dog?" Yi Senggu pointed angrily at Wei Jinfei and cursed. Wei Jinfei spread his hands and said, "Whoever barks is scolded. Wei Jinfei, you four-eyed boy, do you really think I don't dare to FCK you?" Yi Senggu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Long black hairs sprouted from the surface of his body. His eyes were looming red, and his face had the face of a held dog and a human. Switching back and forth, there is a faint tendency to explode. Wei Jinfei pushed up his glasses, turned his head with a smile, bent down and picked up a stone, weighed it in his hands, and said provocatively, "Come on, I'm worried about not having a chance. Taking advantage of this wilderness road. Boss, he's not here anymore, so we're just making gestures." "That's good, that's what I meant." Yi Senggu licked the corner of his mouth and raised his head to the sky with a beastly roar. Beast transformation, 3-headed dog of hell. While shouting, his figure continued to grow, and the clothes he had just put on were torn apart. His whole body was covered with a layer of black fur, and 2 huge dog heads grew out of his neck, with teeth and claws. Saliva flowed from the corner of the mouth. "Haha, beasts are beasts. If you can't wait, I will play with you." Wei Jinfei grabbed a stone and said calmly to the team behind him without looking back, "If you don't want to die, just stay away from me." A sound fell. The 40 younger brothers who followed him all ran to the side. They all knew what it means when gods fight and mortals suffer. The aftermath of the battle between these two men is far beyond what ordinary people can bear. Wait until the boys disperse 100 meters away. Roar! Yi Senggu let out a beast roar, and its huge body surged towards him. The 3 heads even opened their mouths and went straight for Wei Jinfei's head. "Dog stuff!" Wei Jinfei scolded and gently threw the stone in his hand. Immediately, the stone flew 10 centimeters into the air. When the stone fell, the single substance flicked. Bang! The stone quickly turned into a cannonball and flew away. Wei Jinfei. When Yi Senggu saw the stone coming, he immediately turned sideways. The next second, boom! After the explosion, a ball of fire slowly rose, and a hot shock wave spread out in all directions. Yi Senggu was also exposed to the aftermath. His eyes half squinted, and the hard hairs on his face were blown randomly in the wind. After a while, the hurricane finally stopped. Looking again at the location where the stone exploded, there was a pit half a meter deep and 8 meters in diameter. "You idiot Wei Jinfei, you really want to blow me up to death." Looking at the location of the explosion, Yi Senggu was also a little scared. If he was hit by a bomb, although he wouldn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Wei Jinfei listened to Yi Senggu's words and sneered. "Do you think I'm joking?" As he spoke, another stone was shot out in the same way. "Come again," Yi Senggu yelled, and was also enraged, cursing. "Do you think I'm a vegetarian?" Looking at the flying stone, Yi Senggu tore through the air with a huge claw and went straight to meet it. Clang! In an instant, the stone was divided into 5 pieces. Bang, bang, bang. They exploded in the air separately. It was just because the volume was reduced that the power of the explosion was much smaller, and the damage caused was not as great as the previous one. Yi Senggu was at the center of the explosion, and except for a little burnt fur, there was nothing wrong with him. "Humph! You dead dog." Seeing that Yi Senggu was fine, Wei Jinfei's face instantly turned cold. While the two were fighting. Seoul base. On the playground. Boss, Yi Sanggu and Lao Wei are fighting, should we? Zhao Wuhan came forward and whispered in Gao Weiqiang's ear. Gao Weiqiang shook his head and said, let them fight. This feud will be settled sooner or later. Don't intervene unless you have to. Yes. Zhao Wuhan retreated and stopped talking. The night was as dark as water. Jiang Cheng was flying in the sky wearing an optical invisibility cloak. Not long after, he arrived at the location where Wei Jinfei and Yi Sanggu were. Oh, fighting. Watching the two fighting, Jiang Cheng became a little interested, but only a little. As soon as the thought came down, he immediately drew out the third-level Tang sword. His eyes flashed, and he swooped down towards the location where Yi Sanggu was. Thunder. Thunder. 1. Flash. Wei Jinfei and Yi Sanggu were fighting. Although one of them was in the middle of the second level and the other was in the lower level of the second level, due to Yi Sanggu's rough skin and thick flesh, they were inseparable for a while. Over time, the two of them also got really angry. Wei Jinfei shouted loudly, leaned over, and punched the ground. Bang! The cement pavement immediately collapsed and turned into countless fragments. Wei Jinfei spotted a stone the size of a person, picked it up with one hand, turned his waist, pointed it at Yi Sanggu, and was about to throw it away. But the next moment, boom! A blue arc of electricity descended from the sky, illuminating the surrounding area of the road. At the same time, the lightning was mixed with a dazzling silver light. The place it hit was exactly where Yi Sanggu was. On the other hand, Yi Sanggu originally wanted to bite Wei Jinfei, but soon he felt something was wrong. When he saw the light, it was too late to react. Swish! The silver light fell. The lightning disappears. Wei Jinfei looked over immediately. 3 huge vicious dog heads as tall as one person rolled down on the road, while a headless body beside them was still shaking. This is... Wei Jinfei continued to look to the side and saw a young man holding a tang knife walking towards the 3 dog heads. Who is this person? Wei Jinfei was wary and didn't know the origin of the young man. But Yi Sanggu saw the young man's appearance clearly. His face was full of fear, and he kept begging for mercy. Don't kill me. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Jiang Cheng looked at the talking head and clicked his tongue in surprise. He said in surprise, I really didn't expect that someone could still be alive after losing his head. I was careless before. As soon as these words came out, Wei Jinfei immediately knew the identity of the young man and said loudly, You are the assassin who attacked our base tonight. Listening to the sound, Jiang Cheng glanced at the fat-headed and big-eared Wei Jinfei and said coldly, I'll settle the account with you later. After saying that, he looked at Yi Sanggu who was begging for mercy on the ground. He raised his hand and swung the knife towards the head that was begging for mercy. Slay the demon. The words fell. The inner energy poured into the blade, and the tip of the blade glowed white, turning into a giant blade several meters tall, and fell straight down. Puff! There was no surprise at all. In a scream, Yi Sanggu's head was severed. A green crystal stone emerged from the head. Jiang Cheng was slightly surprised. No wonder he wasn't killed. It turned out that there was a crystal of awakening in his head. With the tip of the knife raised, the crystal flew up and was put into the space ring by him. The other 2 heads and bodies were processed in the same way, and he found a new crystal stone. He looked at Yi Sanggu's head again. His eyes were divided in half. Blood fell from the middle of his forehead, and his mouth was too big. It was obvious that he could not die. Die again, just in case. Jiang Cheng pointed with one hand. Fireball. A ball of flame immediately formed from the palm of his hand and flew towards the corpse. Bang! The moment he touched the corpse, flames spread all over his body and started burning. After finishing Yi Sanggu, it was Wei Jinfei's turn. Jiang Cheng turned around and looked. Unexpectedly, a stone the size of a person burst through the air. Sneak attack? Jiang Cheng curled his lips. In his eyes, the speed of the stone was like a snail crawling to him, and he turned slightly to one side. The rocks passed by and exploded half a meter behind him. Boom! There was a loud noise. As the fireball with a diameter of more than 20 meters spread in all directions, the shock wave generated by the explosion quickly swept around, and Jiang Cheng was engulfed in flames for a moment. Ha ha! The wind roared loudly. causing the surrounding trees to almost topple over. The broken walls and ruins on the side of the road could no longer withstand the impact of the shock wave. They made a muffled sound on the ground and threw up a circle of dust. Wei Jinfei laughed crazily when he saw his success. Ha ha! I really didn't expect that I would be so lucky today. It's really God's blessing. He really made a lot of money today. Not only was his sworn enemy in the base killed, he also killed an assassin. This kind of credit was enough for him to securely be the second in command. Yeah. Just when Wei Jinfei was laughing wildly, a faint voice sounded. He was suddenly startled and looked up, only to find a figure slowly walking out of the smoke. He looked exactly like the young man just now. But for some reason, when he saw the young man's features, he felt familiar. However, looking at the young man's body, except for some damage to his clothes and big and small burn holes, there were no burns on his body. This gave him a sense of fear. But as a second-level awakener, he forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you targeting our soul base?" Listening, Jiang Cheng said sarcastically, "Who am I? Wei Jinfei, it's only been more than 10 years. Have you forgotten me? How do you know my name?" Wei Jinfei was surprised that this young man he had never met before actually called out his name directly. He couldn't help but guess. Could it be someone from the military? Jiang Cheng shook his head in disappointment and said, "It seems that you have really forgotten me." He sighed and continued, "Hey, forget it. Let me remind you. Linxian Jiang." Linxian Jiang, Wei Jinfei murmured, frantically searching for memories in his mind, until 3 words suddenly came to him. His pupils suddenly shrank. With a look of horror on his face, he pointed at Jiang Cheng tremblingly and said, "Are you Jiang Yuankong's son, Jiang Cheng?" "Bingo, you finally got the answer right." Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "I thought you had forgotten all of our family. Are you here about your father's affairs?" Wei Jinfei asked tentatively. Jiang Cheng nodded, shook his head, and said, "Yes and no." "What on earth is that?" Wei Jinfei asked. Jiang Cheng asked, "Do you still remember the military convoy you robbed last night?" "You were sent by the military," Wei Jinfei blurted out. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "No, I was not sent by the military. Rather, the goods you hijacked belong to me. I'm looking for you just by the way." Indeed, if this batch of goods had not been robbed, he would not have thought that bastards Wei Jinfei and Luo Yin would still be alive. "Your goods?" This explosive information made Wei Jinfei's CPU almost burn out. He never expected that the goods they hijacked were actually the son of the fool in front of them who had been put on the board of directors by them. "Then what do you want?" Wei Jinfei had seen Jiang Cheng's strength in killing Yi Sanggu, and also saw that Jiang Cheng was unharmed by his own bombs. He couldn't help but stepped back and glanced around with his peripheral vision, planning to escape. And at the same time, Soul Base, Zhao Wuhan, who was standing on the playground, suddenly opened his eyes and stepped forward quickly, saying, "Boss, the assassin has appeared. Wei Jinfei and Yi Sanggu are 1.6 kilometers away. There has been a firefight between the two sides." Listening, Gao Weiqiang looked solemn and said to Ahu beside him, "Ahu, you guard the base." Then he said, "Lao Luo, Lao Zhao, you come with me to support." "Yes, yes." The two nodded. As Gao Weiqiang disappeared in an instant, Ahu was left with his mouth open and no time to respond. A long time. Ahu reacted. Looking at it, there was nothing in front of him. He immediately touched his head and complained, "I am left to look after the house again." 1.6 kilometers away in the direction of Shuihu town, Jiang Cheng looked at Wei Jinfei with cold eyes and said 2 words lightly. "Kill you. You don't mess around. Our boss is a 3rd-level awakener. They will be here soon. You can retreat now and save your life." Wei Jinfei had cold sweat on his forehead and backed away nervously. 3rd-level awakener. Jiang Cheng smiled coldly, pointed the Tang Dao in his hand, and said with murderous intent, "It's useless for anyone to come today. Your life must be kept." Jiang Cheng, have you forgotten? Uncle Wei bought you a hamburger before, and Uncle drove you to the hospital when you were sick, and Wei Jinfei saw that the threat failed, his tone softened, and he brought up old things to beg for mercy. "Shut up." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng gave a cold shout. Wei Jinfei did indeed do this, but it was just a disguise to confuse his father. It was precisely because of this that the simple-minded Jiang Yuankong believed these people. You teamed up with that old bastard Luo Yin to deceive my dad, hold a shareholders meeting while he was on a business trip, and bring my dad out. These things are ironclad facts, Jiang Cheng said, tapping the Tang Dao in his hand, and shouted softly, Linkai. Boom. Moment. The inner chi gushes out from the dantian, blowing strong winds all around. The surface of the skin becomes reddish visible to the naked eye, the pores open, and bursts of white gas evaporate. The first move of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon. An angry shout. The Tang Dao in Jiang Cheng's hand was filled with sword energy, and with a single step he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was attacking him without mercy, Wei Jinfei changed his previous weak attitude. His eyes were red and he cursed. Paradise, I have all the good things to say. Since you are so unforgiving, even if I die, I will take you to hell with me. After saying that, Wei Jinfei thrust his hands into the ground, grabbed a huge cement slab with 5 fingers, and then blocked it in front of him and shouted, Jiang Cheng, go to hell with me. Explode for me. The moment he spoke, his pores secreted a large amount of liquid substance, covering the cement and stone slabs. A wave of heat rose from the cement slate and heated up rapidly. There was a scorching white light on the cement slate. It was about to explode, but in the next moment, Wei Jinfei's ears suddenly heard a whisper. You're too slow. What? Wei Jinfei's pupils shrank suddenly. Fear arose in his heart, and he wanted to hide away, but immediately, he felt his breathing stagnant. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that all he could make was a babbling sound. With a plop, his head immediately separated from his neck and hit the ground. Wei Jinfei's eyes widened, and his consciousness immediately fell into darkness. He never imagined that today, more than 10 years later, he would be killed by that little man's son. With the death of Wei Jinfei, the cement slab lost control and was about to explode. Jiang Cheng instantly swung his knife, picked out the awakening crystal from his dantian, and then retreated quickly. Boom. A wave of heat rushed towards the surroundings. Like an ultra-small nuclear bomb, the fireball with a diameter of more than 30 meters slowly rose. The light it emitted illuminated the dark night sky and the invisible suburbs. The vibrations caused by the explosion shook the ground. Trembling with shock, hundreds of meters away, Jiang Cheng looked ahead like day and murmured in his heart, Dad, have you seen it? My son has personally sent Wei Jin to fly down to be with you. In a trance, at the place where the explosion occurred, 3 more figures appeared. Looking at the fireball that was still spreading around, Luo Yin remained silent. Zhao Wuhan watched the fire rising with a calm expression. Gao Weiqiang looked regretful and sighed. It seems that we are late. The death of 2 generals at the Seoul base was definitely a heavy loss for him. After regaining his composure, Gao Weiqiang glanced at the figure hundreds of meters away. His eyes flickered, and murderous intent could not stop pouring out. He said coldly, Lao Luo, Lao Zhao, let's go and see. This guy is the one who killed me. Who are the 2 awakened guys in my soul base? After saying that, the 3 of them set off. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiang Cheng. When he saw this young and handsome man, Gao Weiqiang's eyes lit up, and he secretly admired what a handsome and masculine brother he was. If he could take him under his command, the combat power of the Seoul base would not only be great, there will be losses and they will grow exponentially. In this way, the deaths of Wei Jinfei and Yi Senggu are not unacceptable. So he said loudly, Brother, do you dare to ask who the master's family is? Do you want me, Gao Weiqiang, to know who I have offended? Hearing the sound, Jiang Cheng turned around and looked over, sizing up the person. He is not tall, about 1.75 meters tall, in his early 30s, and has a plain appearance. He is the kind of person who would be hard to spot in a crowd, but his eyes look quite imposing. Next to him was a pale-skinned man with deep-set eye circles and the appearance of a tuberculosis man. As for the other old man with gray hair, a long face, big eyes, and a hooked nose, it was Luo Yin who took the lead in cheating his father. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng whispered to the microcommunicator, Doomsday Armored Vehicle Number 1. Wei Jinfei and Yi Senggu are dead. Gao Weiqiang, Luo Yin, and Zhao Wuhan are confronting me. Execute Plan B immediately. After finishing the transmission, Jiang Cheng looked up at the three of them and said coldly, "Do you remember the military convoy that was hijacked last night? Are you from the army?" Gao Weiqiang said unexpectedly, with a flash of pity in his eyes. Most military personnel are determined, so it seems unlikely that they will be recruited. I am not a military person. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Listening to this, Gao Weiqiang's eyes lit up with hope again, and he said, "Who is that brother?" At the same time, he was confused. Could it be that the forces of Fuyuan Town or Shuehu Town want to come over to share a piece of the pie? As soon as the idea came out, it was immediately rejected. First of all, according to his understanding, although Fuyuan Town and Shuehu Town also have awakened people, their forces are at most the second level, and they would never dare to come rashly. Moreover, even if they were interested in this piece of cake, they would not directly kill his two men. Otherwise, not only would they not get a share of the cake, but they would also make a deadly feud with his soul base. This is not in everyone's interests. Second, although there are several bases in Seoul, he has the highest strength and the largest power, and the other few would never dare to attack. That is to say, this person is definitely not from Seoul. Third, the looting convoy was known to the people of the Seoul base last night, and the other party was wiped out. It is impossible for the military to react so quickly. If none of these 3 points are true, then what side does this guy belong to? Thinking about it, Gao Weiqiang looked at Jiang Cheng with burning eyes, trying to see through him. Jiang Cheng said in a calm voice, "I don't belong to any faction, and I came here because you took my things." Your things? Gao Weiqiang was even more confused. That batch of crystal stones, a total of 1,416,000 pieces. Jiang Cheng said in a cold voice. Hearing Jiang Cheng report such detailed numbers, Gao Weiqiang believed the other party's words a little, but how could he hand over the fat sheep in his hands with just a few words from the other party? He smiled and said, "Little brother, you said that this batch of crystal stones is yours. Do you have any evidence?" Evidence? Jiang Cheng seemed to have heard something ridiculous. His eyes turned cold, and he said indifferently, Jiang Cheng, take back my own things. I don't need evidence." Listening to the other party's domineering words, Gao Weiqiang narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of coldness, "Does brother mean to rob us?" "You can understand it that way," Jiang Cheng said lightly. "Ha, Lao Zhao Lao Luo, this kid actually said he wanted to rob us. It's so funny." As if he heard something funny, Gao Weiqiang suddenly laughed up to the sky. As soon as he stopped laughing, he stared at Jiang Cheng and said, "Since you kid is talking nonsense, if I, Gao Weiqiang, don't let me hang around in Seoul in the future," raised his hand, stepped back, and said impatiently, "Lao Luo, Lao Zhao, go and teach him a lesson." "Yes." Zhao Wuhan took a step forward in response. Lao Luo silently raised his head and looked at Jiang Cheng, feeling a hint of indescribable familiarity. The atmosphere fell into a freezing point. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng looked at Lao Luo and said, "Luo Yin, do you know me?" "You?" Luo Yin shook his head and said, "I don't know." He really couldn't remember. Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry and continued to remind him, "Let me help you recall. 12 years ago, there was a man named Jiang who was kicked out of the board of directors by you." Luo Yan's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief and said, "Are you Jiang Cheng?" Gao Weiqiang on the side also showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that there was a grudge between Luo Yan and the young man in front of him. However, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous, which adds a few points to this good show and makes him look forward to it even more. Zhao Wuhan's face is still calm. "You finally remembered." Jiang Cheng smiled. He wants to kill Luo Yan, and he also wants Luo Yan to die clearly. Luo Yan said with great emotion, "I didn't expect you to grow up so much. Where is your father?" Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and said, "Dead. Dead." Luo Yan was surprised, but then he said with regret, "That's such a pity. I thought Jiang Yuankong could start a new dynasty and fight with me. He is so useless." "Say it again." Jiang Cheng's murderous intent rose. He would not allow such a scum to insult his father. Luo Yan smiled disapprovingly. "What if I said it? A waste is a waste. If he could start a new dynasty, I would still think he was a big shot, but he died, which can only prove that he is a loser." Speaking of this, Luo Yan's face was indifferent, and he continued. History has always been written by the strong. He was kicked out by me, which can only show that he is stupid, and I, Luo Yan, am the best winner. You are avenging such a loser. Your behavior is childish and even more ridiculous. Luo Yan. Jiang Cheng almost bit his teeth in hatred. Seeing Jiang Cheng angry, Luo Yan continued to provoke him. Very angry, right? You really want to kill me. Anger is the weapon of the incompetent, and complaining is the channel of the cowardly. Your anger at your father's failure can only prove your incompetence, and your complaining about the past can only represent your cowardice. How can an incompetent and cowardly person like you have the qualifications to shout slogans of revenge? Luo Yan, old dog. Jiang Cheng was so angry that his whole body trembled. His eyes were red, and the knuckles holding the Tang sword were even white. Seeing this scene, Gao Weiqiang couldn't help but sigh at Lao Luo's strength. With just a few words, he made the other party lose his mind. This ability is beyond his reach. Zhao Wuhan also glanced at Lao Luo beside him with some surprise, then came back to his senses and stopped talking. And at this moment, Luo Yan suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Why don't you do it?" After the voice fell, Zhao Wuhan nodded. Yes. After the two finished speaking, Jiang Cheng felt that his limbs suddenly tightened. He wanted to move, but his hands and feet were out of control. Moreover, some strange substances were pouring into his nostrils, which made him feel dizzy for a while. He immediately realized that something was wrong and said in a surprised voice, "Luo Yan, what did you do to me?" Hee. Kid, I will tell you when you go down." Luo Yan's eyes were gloomy, and he grinned. Jiang Cheng looked at this smile, and a long-lost memory came to his mind. It was this smile. Whenever Luo Yan wanted to trick someone, he would show the standard smile. Combined with the previous understanding of Luo Yan's information, he immediately knew that he was controlled by the other party's supernatural power, the puppet. And the reason for the dizziness in his head was also obvious. It was Zhao Wuhan's parasitic spore ability. These methods made Jiang Cheng realize that he had been tricked. He looked at Luo Yan coldly and said, "I didn't expect that you had such a good method. You first angered me and made me lose my mind, then secretly activated your ability to control me, and then another person released spores into my body. Am I right, Luo Yan?" Pa. Luo Yan clapped his hands and laughed. "You are smarter than your father, but you too have a common flaw. That is, you are easily emotional. And emotions are the biggest enemy of people. As long as anyone has emotions, he will have a flaw." Having said this, Luo Yan said lightly, "Okay, I'm tired of talking. Lao Zhao, send him to see his father." "Yeah." Zhao Wuhan nodded, stared at Jiang Cheng, raised his hand, and said to Jiang Cheng, "Seize the flesh and blood." After the words fell, Jiang Cheng's facial features were instantly distorted. His face was hideous, and his whole body was shaking and twisted. It seemed that he had endured some kind of pain, and it seemed that something was about to grow out of his body. Jiang Cheng screamed in pain. A minute passed like this. Looking at Jiang Cheng, who was still screaming, Luo Yan had doubts in his eyes and asked Zhao Wuhan, "Old Zhao, what are you waiting for? Why isn't he dead yet?" Zhao Wuhan was equally puzzled and said, "Logically speaking, the spore should have completely absorbed his flesh and blood, and he should have been swallowed up and died. But he's not dead. Could it be that your spores didn't successfully parasitize him at all?" Luo Yan said impatiently. Zhao Wuhan shook his head and said, "No, I can clearly feel that the spores have entered his body, but now?" "What now?" Luo Yan asked impatiently. Zhao Wuhan said, "I lost contact with the spores." "Damn it, then let me kill him myself," Luo Yan said angrily, while Zhao Wuhan still looked calm. Seeing this, Luo Yan became even more angry. He turned to look at Jiang Cheng, clasped his hands with 5 fingers, and shouted, "Die! Hold it with 5 fingers." Jiang Cheng's limbs were not as twisted and abnormal as Luo Yan expected. And the next moment, Jiang Cheng, who was originally twisted and painful, suddenly laughed. Ha! The laughter stopped. Jiang Cheng's facial features recovered, and he said with a faint smile, "Luo Yan, you old bastard, are you surprised why I didn't die?" "Why?" Luo Yan couldn't help but ask. Listening, Jiang Cheng rubbed his shoulders, put the Tang sword back into the scabbard, and walked towards Luo Yan step by step. When he reached less than half a meter away from Luo Yan, Jiang Cheng stretched out his head and smiled evilly. Because I have never been controlled by your puppet. What about Zhao Wuhan? Luo Yan was horrified. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhao Wuhan beside him, then continued to look at Luo Yan. His smile deepened, and he said, "Are you talking about his spores? His spores actually entered my body. It's a pity." Jiang Cheng stopped mid-sentence. Luo Yan asked in a panic, "What's the pity? Tell me. You want to know?" Jiang Cheng asked playfully. "Tell me quickly." Luo Yan's eyes were about to burst. Jiang Cheng put his head into Luo Yan's ear, smiled evilly, and said, "When you die, I will burn the answer to my father and let him tell you." The words fell. A quick voice sounded from the side. "Lao Luo, get out of the way." Get out of the way? As soon as these two words passed through Luo Yan's mind, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. He trembled and took a few steps back. He looked down and found that his body was penetrated by a silver tang knife. Tick! Drops of blood overflowed from the wound. "Jiang Cheng, you." Luo Yan pointed at Jiang Cheng and wanted to speak. The next moment, tear. Jiang Cheng suddenly drew his Tang Dao, and a wave of swords appeared in his hand. At the same time, several bloodlines emerged from Luo Yan's body, and in the blink of an eye, countless pieces fell to the ground. Looking at Luo Yan, who was killed, Gao Weiqiang realized that if he didn't take action, Zhao Wuhan would probably be the next to die. He immediately shouted, "Old Zhao, get out of the way." Zhao Wuhan received the order without any hesitation. He pointed his toes and moved back quickly. "Wanna run?" Jiang Cheng sneered, bent slightly, and shouted, "Thunderbolt flash." Swish! A moment. The airwaves surged, and Jiang Cheng turned into a silver lightning and flew towards Zhao Wuhan. Not good. Feeling the surge of energy, Zhao Wuhan secretly said something bad and wanted to avoid it, but found that it was too late. Until this moment, his face finally lost its calmness. He crossed his arms in front of him, gritted his teeth, and roared like crazy. Giant spore. Moment. His body was visibly shriveled to the naked eye, and his hair had turned yellow. He was originally in his early 30s and looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. All his flesh and blood had been absorbed by the parasitic spores, and a huge flower grew on his arms. A fungus in an attempt to block the attack. But it's a pity. It was just the moment of contact with Tang Dao. Puff! The spore was cut in half without any obstruction in the middle, and Zhao Wuhan's body was cut off from the waist. Puff! Half of his body fell to the ground, splattering a lot of blood. Zhao Wuhan propped up his body and looked at the other half of his body with a look of disbelief. His eyes were full of despair, and he murmured to himself, Am I going to die?" As he muttered, he spit out a large mouthful of blood, looked at Jiang Cheng, and said intermittently, "Obviously, my spores entered your body. Why? I want to know everything." Listening to the other party's plea, Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Your spores did enter my body. If it were anyone else, they would die. But unfortunately, your opponent is me." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng raised one hand, and a ball of flames swayed from his hand, illuminating the surrounding area red. Zhao Wuhan stared blankly at the burning flames. He suddenly understood. A smile appeared on his face, and he murmured, "So that's it." As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted, and he died. Seeing Zhao Wuhan die, Jiang Cheng shook off the blood on his knife, pointed it at Gao Weiqiang, and said coldly, "Now, it's your turn." At the same time, Seoul Base. Under the leadership of Maya Papas, the three of them traveled very fast. They arrived at the destination in less than 10 minutes after traveling several kilometers. Lying in the grass and looking at the closed subway gate of the Seoul Base, Wang Chong turned his head and looked at Miao Feng and said, "Old Miao, how about it? Should we rush in directly or not?" "Nonsense, it must be a sneak attack," Miao Feng said, covering his forehead. Wang Chong said disapprovingly, "Where the hell is the sneak attack coming from? It's not stealing. Besides, we have Miao Pa's, so we're afraid of him, right? Brother Miao." With that said, Wang Chong looked at Maya Papas fawningly. However, Miao Path seemed quite unhappy with Wang Chong, calling him Brother Miao. He turned away and said he didn't want to pay attention. A row of black lines appeared on Wang Chong's forehead, and his face was full of embarrassment. Miao Feng covered his mouth, wanting to laugh, but not daring to laugh. Finally, Miao Feng looked at Maya Papas in a flattering manner and said, Maya Papas, you see we can't open that iron door, can you? Meow. Meowpath glanced at the two of them as if they were useless, wagging his two long furry white tails, and walked quietly towards the big iron door in front of him. Lao Miao, what about us? Wang Chong asked, looking at Maya Papas's back. Miao Feng curled his lips and said with a smile, let's watch the show first. Zhou Xiaodai, who was lying at the back, stared nervously at the door, praying in his heart that this operation would succeed. I saw. Meowpath slowly walked to the iron door, raised his paw, and licked it gently. Then his silver eyes widened, and his face became a little sharper. The stretched-out right paw contained several 2-centimeter claws. It was revealed in an instant. Meow. After groaning, Meowpath flashed. It turned into a white figure and grabbed towards the iron gate. Zila. Sparks flew. The iron door was like a piece of paper, easily torn into pieces by Meowth, and fell to the ground with a bang. Cow. Wang Chong was stunned by Meowpath's operation. He thought that his power was already very strong, but compared with such a cat, he was actually more than 1 point weaker. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. Brother Zhang's pets are ridiculously strong. When Miao Feng saw the door open, he immediately patted Wang Chong, who was still amazed, and said, Okay, stop sighing and get started quickly. Okay. Wang Chong nodded quickly, but seemed to have thought of something. He turned to Zhou Xiaodai, who was following behind him, and said, Hey, Comrade Xiaodai, remember, follow us soon. Never act on your own. Okay. Zhou Xiaodai nodded repeatedly. She had only one purpose, to rescue Qi Guangtao. And at this time, the base gate was destroyed, immediately attracting countless guards to rush towards it. Enemy attack. Gather quickly. With a shout, the guards rushed out with guns drawn. Looking at the guards, Wang Chong and Miao Feng looked at each other. Then the two turned their heads and stared directly at the guard. Wang Chong smiled and said, Old Miao, how about we make a bet to see who can kill more guards? Miao Feng changed his past behavior and said with a desire for revenge on his face, No problem. The Seoul base attacked their convoy, killing 200 brothers. He wanted to kill these people quickly. I'll count 1, 2, 3, and let's go. Wang Chong said, Okay. Miao Feng nodded. 1, 2, 3. Start. As the last sound fell, the two people rushed out like flying. Ahu, who was on the playground, naturally saw the scene of the base gate being knocked down, and his eyes instantly became sharp. He patted the shoulder of the boy next to him and said in a deep voice, You guys stay here first. Don't lose anyone. Yes, Brother Hu. Facing Ahu's iron tower-like body, the younger brother agreed immediately. Okay, I'll leave this to you. After Ahu finished giving his instructions, he waved his arms. With a bang, he jumped up and rushed towards the door. Seoul base is 1.6 kilometers towards Shuihu town. Looking at the 4 shapeless corpses on the ground and the provocation of the young man opposite, Gao Weiqiang was very angry. In other words, this was the first time in his life that he was so angry. From selling fish to becoming the king of Seoul's underground world, almost all the enemies standing in his way died. Gao Weiqiang smiled and looked at Jiang Cheng, who was pointing a knife at him, and said, Brother, I have to say, you angered me. So, Jiang Cheng asked disapprovingly. Ha ha ha. Gao Weiqiang laughed angrily. The smile faded, and he looked at Jiang Cheng coldly and said, So you have to die today. Shockwave. Gao Weiqiang took a step forward, pointed his palm at Jiang Cheng, and shouted. Moment. An invisible ripple carried strong wind and crashed towards Jiang Cheng. Shockwave. Feeling the oncoming threat, there was no fear in Jiang Cheng's eyes. On the contrary, he did not dodge or dodge. He waited until the shock wave was less than 1 meter away from him, and then suddenly drew the knife. Slay the demon. Cut it down with one knife. Boom. There was a loud bang. The force that spread from the sword made Jiang Cheng's wrists go numb, and his body immediately rose into the air, landed on the ground, and retreated for more than 10 steps. Finally, he inserted the tip of the Tang Dao into the ground to stabilize his body. On the other hand, Gao Weiqiang stood firmly on the spot. With one move, the strength of both sides was already obvious. Good guy, this shock wave is so terrifying. It's at least 100,000 pounds strong. Jiang Cheng was secretly shocked, but in the next moment, Gao Weiqiang struck again, bent his legs, jumped up, aimed at Jiang Cheng, and put both palms together. Shockwave. As soon as he finished speaking, two invisible shock waves quickly enveloped Jiang Cheng. If he was hit, even with level 3 venom armor, he would probably be injured. Jiang Cheng looked at the shock wave coming across, sheathed the knife, and shouted, "Indestructible golden body." Instantaneous. The inner energy spurted out from his dantian, forming a circular golden shield around him to protect him. Buzz. The shock wave arrived and hit the shield. There was a buzzing sound like a loud bell. The sound wave turned into a hurricane and blew the surrounding trees left and right. After a while, the hurricane disappeared. Look again. The protective shield around Jiang Cheng had disappeared, and a ravine more than 50 meters long was drawn out under his feet. The third-level awakened person is so terrifying. Haha. Jiang Cheng was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, and he stared at Gao Weiqiang with a serious expression. On the other hand, Gao Weiqiang's smile became even wider as he stared at Jiang Cheng and said, "Isn't it uncomfortable? If you accept it now and are willing to be my subordinate to make up for the vacancy in the combat power of my soul base, I may not be able to spare your life." In his tone, victory was assured. "Haha, I'm sorry. I've never been willing to be inferior to others. If you give me the position of boss of the soul base, maybe I can consider it." Jiang Cheng calmed down his breathing and replied. Listening to Jiang Cheng's answer, Gao Weiqiang's smile disappeared, and he said calmly, "I originally thought you were a smart person and wanted to give you a chance, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of praise. It seems that my tolerance is a bit unnecessary." After the words fell, Jiang Cheng retorted, "Has anyone ever told you that you talk a lot of nonsense?" Court death. Soul base. There was chaos at the gate. The two figures shuttled back and forth among the crowd. Occasionally they punched, and one of the guards screamed in pain and flew several meters away before falling to the ground and losing his fighting power. It was Wang Chong and Miao Feng. After the guard landed, a small white thing jumped in front of the man, opened its huge mouth, and formed a black twisted vortex. In the blink of an eye, the guard disappeared, leaving only a hollow scream, which looked extremely strange. Apart from the powerful two men and one cat, there is also a woman hiding timidly behind the wall, raising her gun from time to time and firing cold shots at the guards. This is what Wang Chong taught her before, watching the guards lose everything. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed into the crowd, opened his huge mouth and shouted, "Which bastard dares to attack my soul base?" After finishing speaking, he swept through the crowd, and when he saw one of them waving his fists, he immediately grabbed the guard in front of him and threw a sandbag at that person. "Wang Chong, be careful." Miao Feng looked at the figure flying towards Wang Chong and shouted a reminder. Wang Chong also reacted at this time, turned to look at the enlarged figure in his sight, kicked away the guard on the side, and punched the figure. "If you want to sneak up on me, Grandpa will knock you out with one punch." But as soon as the punch hit the figure, he felt a huge force. The next second, there was a click. His wrist was twisted into a strange angle, and his whole body seemed to be hit with a click and flew backwards with a bang. A few seconds later, boom, there was a loud bang. Sun Sheng looked around and saw that a house opposite the soul base collapsed, and two people overlapped and fell into the wall, wondering whether they were alive or dead. "Wang Chong!" Miao Feng shouted in horror. He never thought that Wang Chong would be defeated so completely. He suddenly turned his head to look at the person. "I saw a big man like an iron tower staring at him coldly with his big copper bell-like eyes open." He stared at him for a moment. Soon, a name popped up in Miao Feng's mind. "Oh." Facing Miao Feng's frightened gaze, Ahu said coldly, "Anyone who breaks into our base and soul will die." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out again, directly towards Miao Feng's face. I don't know if the human body's potential exploded during the crisis, but Miao Feng subconsciously shouted, "Miao Pass, save me." With a sound, the fist wind came instantly. The moment it was about to hit him, Miao, a white figure stood in front of Miao Feng, and its furry white claws immediately swung out to attack. Bang! One fist and one claw collided. The next moment, Ahu instantly retreated more than 10 steps back, and then he stabilized his body, and looked at the little thing that suddenly flew out in surprise. In sight, this is a snow-white furry little guy, a circle larger than an ordinary cat, with 2 pairs of ears and 2 tails, and a very strange appearance. Looking at this little thing, Ahu couldn't believe that it was such a little cat that blocked his attack. And Meowfeng. He thought he was going to die, but seeing Ahu being repelled, and looking at the white little figure blocking in front of him, he was quite shocked. If he remembered correctly, in the information given by Jiang Cheng, Ahu was a 2nd-level awakener. According to the research data of the Chudu Super Doomsday Soldier project, the 1st-level awakener has at least 1 ton of power, and the 1st-level awakener has about 3 tons of power. When it comes to the 2nd level, the power will be 10 times. In other words, Ahu's power is at least between 20 tons and 30 tons. Meowpass can take the opponent's attack and repel the opponent. How strong is that? Meowfeng suddenly had an urge to join Jiang Cheng's base. Even a cat is so strong. How strong are the other team members? He dare not imagine. Just when he was in a trance. Meow. A cat's cry brought him back to reality. Looking at Meowpass, who turned his head to look at him, Meowfeng tentatively said, "Meowpass, do you mean that I should go to save people first, and you will deal with him?" Meow. Meowpass nodded humanely. This surprised Meowfeng again at Meowpass's human nature. Then, without hesitation, he said, "Then I'll leave Ahu to you. I'll go save people first." After saying that, Meowfeng quickly ran across the street. As he ran, he prayed, "Wang Chong, you must stay alive." Watching Meowfeng leave, Meowpass turned his head and looked at Ahu again, yelled provocatively, raised his paw and pointed at the other party, and then at himself. "Little guy, do you mean you can be my opponent?" Ahu showed a terrifying smile. Meow. Meowpass nodded without a trace of fear. "Okay, then don't regret it." Ahu's mouth was wide open, and he let out a thunderous roar. Roar. Beast, subgod species, mountain king. As Ahu drank loudly, his figure grew crazily. Golden manes sprouted from the surface of his skin, mixed with black stripes. His double-walled muscles began to swell, and sharp claws of more than 30 centimeters extended from his fingers. Reflects metallic luster. The so-called clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. Roar. Ahu roared up to the sky, set off gusts of wind, and finally transformed into a giant tiger 10 meters long and 3 meters high. Especially those pair of pale golden pupils, which are breathtaking and exude invisible pressure. Ahu opened his mouth wide and paced back and forth on the ground, his eyes fixed on Meowth, looking for any flaws. Meow. Facing the giant beast, Meowpath's silver pupils were as calm as water. He groaned softly and took steps forward. In this way, 1 tiger and 1 cat circled, testing each other. After looking at each other for about a minute, it was Ahu who couldn't help it first, jumped up, eyes like copper bells, and pounced towards Meowpath's. Roar. At the same time, Meowfeng trotted all the way across the road to the gate of the soul base, looked at the ruins in front of him, and began to search frantically. "Old Wang, nothing can happen to you." As he muttered, Meowfeng's movements quickened. Finally, after picking up a piece of gravel, he finally saw 2 bodies stacked on top of each other. The one on top was the guard of the soul base. Judging from his bloody appearance, it was obvious that he was already dead. Without saying a word, Meowfeng pulled the guard's body aside and looked at Wang Chong, who was pressed at the bottom. I saw that Wang Chong's face was also covered in blood. His eyes were closed tightly, and his chest did not rise at all. This sight made Meowfeng's heart skip a beat, and he quickly put his hand on the other person's neck. When he felt a slight pulse, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're not dead." Then, he removed the stones pressing on Wang Chong's limbs, folded his hands on Wang Chong's chest, and began to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The first group, 0102. The second group. While performing compressions, he was performing artificial respiration. I pressed 3 sets nonstop and was preparing for the 4th set. Suddenly, cough cough, a violent cough sounded, and his eyes slowly opened, looking very sluggish. "Wang Chong, how are you?" Meowfeng asked loudly. I feel like I'm about to die," Wang Chong said intermittently. When Meowfeng heard this, he immediately became anxious and cursed. "FCKU? What nonsense are you talking about? Just stick with it." Cough cough. I feel like all my bones are broken, my whole body hurts, and my breathing is very tight. You'd better not waste your efforts in vain. Wang Chang continued. Okay, just lie here for me. I'll contact Brother Jiang right away. He will definitely be able to find a solution. After Miao Feng finished speaking, Wang Chang's eyes lit up slightly, giving him some hope. If it were Jiang Cheng, he might. Putting Wang Chang down, Miao Feng walked aside and said to the liaison instrument, Brother Jiang, we encountered trouble when we attacked the gate. Wang Chang was attacked by a Hu and was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Maya Papas was fighting against a Hu. How are you doing there? And the other side, Jiang Cheng, who was confronting Gao Weiqiang, suddenly heard a voice coming from the communicator and frowned. Is Wang Chang seriously injured and on the verge of death? Miaopath is fighting against Ahu. Is this Ahu so powerful? According to his previous idea, Maya Papas would fight against Ahu, and with the abilities of Wang Chang and Miao Feng, the remaining guards would have no problem at all. Did something unexpected happen? Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng frowned and asked, How long can Wang Chang hold on? Miao Feng said, I guess 1 minute is the most. 1 minute? Jiang Cheng felt a little embarrassed. Gao Weiqiang is very powerful. If he is not dealt with now and waits for him to escape, there will be endless troubles. But even if he rushes over now, he doesn't have the medicine to cure Wang Chang. Even if he goes at full speed, the distance of nearly 100 kilometers from Seoul to Linxian will still take more than a minute. By then, Wang Chang will probably be dead. The medical cabin in his operating room could only delay the time of death, but could not revive him after death. What to do? Do you want to watch him die? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng shook his head. As the deputy captain of Linxian base, Wang Chang is also a bridge for him to maintain relations with the military. Once this bridge collapses, it will definitely be a huge loss for him. There must be some way. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If he could awaken, he might still have a chance to survive. One more thing. The probability of awakening for ordinary people after swallowing zombie crystals is about 1 in 500. The awakening probability of zombie crystals follows that the stronger the constitution of the first-time user, the greater the probability of awakening. With Wang Chang's current body data, the probability of awakening is 3 times that of ordinary people. Above, thinking about it, Jiang Cheng hurriedly said to the communicator, Brother Miao, I want to confirm the situation. Can Brother Chang only be able to hold on for 1 minute? Well, it should be half a minute now. Miao Feng looked at the increasingly weak Wang Chang with a heavy heart. There was even a hint of regret. If he had known that this would happen if he took over, he should not have dragged Wang Chang over in the first place. In half a minute, even with my speed, I won't be able to get back to Linxian in time, but I still have a way, which may be able to save Brother Wang's life, and it may even be an opportunity for him, Jiang Cheng said. Miao Feng quickly said, What can we do? Find a zombie crystal and let it swallow it. Jiang Cheng said, Swallow the crystal? It won't be a problem, right? Miao Feng said hurriedly. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly and said, If you don't swallow it, you will die 100%. If you swallow it, there is a glimmer of life, and you can wake up. Which one do you choose? After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Miao Feng was silent for a moment, punched the ground, and said, Damn it, I'm betting. Okay, you look for zombies as soon as possible, and I will come as soon as the battle is over. The two ended the call. Miao Feng looked at the time. There were about 23 seconds left. Where can I get the zombie crystal? Just when he was worried. Suddenly, a twisted figure slowly appeared behind him. Ah, a howl. Miao Feng turned around almost subconsciously, drew his gun, and fired. His movements were smooth and smooth. Bang! Sparks flew. The zombie fell down. At first glance, it was the guard who had just died. It was estimated that he was only seriously injured when Ahu threw him out, and the abandoned building happened to be infected with the zombie virus. By chance, the guard turned into a zombie at the moment of death. After killing the guard zombie, Miao Feng immediately took out the broken knife, broke the zombie brain, and took out the crystal, and then did not even have time to remove the mucus on it, and directly pinched open the mouth of Wang Chang, who was already in a semi-comatose state, and stuffed it directly. Gurgle. There is a foreign object in his mouth. Wang Chang subconsciously made a swallowing motion. Seeing Wang Chang swallow the zombie crystal, Miao Feng stood by nervously. He had done what he should do, and everything depended on Wang Chang's luck. Suburbs of Seoul. Gao Weiqiang and Jiang Cheng stood opposite each other, each with their own thoughts. Gao Weiqiang was thinking about how to kill the difficult young man in front of him. After all, the opponent was too fast, and his several attacks were successfully dodged by the opponent. Jiang Cheng was nervous about Wang Chang's situation. Silence for a few seconds. The two said in unison, "Let's decide the outcome with one move." The words fell. Gao Weiqiang smiled and said, "It seems that we think the same thing." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Since you and I both want to end it quickly, let's stop hiding it." "Okay." Gao Weiqiang nodded in agreement. After the conversation ended, the two separated some distance and stared at each other cautiously. The next second, Gao Weiqiang's eyes widened and he shouted, "Then I won't be polite." Finished. His hands were folded together, and a faint ripple was gathering in his hands. Seeing that the opponent was accumulating strength, Jiang Cheng also mobilized the energy in his body and shouted softly, "Spiritual explosion." The words just fell. Bang! A powerful air current surged toward the surroundings with Jiang Cheng as the center. As the air flow stirred up, the surface of Jiang Cheng's skin gradually turned red, as if he had been thrown into boiling water, and bursts of white vapor continued to evaporate from the surface of his skin. The next moment, bang! Another stream of air began to surge upwards. For a moment, Jiang Cheng's blood boiled all over his body, and he was full of fighting spirit. But just like that, it is still extremely difficult to defeat Gao Weiqiang. Because Gao Weiqiang's ordinary shock wave reached a force of 50 tons, and after he turned on the spiritual blast, his force was only about 50 tons, so he could only be considered evenly matched. Feeling that the internal energy in his body had stabilized, Jiang Cheng shouted again, "Hard Qigong, start it." Shouted out. His body began to rise, and his original height of more than 1.8 meters rose to 2 meters before stopping. Not only that, the muscles all over his body also swelled, and the clothes on his body were stretched into rags. Hard Qigong is activated. His strength attribute has doubled again, and coupled with the increase in spiritual explosion, the current strength attribute has reached an astonishing 2060.4. But this alone is not enough. Jiang Cheng didn't hold anything back and shouted angrily again, "Meditation!" Boom! The air around him exploded, and because of the heavy load, the skin around him began to break inch by inch. At this time, superspeed regeneration was activated immediately, continuously healing the broken areas. After finishing preparations, Jiang Cheng put the knife into its scabbard. A hand was slowly raised, and the general inner energy in his body was drawn away, and it continued to condense in the air. Finally, 10 seconds later, above the void, a huge palm formed. Aiming at Gao Weiqiang, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Come on, let's decide the outcome with one move." "Okay," Gao Weiqiang responded happily. At this moment, he also gathered his strength to finish. Both sides shouted angrily, "Great destruction palm." Super shockwave. For a while, dark clouds cover the moon. The clouds and waves are rolling, and the hurricane blows the surroundings. Above the sky, the golden big handprint slowly fell down with overwhelming pressure. And on the opposite side, an enlarged version of the ordinary shock wave also hit with billowing sand and dust. Just for a moment, the inner energy handprint hit the shock wave, and at the next moment, the arrogant super shock wave did not last even half a second and immediately collapsed. Without the blockage of the shock wave, the inner energy handprint went straight towards Gao Weiqiang and fell. No dash. Looking at the palms that were like the weight of a mountain, Gao Weiqiang's eyes were split open. His face was full of unwillingness, and he yelled crazily, but unfortunately his yelling was in vain. The great palm of destruction fell. Boom. The ground shook violently, like an earthquake. The cement-filled road stretched for 100 meters and fell into pieces. Where Gao Weiqiang was, a huge palm print 3 meters deep appeared. A long time. The wind blows away and the clouds disperse. Jiang Cheng staggered, and the inner energy in his body immediately dissipated, returning to his dantian, and his body shape returned to its original size. Looking at the center of the palm print again, there was no Gao Weiqiang there. Only a blur was left. The meat paste and the crystal stones lying inside are shining brightly. Call. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, took out a bottle of spiritual water that had been prepared from the space ring, and drank it in a big gulp. Soon, most of his inner energy has recovered. He took out his Tang Dao, picked out the awakening crystal from the corpse on the ground, and then sprinted towards the soul base. Brother Chang, please don't die. The gate of the soul base. After Wang Chang swallowed the zombie crystal, his body immediately changed. I saw that he began to twitch wildly. Black blood vessels on the surface of his body bulged and spread towards his face. His lips turned black, his fingernails were black and red, and his skin turned gray. When Miao Feng saw this scene, he just felt something bad and hurriedly went to pry open Wang Chang's eyelids. Sure enough, the originally black pupil began to dilate. At the bottom of the pupil, a white substance was constantly rising from the bottom. Like a dye, it dyed the black pupil white and slowly covered the entire eyeball. Roar! During the change, Wang Chang's mouth opened sharply, and an indistinct roar came out of his mouth. This is obviously going to turn into a zombie. Seeing this, Miao Feng was in great pain. He stood up slowly, took out the pistol in his hand, pointed it at Wang Chang's forehead, and murmured, "Brother, I'm sorry. I can't save you. I can only help you end it." After saying that, he pulled the trigger suddenly. At the same time, Jiang Cheng, who was rushing over, saw the spitting out fire snake and said inwardly that it was bad. He circulated his internal energy and increased the speed to the maximum. When the bullet was about to hit Wang Chang's forehead, he suddenly stretched out his hand to block Wang Chang's forehead and squeezed it hard. With a sound of puff, the bullet was turned off and was forcibly held down. Miao Feng, who was in grief, was also stunned by the sudden appearance of Jiang Cheng. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, "There is no time to explain. I will explain in detail later." He threw away the deformed bullet in his hand, then took out a first-level ancient virus vaccine from the space ring and immediately injected it into Wang Chang's neck. Into the glass tube, green liquid was injected. Wang Chang, who had been roaring violently, slowly calmed down, but the black blood vessels on his face still did not fade, which meant that his transformation was very high. Moreover, the first-level ancient virus vaccine only targets those who are scratched or bitten by zombies, and Wang Chang directly took the zombie crystal. Even if the virus can be driven away for a while, the zombie crystal in the body will still produce viruses to attack continuously. If this goes on, Wang Chang's body will sooner or later collapse due to the confrontation between the virus and the vaccine. The only solution is awakening. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng simply gritted his teeth, took out a green crystal that was only 1/3 the size of a normal crystal from the space ring, and pressed it directly into Wang Chang's mouth. The crystal has not yet entered his mouth. Wang Chang subconsciously swallowed the crystal like a dog smelling a meat bone. Damn! This is a second-level awakening crystal. You must succeed for me. Brother Jiang, Wang Chang him. When Miao Feng saw Jiang Cheng stop what he was doing, he asked. Jiang Cheng stared at Wang Chang with a solemn expression and said, "Everything is done. We can only resign ourselves to fate." Miao Feng could only silently pray that Wang Chang could survive safely. Now, Wang Chang lay on the ground. The black blood vessels on his face sometimes faded and sometimes spread again. He looked in pain, probably because he was fighting against the virus in his body. Efficient. Seeing Wang Chang's changes, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he simply stuffed the remaining 2 1/3-sized green awakening crystals into his mouth. Sure enough, entrance to the crystal of awakening. The black blood vessels on Wang Chang's face completely faded away, and the gray skin began to gradually turn yellow with a little blood color. But the most important sign of transformation into a zombie is the pair of pupils. Jiang Cheng was so busy that he squatted down and opened Wang Chang's eyelids. When he saw his pupils, he couldn't help but frown. Unlike black pupils on a white background, Wang Chang's pupils are silver gray. Such a situation is unheard of. What's going on? While he was thinking, Wang Chang opened his eyes suddenly. A faint halo of light lit up around his body, and his body floated into the air, hovering about 2 meters above the ground. This change lasted for about 3 minutes. Only then did the halo on Wang Chang disappear. He slowly floated to the ground. After he stood firm, he looked at Jiang Cheng and then Miao Feng. and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like this? You idiot." Miao Feng couldn't help but uttered a curse word first. He rushed forward and gave Wang Chong a bear hug. Wang Chong looked confused, but still slowly patted Miao Feng's back to express comfort. "Separate," Miao Feng said. "You know, your kid is worried about me. What's wrong with me?" Wang Chong tilted his head, somewhat confused about the situation. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's voice sounded from the side. "You were seriously injured by Ahu and almost died." "I almost died." Wang Chong looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise, obviously not believing it. His body was clearly several times larger than an ordinary person's, so how could he die? Miao Feng quickly explained, "It's like this. You were seriously injured by Ahu and were on the verge of death. I had no choice but to let you swallow zombie crystals to see if you could awaken. Who knew your body couldn't withstand the erosion of the virus? Transformed into a zombie. Just when I was about to finish you off, Brother Jiang arrived in time." Listening, Wang Chong looked at Jiang Cheng again. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I first injected you with the first-level ancient virus vaccine, but your transformation level was too high and the vaccine could not fully exert its effect, so I gave you Yi Sangu's awakening crystal, and you just awakened successfully and got rid of the virus." "You mean I swallowed Yi Sangu's awakening crystal and completed the awakening?" Wang Chong was even more shocked. He didn't expect that things would turn out to be so ups and downs during his coma. "Yes, the second-level awakening crystal is worth 250,000 zombie crystals," Jiang Cheng said, and quoted a price. "If this was thrown into the transformation furnace, it would be worth 35,000 energy points. According to the exchange ratio with Linxian base, he would make a big loss." Forehead. As Wang Chong listened, a row of black lines appeared on his forehead, but he still looked at Jiang Cheng gratefully and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely give Brother Jiang the 25W zombie crystal. No, there are also 8,000 zombie crystals for the ancient virus vaccine." Jiang Cheng added again, Brother Jiang, there's no need to say anything. I understand." Wang Chong nodded seriously. This was because he owed Jiang Cheng his life. "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Okay, let's try your new ability." "Yes, Wang Chong, let me see. What abilities have you awakened?" Miao Feng also said expectantly. This was the first time he had seen someone awaken with his own eyes, and he was even more curious about Wang Chong's abilities. But Jiang Cheng knows that in the true sense, Wang Chong is not an awakening, but an inheritance. Therefore, his ability can only be Yi Sangu's beast transformation, sub-god species, and the three-headed dog of hell. Good. Wang Chong also became energetic after hearing this. He silently took 2 steps back, felt the power of his body, and shouted loudly, "Beast transformation, sub-god species, three-headed dog of hell." The words fell. His figure began to grow taller, but unlike Yi Sangu, a layer of white animal hair grew on the surface of Wang Chong's skin, and his head turned into a wolf head that resembled a snow wolf. On his shoulders, 2 more dog heads grew. The pupils are also silver-white like animal hair. Overall visual inspection. It is about 8 meters long, with a shoulder height of 2.5 meters, with exposed fangs and 4 paws on the ground. Although it looks smaller than the three-headed hell dog transformed by Yi Sangu, it feels different from Yi Sangu. The three-headed hell dog transformed by the 3 dogs is full of greed, gluttony, and evil, but the three-headed hell dog transformed by Wang Chong is full of indomitable righteousness and the solemn killing of a soldier. Watching Wang Chong's transformation complete, Jiang Cheng secretly said, "Open the eyes of data." Bite. Name, Wang Chong. Race, human race. Level, first level. Wisdom, 1 plus 5. Strength, 12.3 plus 200, 450. Agility, 2 plus 15, 34. Spirit, 1 plus 10, 15. Superpower, beast transformation, semi-god species, hell's three-headed dog, awakening, 168%. Comprehensive combat power, 246.3. Looking at Wang Chong's data panel, Jiang Cheng was also slightly surprised. The strength alone reached 21,230 kilograms, and after the transformation, the strength was more than doubled, and the agility reached 17, which is 119 meters per second. After the transformation, The speed doubled, reaching 238 meters per second. This kind of strength is almost close to the second level. This time Wang Chang can be said to be a blessing in disguise. While Jiang Cheng was sighing, Miao Feng looked at Wang Chang's changes and couldn't help but admired. "Old Wang, how do you feel now?" The huge dog head in the middle said, "It's better than ever. I feel like I'm very strong now. Why is my ability the same as Yi Senga's?" The tone revealed excitement, and in the excitement, there was also a little helplessness. He didn't expect that he would awaken one day, but the ability to awaken made him somewhat mentally hysterical. "Listen," Jiang Cheng said angrily, "just be content. How many people can't awaken their abilities? You can directly inherit Yi Senga's abilities. It's definitely a big bargain. With your current strength, you can be placed in the first level. Among the awakened ones, he is also considered to be the top powerhouse. Even if he encounters a second-level awakened person, he will definitely be able to fight." "Am I so strong?" Wang Chang asked in disbelief. He knew he was strong, but he didn't expect to become so strong. That being the case, Wang Chang looked at the trembling Miao Paz and Ahu in front of him. His eyes widened, and he said excitedly, "Then let me go meet this Ahu for a while and pick up the lost place." After saying that, Wang Chang bent slightly, contracted his limbs to accumulate strength, and then dived. In a strong gust of wind, the huge figure suddenly jumped 70 or 80 meters. Seeing Wang Chang's back as he rushed forward, Miao Feng looked at Jiang Cheng dumbfounded. "Brother Jiang, look at this." "It's okay, let him go. What about us?" Miao Feng said. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Let's take a look first." Now 5 of the 6 awakened ones in the Soul Base, including the boss Gao Weiqiang, have died. The remaining second-level Ahu is not an easy task. Let Maya Papas and Wang Chang both have a good training. Ahu will definitely be a rare touchstone. After the two chatted, they just stood there and watched the battle. At the same time, ouch! Ahu raised his head to the sky and let out a tiger roar, and the manic sound waves swept towards Meowth. On the other hand, Mupaz faced the strong wind, and the white hair on his face was blown messy, but his silver eyes were extremely calm. The wind passed. Meow. Maya Papas groaned. His eyes flickered, and a pair of sharp claws grew out of the white flesh pads. His body flashed, turning into a white afterimage, and rushed towards the colorful giant tiger. "Little thing, you are seeking death." Seeing Mupaz attacking, Ahu's pale golden pupils showed a hint of disdain. He struggled with this little thing for a long time, but the little guy only knew how to dodge and did not dare to face him in front of him. This was just fear in the eyes of Ahu, who liked frontal hard steel. Immediately, he raised his hand and waved his paw forward. Sure enough, at the moment when his claws were about to hit Maya Papas suddenly stopped in the air, dodged to the side, and after landing, jumped up again and aimed at Ahu's back. This dodge happened in an instant. Ahu barely reacted, and the next second, devour. After jumping on Ahu's back, Maya Papas opened his mouth slightly, and a black vortex the size of a basketball instantly formed in front of his mouth. Zila. A lot of blood spattered out. Ahu looked up to the sky and roared in pain. "Look around. I saw that a piece of meat the size of a basketball was missing from Ahu's back, including the skin. Good guy, Miaopaz used this trick very cleverly." Not far away, Jiang Cheng praised him without hesitation. "Yes, Miaopa alone is enough to equal the combat effectiveness of a brigade." Miao Feng said with envy. "If there are such strange beasts in the Chuda base, then they can regain more zombie-occupied areas. What a pity." Miao Feng glanced at Jiang Cheng secretly and sighed secretly. It's a pity that Brother Jiang is unwilling to join. However, Miao Feng can understand that with Brother Jiang's endless methods, after going to the base, he will inevitably be restrained and have to hand over the means to obtain these magical items. With Brother Jiang's personality, maybe he will have more effects after joining. Counterproductive. Forget it, that's fine too. At worst, when Chu Du is in need, he will invite Brother Jiang to come and help, which means spending hundreds of millions more crystal stones. While Miao Feng sighed, there are new changes in front of the gate of the Soul Base. "You, itch, take a hit from your grandpa Wang Chang." Listening to the voice coming from the side, Ahu became even more annoyed. Originally, his back was injured, so Ahu turned around and swung his tail towards Meowth. Unfortunately, Meowth was very agile and quickly dodged away. Now there is another person who is not afraid of death. He really thinks that he is easy to bully. Court death. Ahu bared his teeth, his facial features wrinkled together, and his pale golden pupils were full of violence. Following the direction of the sound, he raised his claws and grabbed at him angrily. The next second, bang! Claws intertwined. A huge force came from Wang Chang's claw, and without any surprise, he was knocked upside down by the claw. When passing by Jiang Cheng and Miao Feng, there was another strong wind. Boom! Wang Chang directly hit the ruins made of cement and rocks. Brother Jiang, Wang Chang him. After the previous injury incident, Miao Feng's face became worried again. Compared with before, the awakened Wang Chang at this moment is definitely a rare and important combat force in the Chudu military region. If he is killed by him, he will really lose his wife and lose his troops. Don't worry, those who are awakened at the first level will not die that easily, Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Sure enough, the next second, puff! 3 huge heads emerged from the ruins. They spat out the cement stones in their mouths in embarrassment, shook their slightly knocked out heads, lifted the cement stones on their bodies, and climbed up. How's it going? Brother Chang, is the second level awakened person's attack after turning into a beast still good? Jiang Cheng joked. Wang Chang said depressedly. Damn it, Brother Jiang, you are unjust. This thing is so powerful, you have to remind me. Jiang Cheng smiled even more and said, remind you? Someone has just become the boss of heaven and the second boss of earth. Except for himself, he is invincible in the world. Before I even said these words, someone went up. Accident, it's just an accident. Wang Chang's face burned. He was indeed a little swollen just now, and he thought he could get a fight with Ahu, but this slap completely shattered his pride and made him calm down. It seems that there is indeed a big gap between the second-level awakened people and the first-level ones. After shaking off the dust on his body, Wang Chang rushed out again. This time he was not as aggressive as before, but said, Brother Jiang, Brother Miao, I will go and deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals first. He couldn't defeat Ahu, but he could still kill those ordinary guards. This Wang Chang. Miao Feng looked helpless as Wang Chang rushed forward again. Jiang Cheng smiled. Just when a few people were fighting, Zhou Xiaodai had already touched the underside of Qi Guangtao's backboard. Zhou Xiaodai, you itch, didn't you escape? How dare you come back? The guard immediately recognized Zhou Xiaodai. After all, the relationship between Zhou Xiaodai and Yi Sengu was very clear to the entire base, but the words had not yet been spoken. Chug! 2 gunshots were fired in succession. The guard fell to the ground in response, his eyes widened, and he died with confusion. The death of the guard made all the boys around him stunned. React. He killed Brother Li Shuang. Big guy. Hurry up and avenge Brother Shuang. One of the boys spoke, and the other boys came to their senses and immediately wanted to raise their guns. Zhou Xiaodai is faster. The moment they opened their mouths, they pulled the trigger again and screamed and swept wildly. Choo 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 choo. Tongues of fire kept spitting out. With the sound of gunshots, the boys fell to the ground one by one. Perhaps it was the first time he shot to kill. Zhou Xiaodai closed his eyes until all the bullets in the gun were shot. Then he gasped and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the guard lying on the ground, then he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, maybe it was because there was too much noise, so Qi Guangtao, who was originally unconscious, gradually woke up. When he saw the corpse of his younger brother lying on the ground and Zhou Xiaodai holding a gun, he immediately showed a moved expression and shouted, Sister Xiaodai, are you here to save me? Okay, stop talking nonsense and save more energy. Zhou Xiaodai rolled her eyes at Qi Guangtao angrily. Obviously, she was still worried about Qi Guangtao's shrinking in front of Jiang Cheng. Listening to Zhou Xiaodai's tone, Qi Guangtao also knew that he was in the wrong and shut his mouth obediently. But in his heart he was still extremely touched that Zhou Xiaodai could come to save him. Don't move around yet. I'll find a way to loosen your bonds. Zhou Xiaodai ordered, putting the rifle aside, taking off the bayonet, and then climbed up the basketball stand. Maybe it's because of dancing a lot, but Zhou Xiaodai's strength is not small. After a while, he climbed onto the shelf behind the backboard. Taking out the prepared knife, Zhou Xiaodai lowered her head and carefully cut the rope. It is in the midterm. The weather is hot. In addition, climbing the shelf took away a lot of strength, and beads of sweat kept pouring out of Zhou Xiaodai's forehead. Seeing Zhou Xiaodai working so hard, Qi Guangtao couldn't help but said, "Sister Xiaodai, thank you for coming to save me. In fact, I was—" "Shut up, don't talk. If you talk again, I won't care about you." "No." Qi Guangtao calmed down. "Okay, climb down slowly. Cut the rope," Zhou Xiaodai ordered. "Sister Xiaodai, I knew you cared about me," Qi Guangtao said, overjoyed, but under Zhou Xiaodai's eyes, he immediately shut up and slowly crawled under the basketball stand. When they stood firmly on the ground, the two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the battle between Ahu and Mayapapas has come to an end. "Damn beast, don't hide if you can," Ahu shouted angrily. The kitten relied on its own agility to leave several wounds on his body. The smallest one was missing a piece of flesh the size of a fist, and every wound was bleeding profusely on the ground where he stood, leaving large and small blood spots. As the battle lasted longer, Ahu could clearly feel that his speed had slowed down. "No, if this continues, I will definitely be consumed by it," Ahu thought to himself. His pale golden pupils began to scan around, thinking about how to withdraw from the battlefield. Glancing around, he narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the men and women under the basketball hoop, especially the woman. Isn't this the Zhou Xiaodai that the boss ordered to hunt down? Could it be said that Zhou Xiaodai attracted this group of people? Thinking of this, a light flashed in Ahu's pale golden eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. In this case, don't blame him for being cruel. Thoughts arise. Ahu raised his head to the sky and let out a tiger roar. He leaned down slightly, raised his paws, leaped in a Z shape, and pounced towards Mayapapas. The tiger is coming down the mountain. Meow. Meowth's eyes were sharp as he stared at the charging Ahu. He jumped to the side and dodged narrowly. And not far away, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly when he saw Ahu's attack. Ahu's move can be said to be a feint move, and it poses little threat to Mayapapas. At such a critical moment, logically speaking, Ahu's best way should be to conserve his energy and look for opportunities to retreat. "What is your plan?" Jiang Cheng thought. "And the gate of the soul base." "Haha, little one, do you think I'm going to attack you?" Ahu sneered in his heart. After landing, he suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Zhou Xiaodai, the basketball stand on his right. "See this scene?" Jiang Cheng reacted suddenly. "Not good. This guy's target is Zhou Xiaodai." Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng suddenly reminded loudly. "Quick, stop him. His target is that woman." Both Mayapapas and Wang Chong, who were cleaning up the soldiers, stopped fighting, especially Wang Chong, who shouted to Zhou Xiaodai, who was unaware. "Zhou Xiaodai, get out of here." While shouting, Wang Chong raised his speed to the limit, trying to stop Ahu. Zhou Xiaodai also reacted to Wang Chong's reminder and turned to look behind her. She saw that a huge shadow covering the sky and the sun had completely enveloped her. Zhou Xiaodai's eyes widened, and she just stayed in place, not knowing how to move. "Sister Xiaodai, get out of the way." Just when the sound of breaking through the air was about to hit her, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xiaodai and pushed her away. The next moment, poof, the sound of claws digging into flesh was heard. Zhou Xiaodai collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the figure who pushed her away, her mouth trembling. "Qi Guangtao, why? What?" Wang Chong and Mayapapas also stopped attacking and stared at this scene blankly. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qi Guangtao lowered his head with difficulty and looked at the big hole in his chest where blood was pouring out. Then he looked at Zhou Xiaodai, whose eyes were red, and forced a smile and said, "Sister Xiaodai, I'm afraid I won't be able to. I can't accompany you anymore." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaodai burst into tears and cried hysterically. Why? Why are you so stupid? Aren't you usually the most timid?" "Haha. I thought you were in danger, so I unconsciously rushed forward." Qi Guangtao opened his mouth slightly, and the blood from the corner of his mouth kept flowing out. "You fool, who asked you to save me? I just want you to live well." Zhou Xiaodai's eyes were swollen from crying. "Sister Xiaodai, don't cry. I still like the way you smile," Qi Guangtao said softly. Perhaps it was a flashback, but his body, which had been sluggish due to excessive blood loss, burst out with vitality and said intermittently, "Originally, I had planned to take you to escape from the base a long time ago, but it's a pity that I was too useless. I was afraid, so the plan was never implemented. Now, I'm afraid there is no chance you promise me one thing, please?" "Stop talking, stop talking," Zhou Xiaodai cried as Qi Guangtao kept vomiting blood in his mouth. Qi Guangtao shook his head, held on for his last breath, and slowly uttered a few words. Good, life." Before he finished speaking, Qi Guangtao's eyes dimmed and his head dropped. Guangtao. At this moment, Zhou Xiaodai collapsed completely and sat slumped on the spot, her eyes completely losing their luster. Looking at this scene, Ahu looked at the Qi Guangtao hanging on his right paw with disgust, flicked it with one hand, and threw the body away like trash. Then the other paw was raised and he sneered. "It doesn't matter. I'll send you to see him right now." One claw was sacrificed. Wang Chong beside him couldn't bear it any longer and roared angrily. "You bastard, look what you have done." As soon as he said this, his eyes turned red, his body grew bigger, and the three heads opened their bloody mouths and bit into Ahu's right arm. Noisy. Ahu glanced at Wang Chong disdainfully and then waved. Bang! The three-headed hell dog, transformed by Wang Chong, was sent flying more than 10 meters. Son of a itch. After falling to the ground, Wang Chong climbed up again regardless of the wounds on his body, then dived and bit Ahu again. "Are you annoyed?" Ahu was also annoyed by Wang Chong's attack. He simply turned around and raised his claws. The moment Wang Chong got close, he suddenly took out his claws and slapped him on the waist. The so-called beating the dog and hitting the waist. The awakened person in the second level slapped him, and the three-headed hell dog fell to the ground, but he still struggled hard. Ahu was impatient with Wang Chong, who was being pinned to the ground, and with a certain murderous intention, he said lightly, "Since you want to die so much, I will send you on your way first." After saying that, he opened his big mouth and bit Wang Chong's head in the middle. However, at the moment when Ahu was about to bite, suddenly a cold voice came from Ahu's ear. Enough! When Ahu's pupils shrank and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't even notice when this person came to him. You must know that his beast transformation is the Tiger King of beasts, a proper submythical species, and his perception of the surroundings is even comparable to that of the peak awakened person of the second level. After reacting, he simply gritted his teeth, turned around, and shot directly in the direction of the sound. "Stop meddling in your own business and go to hell. Court death." Seeing Ahu's sudden attack, Jiang Cheng's eyes became even colder. He slowly raised his hand and shouted softly, "Spiritual explosion." Erdujin. Moment. The inner energy exploded, and the inner energy in his palms continued to gather, and he hit Ahu's claws with a palm. Bang! Palms and claws intertwined. What? Feeling the overwhelming force coming from his claws, he looked frightened and his body kept flying away. Don't wait for Ahu to land. Jiang Cheng flashed and appeared on top of the huge tiger head again. He raised his hand and shouted, "Air Dai Jin." Bang! Another powerful blow. The tiger's head hit the ground directly, making a dent in the cement floor, and the body flipped upside down due to inertia. But that alone is not enough. Jiang Cheng was in third company again. Erdujin, Erdujin, Erdujin. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous heavy blows made Ahu wail repeatedly. Seeing this, both Wang Chong and Miao Feng swallowed hard. How cruel! Miao Feng sighed, and suddenly felt a little glad that they were on good terms with Jiang Cheng. If they were hostile, he would inevitably be tortured like this. When he had beaten enough, Jiang Cheng stopped and jumped down from the tiger's head. Then he grabbed Ahu's back collar with one hand and pulled him out. He threw it to the side. At the same time, he flipped his wrist and a silver tang knife appeared in front of him. "In the palm of your hand." Jiang Cheng held Tang Dao in his hand and walked towards Ahu, saying, "Crueling innocent people and insulting women. Seize the soul base and kill hundreds of my soldiers. The most important thing is that you shouldn't steal my crystal." After saying this, Tang Dao slowly raised his sword. The first of the 3 demon-killing moves is to kill the demon. The sword's energy surged into the sky, and it suddenly cut down. Swish, swish. Two tiger arms with colorful black stripes flew up with blood. Oh! With his arms chopped off, Ahu let out a deafening roar. Jiang Cheng turned a deaf ear and still raised his sword. Second form of the three demon-killing swords. Subjugate the demon. The sword energy overflowed, creating a hurricane. Swish! Two in a row. The two tiger-striped hind legs shot up into the sky, and blood splattered all over the ground. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Ahu rolled on the ground in pain, roaring crazily with a mouth full of fangs. Jiang Cheng looked at Ahu in front of him indifferently and raised his sword again. The third form of the three swords to destroy demons. Destroy demons. Bang! The sword energy turned into a sword more than 10 meters long, and the strong wind it brought made people unable to open their eyes. Boom! The air knife slashed at the tiger's head, and the 5-story teaching building behind Ahu was split into two halves with a roar. Looking at Ahu again, his whole body was cut open from the middle of his forehead, and his intestines and internal organs were spilled all over the floor. Of course, there is also a crystal with a yellow halo lying in the flesh and blood, mostly covered by blood. With the tip of the knife raised, the crystal flew up and was put into the space ring. After doing this, turn around and put away the knife. The movements are done in one go. Looking at Miao Feng and Wang Cheng again, Jiang Cheng said, Ahu is dead. What are you going to do with the survivors here? As he said that, he pointed at the survivors who poked their heads out of the dormitory building. Wang Cheng and Miao Feng looked in the direction pointed by Jiang Cheng. When they saw the moving figures in the dark dormitory, Wang Cheng was the first to say, That's easy to say. Let's just take these people back to Lincian. This is a solution. Miao Feng agreed. The soldiers originally stationed in the Seoul base have long been killed by Gao Weiqiang and others. If they leave these survivors alone, after they leave, this group of survivors will be divided among other bases in Seoul. As for what will happen, only God knows. After the three people discussed it, they called the survivors together and cleared out the guards who had been contaminated by the blood of the survivors. Then they counted them and found that 468 people were left. Then a man named Hungfeng was selected to temporarily manage this group of people. After doing this, the three of them, led by the survivors, found the warehouse where the supplies were located. The moment the warehouse door opens, all three of them were silent. I saw that in addition to the crystal stones piled all over the floor, there were also corpses that had been stripped of their clothes and fished with iron hooks. It was the soldiers under Miao Feng who had been attacked before, and of course the soldiers from the original Seoul base. Beasts. These beasts are worse than pigs and dogs. Miao Feng's eyes were about to burst, and he looked at the tragic scene in front of him tremblingly, wishing he could eat the flesh and blood of Gao Weiqiang and his group alive. Wang Cheng's stomach was churning, and he almost vomited. Jiang Cheng was the only one who stared blankly at the warehouse in front of him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this place is a hell on earth. This reminded him of a saying he heard before. Hell is empty. The devil is in the world. Before his rebirth, he had seen survivors who had eaten raw food of the same kind, but he had never seen the same kind of bodies being stored on such a large scale. This directly subverted his three views. After calming down, Jiang Cheng patted Miao Feng on the shoulder and said comfortingly, My condolences. I'm fine, Miao Feng said with a cry. A tough man, but like a woman, tears couldn't stop flowing. For a while, Miao Feng calmed down a bit. He called Hungfeng and asked the survivors to help carry out the corpses and bury them on the spot. However, when the survivors saw the scene in the warehouse, they vomited all over the floor. In the end, the soldiers were buried collectively. Due to the rush of time, it was impossible to erect monuments one by one. So Jiang Cheng directly removed a pillar of the teaching building, erected it in front of many small mounds, and carved several inscriptions with a tang knife. A big character, Tomb of Heroes. Then write a small line of signature on the edge. On August 2nd, 2022, Miao Feng, Wang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng. Brother Jiang, tell me, can we really rebuild our city? Miao Feng stood in front of hundreds of lonely graves and said sadly, Yes. Jiang Cheng looked at the twinkling morning star in the east, his eyes in trance. Finished handling the affairs of the Seoul base. As they prepared to leave, suddenly Hungfeng ran over and reported, Team Miao, Team Wang, Consultant Jiang, There are some things that need you to come over and handle. What needs us to deal with? The three of them all looked at each other and could see the curiosity in each other's eyes. Take us to have a look. Miao Feng said. Yes. Hung Feng agreed, and the three of them followed closely and came to the playground of the soul base. That's her. She has been sitting on the ground for several hours. She can't move no matter how much she screams. We thought she was dead before, but when we got closer we found that she was still alive. We didn't know what to do. After all, it was a human life, and we couldn't throw it away. I don't care. I have to come here to ask for your instructions. Hung Feng pointed in one direction and explained. Following the direction Hung Feng pointed, the three of them saw a woman with disheveled hair slumped on the ground, wearing camouflage short sleeves and camouflage shorts. It was Zhou Xiaodai. There is no greater sadness than heartbreak, and no greater sadness than silence. Jiang Cheng sighed. He actually admired this woman's courage and sympathized with her plight, but in this cannibalistic apocalypse, he had to learn to be strong without any bottom line. Indeed, she suffered a huge blow, and I'm afraid she won't be able to leave us for a while. Wang Chong said regretfully. Miao Feng frowned and said, How about we carry her away by force? After all, leaving her here is not an option. What do you think? Brother Jiang, just take care of the survivors' affairs. August 2nd, 2022. 4:30 in the morning. The sky is slightly bright. Inside the gate of Lincian base, four soldiers are patrolling alternately. Zila. There was a harsh sound of brakes, startling the guards who quickly leaned against the door and raised their guns to take aim. All I can see is the door. The door of the behemoth headed by the car opened, and three men jumped out of the car. A man grinned widely and said, Brother Jiang, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I, Mr. Wang, would probably be dead. Brother Chang is also lucky, so I'm just trying my best. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Miao Feng laughed and said, Okay, Lao Wang, if you continue to praise me, Brother Jiang will be embarrassed. Wang Chang and Jiang Cheng both smiled. Then, Miao Feng said seriously, We rescued a total of 468 survivors from the soul base this time. Regarding the distribution of survivors, I think we still need to discuss it carefully. Survivors are actually a kind of scarce material for the base. If the base needs to develop in the long term, it needs population support. Materials also need to be collected by personnel to support the base, so that the base can grow. As Jiang Cheng is the main combat force in this operation, Jiang Cheng has the right to be the first to choose the materials obtained this time. Okay. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Dawn Base currently only has 349 people. If it wants to grow and develop, it really needs survivors to supplement it. Okay, I tell you too, stop standing at the door and chatting, and go in quickly. Wang Chong reminded him at the right time. Then, he said to the soldier guarding the door, I am Deputy Captain Wang Chong. Open the door quickly. And call Guo Peng and ask him to take these survivors to the playground first. Yes. Hearing Wang Chong's voice, the four soldiers immediately relaxed and shouted to the soldiers patrolling behind. Quick, go and inform the captain that Team Wang is back. And you guys, hurry up and open the door. After saying that, the door of Lincian base slowly opened. Jiang Cheng and the three of them entered side by side. As for the survivors in the truck behind them, they all looked confused about the future. Soon, the three of them entered Li Feng's office. Li Feng was naturally polite again. Okay, let's not talk too much. We are all on our own. Regarding the issue of resource allocation, I will first express my opinion. Li Feng laughed, and with everyone nodding, he continued. This time, Brother Jiang contributed the most and killed all the awakened people in the soul base. Commissioner Miao and Lao Wang took second place and cleared out the guards. Therefore, I think Brother Jiang will pick the spoils first. What do you think? I have no objection. Wang Chong was the first to express his opinion. Miao Feng said with a smile, After avenging my brothers during my trip to Seoul, I will definitely return to Chudu to resume my life, so I will not participate. However, I also agree that Brother Jiang will choose first. Okay, since everyone agrees, let me make your choice first, Brother Jiang. Li Feng said, taking the list of supplies that Wang Chong and Miao Feng had compiled and handing it to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was not polite, took it directly and glanced at it. It's very clearly marked inside. There are 468 survivors in total, including 150 young men between 18 and 55 years old, 120 young women between 18 and 55 years old, 50 elderly people over 55 years old, 100 women under 18 years old, and 48 men under 18 years old. Of course, including the names of these people. 20,000 kilograms of rice, 10,000 kilograms of noodles, etc. Wang Chang did not include the rest of the military supplies that were previously sent to Linxian and were robbed from the Chu capital. Jiang Cheng also acquiesced in his heart. They had given generous terms for this move. That's it. I will select 80 young men, 80 young women, 10 elderly people, men and women under 18 years old, and let them make their own choices. As for supplies, it's half on each side. What do you think? No problem, Li Feng said immediately without any hesitation. Jiang Cheng left them with a sufficient population and evenly distributed supplies with them. What else could they not want to do? I agree, Wang Chang said. Miao Feng also said, I agree too. Then without further ado, let's go meet these survivors. Just in the middle of a conversation between a few people. On the playground. 468 men and women stood bewildered on the school playground. A little boy of about 4 years old in the crowd huddled in the woman's arms and said carefully, Mom, where are we? Hearing this question, the woman's eyes showed a trace of confusion, but she still forced a smile and said, Shouty on, this is our new home. New home. The little boy looked around curiously. When he met the eyes of a soldier, the soldier happened to look over as well. The big one and the small one looked at each other for a while. The soldier immediately showed a smile that he thought was pretty, but the little boy was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head and retracted into his mother's arms. There are many more like little boys and women. Some of them are husband and wife, some are grandparents, some are best friends, etc. For them, it's just going from one base to another. Whether this base will treat them like Gao Weiqiang did to them before is unknown. Hung Feng, who was appointed to temporarily manage the survivors, sat quietly on the ground. Although he looked calmer than the other survivors, his heart was equally chaotic. He didn't belong to the Soul Base. He was caught by the people of the Soul Base when he went out to find food, and he had no choice but to become a member of the Soul Base. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Except Hingfeng, there is Zhou Xiaodai. She hugged her knees with both hands and buried her head in her legs, as if to isolate herself from the world. Just as people were looking at this strange environment, suddenly, a dozen soldiers with live ammunition came. Among them were 4 men who were talking and laughing. Seeing the 4 people, the soldiers guarding the playground immediately raised their heads and saluted, and the survivors immediately understood that it was time to decide their fate. They hugged each other tightly, staring at the 4 people with fear in their eyes. Seeing this, Hungfeng immediately stood up and walked over and said, Several leaders, how do you arrange us next? Li Feng walked out first and smiled. This citizen comrade asked a good question. We came here to make arrangements for you. Okay. Hungfeng nodded and stood aside. Li Feng nodded to Jiang Cheng again. Jiang Cheng got the signal and immediately stepped forward, looking at the group of people on the side, and said, At this moment, we will arrange the base where you will live next. However, before making the allocation, I need you to know where you will live next. At this point, people raised their heads. Jiang Cheng continued. First, it is the Linxian survivor base, which is where you are now. It is formed by combat personnel sent by the Chudu military region. There is no doubt about its safety. Second, it is the Dawn base I formed. As soon as the word Dawn came out, the survivors were confused again. Hung Feng, who was standing on the side, had a slightly flickering look in his eyes and muttered, Dawn. The conditions in the Dawn base are very difficult. You need to hunt zombies to get food, build huts to have your own place to live, and you need to be self-sufficient in everything. When it came to this, some of the survivors had already silently excluded the Dawn base from their future residence. What a joke. Let them go hunting zombies. It would be better to let them die. Unlike these survivors, Hungfeng's mouth curled slightly. He was originally a little confused about the future, but after listening to Jiang Cheng's words, he aroused great interest in the Dawn base. Someone actually introduced his base like this? It's really interesting. In addition to people like Hungfeng, some survivors were eager to try. In their view, the food given out of pity is the most unreliable, and only the food obtained through their own efforts is the most solid. In short, these hundreds of survivors have their own thoughts. Not just the survivors. Li Feng, Wang Chong, and Miao Feng beside him also found it interesting. Wang Chong lowered his voice and said, "Old Li, what do you think Jiang Cheng means?" "I don't know, let's watch it." Li Feng also shook his head, not understanding what Jiang Cheng meant. Miao Feng did hear a hint of meaning, but he belonged to Chudu, and he could only keep his guesses about Lin Xian in his heart. After introducing here, Jiang Cheng looked at the people who were discussing below and continued. "However, in Dawn, you can get a chance to become stronger. What is this opportunity? I will not tell you now, but I can tell you for sure that every word I say is worth your trust and careful consideration." After speaking, a brave survivor suddenly raised his hand and said, "Leader, you said we can become stronger, so can we become stronger than zombies?" Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "In Dawn, you can become stronger than zombies, but the risk of death will also accompany you." Next, another survivor asked, "Then we?" Speaking of this, he hesitated, but still plucked up the courage to say, "Can we become stronger than Yi Sanggu?" Obviously, he was a guard at the Soul Base before. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "You might as well think boldly. It's not just Yi Sanggu. You can become stronger than Gao Weiqiang." When the man heard the answer, he was immediately overwhelmed and said, "I'm not afraid of death. My family members were all bitten to death by zombies. For them, I want to live well and become stronger." Jiang Cheng looked at this person with admiration and asked, "Brother, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Chun Beixian," the man said excitedly. "Very good, Chun Beixian. From now on, you are a survivor of the Shuguang base," Jiang Cheng said. Next, Jiang Cheng glanced at everyone and said, "Joining Shuguang will be very hard and you will die. But as long as you are willing to work hard, you will be able to gain the strength to walk independently in this world full of zombies." His words were like a seed of becoming stronger, deeply buried in the hearts of these survivors. And Li Feng smiled bitterly. This Jiang brother, it really hurt him. After these words, wouldn't those potential combat forces have to follow Shuguang? However, without Jiang Cheng, their rescue operation would not have been successful. If we really want to talk about merit, they could have taken all the people away. In addition, as a soldier for more than 10 years, he also has the confidence to train the remaining people into soldiers. At this time on the playground, Jiang Cheng was originally going to follow the previous distribution method, but he changed his mind and changed his previous plan, saying, "Originally, I had discussed with Captain Li Feng before that I would take 200 people, but now, I have changed my mind. I decided to give you the right to choose and let you choose your own future. It is true that the Shuguang base is short of people, but he does not want to pull in some scum. Okay, you start to choose. Those who want to stay in the Linxian base will stay where they are. Those who want to go to Shuguang will go to my right." As soon as the voice fell, the survivors talked a lot. Everyone looked at each other and finally made a decision with their eyes. Soon, some people began to walk to Jiang Cheng's right. There were men, women, children, and even the elderly. Hungfeng looked at the choices of the crowd, curled his lips slightly, stood up, and walked silently towards Jiang Cheng. Compared with Lin Xian, he was more willing to take risks. His previous career was a mountaineer, but later he stayed in Seoul because of a leg injury. And Chen Beixian. He also stood up and pulled the brother who had been a guard with him before and said, "Old Wu, let's go to Shuguang together." Wu Weilin hesitated and said, "But we were guards at the Seoul base before. If we follow Brother Go and others to work, won't we be targeted if we really go to the Shuguang base?" He saw Jiang Cheng's battle before. So many guards were killed, and he was one of the few who survived. He knew how terrible Jiang Cheng was. Compared with the Shuguang base, Lin Xian on the military side seemed more reliable, so he could just stay alive. "Old Wu, don't you think you are too narrow-minded?" Chun Beixian showed a look of disapproval, and then continued to persuade. "Look, I was also a guard before, but when I stood up to ask, they told me clearly that they didn't treat me differently at all. What are you afraid of?" "But I am afraid of death." Wu Weilin was still a little hesitant. Chun Beixian simply let go of Wu Weilin's hand, left a word, and walked towards the Dawn base camp. "Just stay alive. It's best to stay alive forever." After saying that, he left. Wu Weilin looked at Chun Beixian's back and said aggrievedly, Old Chun, I don't want to either, but I'm really afraid of death. Except Chen Beixian. Several women in revealing clothes stood up. They pushed Zhou Xiaodai, who was silent beside them, and said, Xiaodai, everyone is making a choice. Have you decided where to go? Where to go? Zhou Xiaodai raised her head, her eyes blank, and shook her head and said, Guang Tao is dead. I don't know where to go. One of the women in a white bikini said with regret, Zhou Xiaodai, you also know that Qi Guangtao died for you. But have you ever thought about why he died? If he knew you were like this now, how sad he would be. Listening, Zhou Xiaodai couldn't help but think of Qi Guangtao's last words before his death. Live well. Do you want me to live well? Zhou Xiaodai thought so. And then she made a bold decision, looking at the woman in the white bikini, and said, Sister Xiaodong, where are you going? Of course it's Shuguang. The woman named Xiaodong said seriously. We don't want to be someone else's playthings for life. We also want to become stronger and step on the heads of those stinky men who look down on us. Another woman echoed, Yes, I also want to be a strong person. Find 10 young men. Another woman with a delicate appearance giggled. Well, let's become strong together. Zhou Xiaodai nodded seriously, holding the hands of her sisters, and walked towards Shuguang together. Shuguang is their hope to become strong. In the crowd, people gradually walked to Jiang Cheng's right side. 5 minutes later, until the last person walked out, the distribution of the survivors was completed. There were 100 people in total, accounting for only a quarter of the survivors, and there were about 50 adult men, 30 adult women, 15 children, and 5 elderly people. Jiang Cheng glanced at the crowd and was generally satisfied. It's not the quantity of people, but the quality. With these 100 survivors, it just reached the limit that the Dawn base can accommodate. Li Feng and Wang Chong on the side looked at the remaining people and smiled. These are real young and strong people. They may have a bad character, but as long as they are trained a little, they can become the labor force of the Linxian base. Okay, the personnel have been assigned, so I won't stay any longer. Jiang Cheng greeted them, then looked at Wang Chong and Miao Feng and said, By the way, give me back my level 2 laser gun, level 2 submachine gun, and level 1 invisibility cloak. And the crystal? Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Chong with a smile, then turned around and led the survivors to the Dawn base. Only Wang Chong, who was crying, was left muttering, This is 258,000 crystals. Where can I find them? Until the convoy left. Li Feng suddenly looked at Wang Chong with a smile and said, Comrade Wang Chong, let's talk about it now. What is the crystal that Brother Jiang just mentioned? I was injured and dying before, and then Brother Jiang. Wang Chong was so scared that his neck shrank, but he still explained everything in detail. Li Feng's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he looked Wang Chong up and down and said, In other words, you are also an awakener now. That's right, Captain, Wang Chong said weakly. Li Feng really didn't care at all, but excitedly said, Come on, change for me to see? Right now? Wang Chong said in surprise. Li Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Of course. If Wang Chong really succeeded in awakening, the Linxian base would have the strength to fight against the First Order mutants alone. Then, Captain, please step back, Wang Chong reminded, then gathered his strength and shouted, Beast transformation, submyth species, hell, 3-headed dog. After the roar fell, a giant beast with a length of 8 meters, a shoulder height of 3 meters, a body of silver-white hair, and 3 dog heads appeared on the square. Good. Very good. Li Feng laughed out loud, and under Wang Chong's astonished eyes, he turned around and left, leaving a sentence at the same time. Remember, you have to pay back these 258,000 crystals yourself. Hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes were full of resentment. I knew it. It would only take 10 minutes to get from Linxian base to Shuguang base, but with Jiang Cheng deliberately slowing down, it took a full 40 minutes to arrive. And at the moment when everyone got off the car, a loud welcome sounded. Welcome home, new members. The voice fell. The bewildered survivors sitting on the truck looked over. There were 2 open gates more than 10 meters high. On the left and right sides of the gates stood a row of armed guards. In the middle of the guards were 5 neatly dressed women and a middle-aged man. It was Dad, Lin Ro, Li Qingwan, Lu Xinru, Zhang Ya, and the little girl Gu Tuanchuan. Following closely were Zhou Sheng, Yi Siwen, and Wang Xiaolong. When she saw Jiang Cheng, Gu Tuanchuan ran from Zhang Ye like a swallow returning to its nest and got into Jiang Cheng's arms, saying in a baby voice, "Uncle Superman, where have you been? Mom, aunts, and Grandpa Yang are all worried." Jiang Cheng's eyes softened, and he rubbed Gu Tuanchuan's little head and said, "Uncle told Tuanchuan's mother and dad before he left." As he said that, he took out the lollipop he had won in the lottery from the space ring and handed it over, saying, "Here, Uncle found it especially for you." Seeing this, the survivors' hearts were touched, and their expressions were a little dazed. They had never seen such a welcome ceremony, nor had they seen such a kind leader. A little boy in the crowd hid behind his mother and whispered, "Mom, I want to eat a lollipop too." "Well, when we enter the base, Mom will buy you one." The woman nodded gently, with an indescribable emotion surging in her heart. Soon, Jiang Cheng turned around and said loudly to the survivors, "From today on, you are a member of my Dawn base." As he said, he called Zhou Sheng and others to arrange for the survivors to move in, build houses, and other matters. After doing this, he called everyone in the Dawn base to walk into the base. Waiting for Jiang Cheng and others to leave, Zhou Sheng shouted, "Brothers, let's register before moving in, and then go to the food area to get a free meal. Of course, it's only free today. From tomorrow, you need to work hard on your own." Food. Hearing these two words, the 100 survivors looked over like hungry wolves. They haven't had anything decent to eat for a long time. When they were in the Soul base, they could only eat once every 2 or 3 days, and the food they ate was all spoiled and fermented food in the warehouse. Now hearing the word food, they all swallowed their saliva. Zhou Sheng was frightened by the looks of the crowd. The next moment, a man in the crowd walked out and said excitedly, Are you really going to give us food?" "Of course." Zhou Sheng nodded in confusion. After receiving an affirmative answer, all the survivors present cheered. "We have food. The leader didn't lie to us." Amidst the bursts of cheers, Zhou Sheng seemed to see himself in disbelief. Looking at the crowd, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Maybe this is the meaning of him joining Dawn Base. At the same time, inside Dawn Base, relaxation area, Jiang Cheng called everyone together and said, "I won't say much more about the trip to Seoul. Now I'm gathering everyone to talk about one thing. It's about the hunting competition. I plan to hold it starting tomorrow. This matter is the top priority for our base in selecting talents. Sister Ye and Xiao Jiancheng will be in charge of the competition. Dad is in charge of base security. Lu Xinru is responsible for first aid to injured survivors. Qingwan is responsible for patrolling the base. Do you understand?" Jiang Cheng's voice asked. "Don't worry. This matter has been planned for a long time, and I'm just waiting for you to come back and take charge of the overall situation." Zhang Ye rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng angrily and quietly put down the worry in her eyes. Lin Ro also said happily, "I understand." Lu Xinru, Dad, and Li Qingwan all nodded. Seeing everyone agree, Jiang Cheng dismissed the meeting and directly entered the energy conversion room. Standing in front of the energy conversion furnace, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath, hung the space ring above the conversion furnace, and said silently, "Take out all the zombie crystals." A faint white light flashed. Countless crystal stones poured down from the space ring. Soon, a number popped up. Energy points plus 26749,800 points. As for the remaining 5 awakening crystals, Jiang Cheng is not ready to use them for transformation at the moment. The foundation of the base is still shallow, but there are only a few combatants. Dad, if it wants to develop in the future, it will definitely need more awakened ones. However, there are definitely enough energy points at the moment. Show remaining energy points. Jiang Cheng said secretly. Ding. Remaining energy points, 3933, 7368. Unknowingly, there were more than 30 million. Jiang Cheng took a sharp breath. He thought that the harvest this time would be extremely rich, but he did not expect it to be so rich. Since there are enough energy points, and the base mall has also been refreshed, then, Jiang Cheng thought, and said, "Open the base mall. Byte. Product column. Level 3 crack accelerator card, 20W energy points. Can accelerate unhacked projects in the research room. The acceleration time is 20 days. Second level spiritual fertilizer, 10W energy points. Quantity 10 can fertilize spiritual fields. Each bag of spiritual fertilizer can fertilize 10 acres. After fertilization, the growth cycle is reduced by 5 days. Shaohuang Dan, 50W energy points, can increase pure internal energy for 50 years. Level 2 Spiritual Training Cabin, 300W energy points. You can practice in it for 1 day, which is equivalent to 1 second in the real world. It can be entered after 4 days of cooling down after each use. Each time it consumes 1,000 energy points. Level 4 Gene Enhancement Potion, 10W energy points. After use, each attribute increases by 20 points, has a certain antivirus ability, and can increase arousal by 50%. Level 2 Doomsday City Wall, 10,000 energy points. Quantity 10. Each section of the city wall is 20 meters high and 20 meters long. It can automatically transform according to the terrain, can automatically fuse with the level 1 city wall, and can resist level 2 mutations. Impact: the wall can automatically transform according to the terrain. Level 1 Doomsday Gatling, 1W energy points. Quantity 2. Ammunition capacity 1W rounds. Just assemble level 1 Doomsday bullets. Level 4 Doomsday Bomb, 10W. The power of the explosion can seriously injure a level 4 mutant. The explosion damage range is 1 kilometer in diameter, one-time use. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up when he looked at the products in the mall. The third-level cracking accelerator card is exactly what he needs now, so that he can upgrade the base again. Then there is the second-level spiritual fertilizer, which can harvest crops in the cultivation room in advance. The remaining items were all he needed urgently. Without thinking, Jiang Cheng simply said, "Clear the product column." Ding. Do you want to consume 502W energy points to purchase? The system's mechanical sound prompted. But Jiang Cheng replied directly. Ding. The purchase is successful. The items will be distributed within 2 meters of the host, and the secondary city wall will be automatically distributed to the outside of the base. Please pay attention to check. As the voice fell, a white light flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Soon, piles of spiritual fertilizer and 2 first-level Doomsday Gatlings with 8 barrels appeared in sight. As for other items, Jiang put them into the space ring without hesitation. Then, he took out a golden card from the space ring. Is this the third-level cracking accelerator card? Holding the card in his hand, Jiang Cheng muttered silently. Use the cracking card on the first-level awakening potion. Ding. The use was successful. Congratulations to the master for successfully cracking the first-level awakening potion. As the system beep sounded, Jiang Cheng saw that the originally dark secondary biochemistry laboratory upgrade page lit up again. Jiang Cheng immediately said, "Upgrade the second-level biochemical research laboratory." Ding. Do you want to spend 10W energy points to upgrade the device? Upgrade. Jiang Cheng said. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the secondary biochemical research laboratory. Level 2 Gene Enhancement Potion. It requires 10W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 4.5 days. After the crack is successful, it can be purchased in the permanent product column, and the number of times is not limited. Level 1 Agility Potion. 1W energy points are required to crack, and the cracking time is 1 day. Level 2 Awakening Potion. It requires 200W energy points to crack, and the cracking time is 40 days. After the crack is successful, it can be purchased in the permanent product column. Glancing at the items in the secondary biochemical research room, Jiang Cheng said, "Decrypt them all." Consumption of 2.11 million energy points. Cracking. Level 2 Gene Enhancement Potion. Remaining cracking time, 107:59:59. Level 1 Agility Potion. Remaining cracking time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Level Awakening Potion. Remaining cracking time, 9:59:59:59. Next, as long as these items are successfully cracked, the 5th level base can be upgraded. Jiang Cheng directly exited the upgrade interface and opened the lottery system. Number of free draws, 4. Do you want to conduct today's draw? The system reminded. Jiang Cheng shook his head and ignored it, looking at the paid lottery system in the row below. Paid lottery starts. Level 2 lottery member. 80 times left before promotion to level 3 lottery member. Are there 80 draws left? Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said arrogantly, just give me 8 times 10 consecutive strokes. Ding, 8W energy points have been deducted. The lottery begins. Thank you for your patronage and keep up the good work. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a first-level construction robot. Can demolish surrounding buildings, can build. The items built are ordinary, cannot defend against first-level mutations, and consumes 20 energy points per day. Construction robot? Jiang Cheng laughed dumbly. Next, more than 70 system prompts sounded. A total of items obtained. Level 1 construction robot, 50 10 square meter board houses, martial arts Dahuan Dan. 5. Level 2 Tang Dao. 5. Level 1 watermelon knife. 10. Level 2 Doomsday laser gun. 3. Level 2 Doomsday warrior -3. Level 3 Doomsday warrior 2. Congratulations to the host for successfully being promoted to the 3rd level lottery member. The 3rd level lottery has 10,000 energy points each time. If you draw 10 consecutive draws, you will definitely win the 3rd level item. Listening to the system's beep and looking at the items he had obtained, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh that he had a bad hand. However, at least not everything was gained. After exiting the lottery interface, Jiang Cheng looked at his remaining energy points. 320,273,68 energy points. That's it for now. After exiting the system, Jiang Cheng walked directly out of the energy conversion room and entered the gym. I just exchanged a batch of items today, just in time for a breakthrough. Jiang Cheng glanced at the items in the space ring, and with a thought, a glass test tube flowing with gleaming green liquid appeared in his hand. Pulling up his sleeve, Jiang Cheng pierced his arm and pushed every drop of the medicine in the searing into his body. As the medicinal liquid entered, Jiang Cheng soon felt a majestic energy surge up from his dantian, and then began to swim along the limbs and bones. And this time the enhancement was different from usual. The enhancement was not only the meridians, flesh and blood, and bones were wrapped in the warm current, and his body was like dry land all year round, absorbing the nutrients in the medicinal solution. The entire strengthening process lasted 5 minutes. Cool. With a long roar, Jiang Cheng felt that he was stronger than ever before. If he were to be in front of him, he would have absolute confidence to kill him in half a second. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists and muttered to himself, is this the power of a second-level awakener? I just don't know how strong the body is. Jiang Cheng changed his mind, turned his palm, and immediately, a first-level machete appeared in his hand. He weighed the blade, stretched out his left arm, and slashed at his left forearm without blinking. Zheng. The blade chopped on the left arm, making a sound like metal collision. Looking at the left arm again, there was only a white mark left, and even the epidermis was not broken. So he put away the first-level machete and took out the second-level Tang sword from the space ring. Compared to the first-level machete, the blade of the second-level Tang sword is black, and the back of the blade is a pattern like fish scales. Just the moment it was taken out, you can feel its sharpness. Jiang Cheng took a breath, held the handle, and swung it down hard. Puff! The blade fell, and blood splashed on the left arm. If you look closely, you will find that the blade has penetrated into the flesh 3/4, breaking the epidermis and dermis, and cutting off the flesh and blood, but when it is a few millimeters away from the bone, the knife stops moving forward. It seems that my current physical strength can only withstand a level 1 watermelon. In other words, I can still defend myself against a level 1 doomsday weapon, but I will definitely be injured by a level 2 doomsday weapon. After coming to this conclusion, Jiang Cheng shook his head and put the level 2 Tang sword into his space ring. At the same time, the more than 10 centimeters deep wound on his left forearm that was visible to the bone was growing granulations at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, it was completely healed, and there was no trace of the knife wound. Open my profile panel. Ding. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Level, acquired 9th layer, 2nd level awakener. Spirit, 0.9, special 3.0. Normal state can increase combat power by 180%. Special spiritual burst can increase by 300%. Wisdom, 88.5. Ordinary human is 1. Strength, 2755.5. ordinary human is 1. Agility, 145.35, ordinary human is 1. Spirit, 127.2, ordinary human is 1. Virus resistance, 3.9, immune to third-level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpowers, creation, awakening degree 249%, super speed regeneration, awakening degree 165%. Skills, hard qigong, meditation, double strength, swimming, advanced, doomsday swimming step, fighting, special, thunderbolt flash, secondary sword technique, spiritual return, unbreakable golden body, demon killing 3 swords, corpse control, diving, intermediate, great destruction palm. Skills, Qi gathering, Xinyuan gong, 9th level. Accessories, lone hero pendant, pet meow pass. Comprehensive combat power, 3116.55. It has increased tenfold. Jiang Cheng looked at his strength attribute and couldn't help but take a breath. 2755.5. This is equivalent to 275,550 kilograms, which is equivalent to 137.775 tons, which is equivalent to 137 tons in his normal state. This data is absolutely terrifying. You know, the second-level Death Crusher only has 360 strength. At his current level, even if he doesn't use skills, in normal state, he can basically kill the second level in an instant, and even if he encounters the third level, he can crush most of them. Then look at the agility attribute, which has reached 145.35, an increase of 40 points, which is 1,017.24 meters per second, reaching nearly Mach 3. In addition to these two important attributes, there is another thing that makes him most excited. The creation ability that has been at 199% awakening for a long time has now broken through to 245. It is estimated that this is also the key to his breakthrough to the second level. Since he has reached the second level, it is just right to verify the limit of the second level creation. Before, Jiang Cheng almost collapsed because he wanted to create life matter. He guessed that it might be because of insufficient mental strength. Now the mental attribute has reached 127.2, just to verify his guess. With his palm facing up, Jiang Cheng first tried the simplest life matter. Creation. Instantly, a small, extremely blurry white dot visible to the naked eye appeared in the palm of his hand. It was the simplest mononuclear cell organism, the amoeba. But the amoeba only lasted for less than half a second, and Jiang Cheng's head felt a sharp pain again. This kind of pain was an unprecedented experience. It felt like the head was about to explode, but it was a little better than the first attempt, but it was definitely not something that ordinary people could endure. Ah! Jiang Cheng covered his head and screamed, and then his eyes suddenly went black, and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he stabilized his body in time, so he didn't fall down, and then looked at the amoeba in his hand. Bang! An extremely subtle gas explosion sounded, just like the sound of washing powder bubbles exploding when blowing. The amoeba exploded. Jiang Cheng quickly looked at the spiritual attribute column. Spirit, 127.21. I didn't expect that just creating the simplest amoeba would almost make me mentally collapse. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly. Thinking back to his recklessness, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, it was just the simplest amoeba. If it was a more complex life form, I would probably become an idiot on the spot. Fortunately, today's gym training has not started yet. He slowly sat cross-legged on the ground and shouted softly. Spirit return. As the skill was activated, Jiang Cheng quickly entered a dark space, and in the space, a little bit of green light, like fireflies, was injected from the top of his head under his guidance. At this moment, the originally exhausted and shriveled cells swelled up like balloons under the replenishment of spiritual energy and then became round. This process lasted for a full 2 hours. Jiang Cheng just opened his eyes and looked at the spiritual attribute column of the data panel. The brackets behind the spiritual power had disappeared. Finally recovered. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he took out an ancient palm-sized wooden box from the space ring. It is unknown what wood the wooden box is carved from, but when it was taken out, a faint fragrance could be smelled. Just a sniff made him feel refreshed, and the tingling sensation caused by using creation just now also completely dissipated. Good stuff. Jiang Cheng immediately made a judgment and couldn't wait to open the wooden box. There was a yellow pill the size of a thumb lying inside. He picked it up and smelled it. There was no smell. Compared with the fragrance of the wooden box, it was ordinary. But according to the information that came to his mind, this was indeed the small yellow pill. Is this the magic pill that exists in martial arts novels? I wonder how effective it is. Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva and stuffed it into his mouth. Gurgle. Unlike other pills, the small yellow pill did not melt, but slid into the stomach as a whole, and then lay quietly in a corner of the stomach. That's it. Jiang Cheng felt a little strange. Logically speaking, shouldn't the small yellow pill be transformed into pure energy for him to absorb? But the next second, the small yellow pill slowly melted under the corrosion of gastric juice. But the melting speed was extremely slow, and just this little bit of melted pill turned into an extremely strong spiritual energy. Jiang Cheng immediately activated Xinyuan Gong, taking the spiritual energy into Dantian, transforming it into internal energy, and then guiding the internal energy to flow along the 12 meridians. He has now opened up 9 meridians. After controlling the internal energy to flow through the 9 meridians without obstruction, Jiang Cheng's expression changed, and he gathered the internal energy together, turning it into a torrent and rushing towards the 10th meridian, the stomach meridian of Foot Yangming. Speaking of the stomach meridian of Foot Yangming, there are 45 acupoints in total. The first one to bear the brunt is the Qingqi acupoint. Charge. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.